Chapter 41, Absolute Zero, Booming Business, and Professors Visiting. The time was last week of May, and the icy corridor was still as miserable as ever, at least for Quinn. He had thick winter clothing, safety goggles, plus Quinn had eaten foods that heated the body for dinner. Blood magic was keeping him alive in the killing cold. He had gotten better at using blood magic and could now remain in the icy vault for 30 minutes, and out of that time, he was perfectly comfortable for 20 minutes. Quinn stood in front of the snowflake icicle, using magic that he had been using for the past months. He had used it so many times that at this point, he could absent-mindedly perform ice transmutation and transfiguration on the snowflake icicle. Hands raised, channeling magic, Quinn changed the ice into vapor and tried to change the water vapor into magnesium but failed time and time again. Over time, he had gotten loads better at the transmutation part of the process and could change the entire snowflake into vapor. The problem was transfiguring the water vapor into magnesium. Quinn was just missing a single step, the moment the water vapor was in the state of flux, but at that moment, the mechanism would wrest away the control from him and change the water vapor back into ice. Today was no different as Quinn failed time and time again, and Quinn's time was ending as his magic reserves were depleting and his bedtime was approaching. With his mind completely empty, Quinn began the process. The ice turned to water vapor and converted the water vapor into magnesium. He expected his magic to be disrupted, but the disruption never came, and the magic completed its execution. What? The focus slowly returned to Quinn's eyes, and he turned away from the snowflake icicle's original position. There he saw a massive, oddly formed lump of pure silvery magnesium. The light returned fully to Quinn's eyes as he turned back to his front and saw the icy blue gate unobstructed by the snowflake icicle barrier. "I did it," asked Quinn, not believing that he had defeated the snowflake icicle. He looked back and forth from the lump of magnesium and gate and yelled, "I did it." He walked to the lump of magnesium and pointed at it. "Ha ha. Suck it, you giant piece of transfigured ice. I defeated you, nothing can stop me. I am never going to die." After his narcissistic celebration, Quinn calmed down to an ordinary excitement level and bombarded the ice gate with tones of detection and diagnostic charms that he learned and researched for this very moment. It took a couple of minutes before Quinn wasn't sure that touching or opening the gate would freeze him or cause him mortal harm. "Cool, let's do it," said Quinn and was about to open the icy gate but suddenly leaned back and stepped away from the frozen gate. He waved his hand, and the lump of magnesium metal moved away from the direction of the vault gate. He also stepped to the side and used magic to push open the vault's icy gate. The second the gate opened halfway, a ton of ice spikes shot from the inside and stabbed everything in their way, which in the case were the floor and walls. Nice, smiled Quinn as he nodded in admiration of the hidden trap. He carefully tiptoed in front of the fully open gate and peered inside to see if there was anything else. Inside he saw a faint blue light in the center of the room, but it wasn't visible from the spot Quinn was standing, so Quinn shot multiple bright light orbs into the vault to light it up. Quinn didn't move and just stared at the now lit up the vault, looking if there were more traps or something, but saw nothing more than a surprisingly small room with a high ceiling. He carefully stepped into the room, his magic primed to react with at a moment's notice. His eyes were on the walls, observing the room to see if there were any deadly traps, but after a couple of minutes, Quinn found no traps in the vault. Good, sighed Quinn. He noticed the vault room wasn't cold, it wasn't even at the level of the beginning of the icy corridor. While exhaling, Quinn released the blood magic, keeping him alive in the freezing climate. He also removed a couple of layers of clothing and finally paid attention to the source of blue light in the center of the room. It was floating in midair, 11 feet above the floor, glowing in a cold yet soft blue light. When Quinn looked closely, he saw signs of a liquefied semi-fluid contracting and expanding every second. A/N, like ether from the MCU, but in blue. "Now, what is this?" said Quinn as he shot another wave of detection, diagnostic, and indicative charms and spell to see if there were any clues that he could find and got a ton of responses and feedbacks. From the feedback of the spells, Quinn found responses that runes and charms laid into the walls, floor, and ceiling of the room. And while Quinn still had no idea about the origin of the blue semi-fluid in midair, he perfectly recognized the runes and the property of the charms spelled into the vault. He sat down on the floor and began fitting in all the runes and charms into places so that he could piece together a bigger picture and find out how the mechanism outside worked and what was the blue semi-liquid. Quinn forgot he needed to sleep and go back to his common room, and for the first time in a very long time, he pulled an all-nighter going through every inch of magical structure, and finally, just before sunrise, not that Quinn knew about it, the bigger picture clicked in. His head snapped towards the semi-liquid, eyes widened like saucers, and his jaw, hanging like a buffoon. Quinn hurriedly got to his feet, but his feet were asleep, so he fell down to his knees. He crawled towards the blue semi-liquid and finally stuttered the identity of the unknown material. Absolute zero. It is absolute zero. I can't believe it. Quinn's voice raised as he exclaimed, I friggin' can not believe it. Absolute zero was an alchemic material, a magical material that had a temperature of 0 Kelvin, 273.15 Celsius, or minus 459.7 Fahrenheit. Or in simple words, a temperature of absolute zero, the lowest temperature possible on the thermodynamic temperature scale. And most importantly, it was a paradoxical material because reaching absolute zero was impossible. You could reach temperatures close to absolute zero, but getting absolute zero was impossible because that would signify there was no existence of any type of energy present, and that was impossible. And yet, absolute zero material existed. It wasn't as catchy as the Philosopher's Stone and didn't grant eternal life, turned anything into gold, or produced panacea that could cure any disease in the world. But absolute zero was an alchemic achievement that would provide an alchemist with eternal glory and cement their position in the annals of time. Different materials would demonstrate astonishing properties if provided the cold energy from absolute zero. It was theorized that gold, the best conductor of magic if cooled down to absolute zero, would become the perfect magic conductor. It would allow a flow of magic unprecedented by anything possible. Currently, there weren't any known existences of absolute zero material in the entire magical world. A magical marvel made possible with alchemy, murmured Quinn as he stared at the blue semi-liquid floating in the air. Quinn was just a novice alchemist and couldn't even imagine the process of creation of absolute zero, but he understood what it signified. He could appreciate the wondrous existence in front of him. He turned his eyes to the outside, finally understanding the mechanism that created the icy hell outside. The ice outside resulted from leaking some of the cold from the absolute zero to construct a defensive mechanism. The freezing hell that could kill people instantly was just a small leakage from the absolute zero. And the primary purpose of leaking cold energy to the outside was to keep the absolute zero stable, and the defensive mechanism was just an added benefit. Quinn looked at the absolute zero for a while before putting on the layers of clothes. He needed to exit the vault and go back to his common room. He gave the absolute zero a final look before sighing. Quinn understood the reason behind the runes and charms in the vault. They were keeping absolute zero contained in this vault because absolute zero was extremely dangerous. If Quinn released it from the bindings, the result would be far worse than the icy region outside. If kept uncontained, absolute zero would turn entire Hogwarts into a freezing hell far worse than the defensive mechanism keeping it in check. The temperatures would drop so low that even Quinn, with his blood magic, would die instantly. The defensive mechanism would seem like a paradise compared to the unchecked power of absolute zero. It would be the sure death of every living being in the vicinity. Quinn wasn't even sure that the ghosts would survive, their souls might die in the intense cold. Heck, it could possibly cool down the Earth's core before collapsing because of the intense heat. While Quinn understood the runes and charms, he couldn't replicate them to make a portable version for himself, and leaving absolute zero here was his own choice. So cold that even death might die, thought Quinn, feeling a little fear at the possible ramification, but his eyes showed a determination shine. One day. I will reach this level, one day, thought Quinn. Planning to thoroughly research the absolute zero to gain another level of insight into alchemy. Just before leaving, Quinn undid the transfiguration on the water vapor, and the moment the magic lifted, the gas instantly rushed to the gate and froze into the snowflake icicle. He once again focused on the snowflake icicle and turned it into water vapor, transfigured it into magnesium, and this time it went without a hitch. Phew, glad that wasn't a fluke, chuckled Quinn, not wanting to imagine how pissed he would be if he unlocked the icy vault at a fluke. Lifting the magic one last time, Quinn reset the defensive mechanism and finally walked away with a hop in his step, even though he was tired from pulling an all-nighter. Scene break. Next week was the end-of-year examinations, and that kept Quinn a little busy, but when Quinn looked at the buyer's sheet table, a smile parted his face. In the last 2 to 3 weeks, Quinn had a boatload of business. Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and a part of Slytherin house students came in like a flood to buy Quinn's notes. The sudden realization that the examinations were near and the accompanying panic was a major boost to Quinn's business. The students came flooding in for copies of exam notes, and Quinn sold them like hotcakes. He even had to send for a reprint order so that he could keep up with the demand. Quinn was sure that in a year or two, he could fill up a tub with sickles. Laying down in a tub of money. Oh yeah, that would be cool, all right, had thought Quinn when he checked the total gains from the sales. Almost all of the students had jumped on the 50% discount and agreed to owe Quinn a favor. There were a few people who paid in full and didn't take the deduction. Like students from wealthy families didn't bother with the discount and bought the set in full. A few didn't want to owe Quinn a favor, so they either pooled money to buy an entire set or bought selected subjects. Quinn remembered chuckling when Crabbe and Goyle came into the AID office and bought 3 sets for themselves and Draco. He had read their minds, and it made a glorious memory for Quinn. The result was that in a few weeks, Quinn had amassed more influence than he had been able to in the past several months. And, as Quinn predicted, a few professors had visited him at the AID office. It was the last week of April when a trio comprising Lily Potter, Phileas Flitwick, and Minerva McGonagall came knocking. Quinn was sitting behind his office desk doing some work when the door chime rang, and instinctively Quinn spoke. "Welcome to AID. How may I help?" But when he raised his, Quinn saw the 3 professors and trailed off at the end. "Professors, what an unexpected surprise," said Quinn, standing up from his chair. "What brings you 3 here?" The 3 visitors didn't reply for a moment, taking in the ambience of the AID office. In the past few months, Quinn had actively changed the decor and feel of the office. The glass wall no longer looked ugly and was now the best feature of the room. There were a lot of random paintings hanging from the walls that Quinn liked to look at. A few plants, giving the room some green color, and some trinkets that Quinn placed because they looked cool. The office now looked a lot more put together and homogeneous. The decor and vibe fit together and completed the look. Flitwick was the first one to speak up. "It is the first time I have come to this classroom, but you have changed it quite a bit, Mr. West." Quinn smiled in reply. "Had to make some changes, Professor." McGonagall, who was touching the glass partition wall and noticed, "This is transmutation. Now that I recall, you do know about transmutation, don't you, Mr. West?" McGonagall remembered the conversation she had with Quinn a month ago. "You are correct, Professor. I transmuted many panes of glass to create a big glass wall," answered Quinn as he put down an additional stool in front of his desk, increasing the number to 3. He didn't want the professors to enter his workshop because there was a lot of stuff in there that, even though it won't get Quinn in trouble, would reveal that Quinn was exceedingly advanced for his age. "Please take a seat," gestured Quinn as he went to his chair. He wanted to control the direction of the conversation. "So, what brings you here, professors?" "I hope I am not in trouble," asked Quinn as the 3 professors sat down. "Oh, nothing like that, Mr. West. We came here to discuss the exam notes that you have been selling," responded Lily Potter. Quinn slightly tilted his head and asked, "I see, what about them?" "We wanted to check and make sure that there aren't any mistakes in the notes. The entirety of the Ravenclaw first and second year populace is using your notes, and we wanted to just check the accuracy of the notes," said Flitwick, chiming in. Quinn lightly shrugged. "I have no problems with that," said Quinn, taking out a set of both years' notes and pushing them towards the professors. "Actually, if you guys give the notes your approval, I could add that straight to the cover for advertisement," said Quinn, thinking about treating this as quality certification from a higher authority. Flitwick and Lily chuckled while McGonagall put on her glasses, pulling out the Transfiguration notes. Flitwick pulled out the Charms notes while Lily targeted the Potion notes. Quinn sat back and didn't disturb the professors. He eventually returned to his work. The room fell silent as the 3 professors continued to read the notes while Quinn continued to do his homework. When Flitwick was done with Charms, he picked up Defense Against Dark Arts, while Lily and McGonagall picked up Herbology and History of Magic, respectively. When Lily was done, she left Astronomy to the other 2 teachers and observed Quinn. Ivy told her all about the AID service that was being run by a student, and when Lily asked for a name, she was surprised to hear the name Quinn West. And, when she asked around, it surprised her that Quinn had Flitwick's permission to permanently occupy an empty classroom for personal use. When Flitwick revealed that all Ravenclaw first and second years were using Quinn's notes, McGonagall had decided to assess the accuracy of the notes, and thus they were here. "Mr. West, what other services do you provide here?" asked Lily. Quinn looked up from his work and answered, "I work to fulfill any request that is asked of me. Bring me broken stuff, and I will fix it. Have a problem with homework, and I will help you with it." He looked at McGonagall, who looked up from the notes and assured her, "I don't do it for them, and neither do I let them copy from mine. I just tell them where to look for it." He returned to Lily and continued, "You need information about a topic, and I will research it for you. I also charm objects on request. My most popular requests for charm work are date items that guys ask me for Hogsmeade weekends," smiled Quinn. Quinn took out 3 cards from his desk and passed one to each of the professors. "Please do think of me when you have a problem that needs to be solved," said Quinn as he gave them the AID cards. Lily looked at the card and then asked, "Can I have a first-year set? I would like to buy one for my son." Quinn smiled, "Of course, Professor. That would be 2 galleons and 1 sickle," said Quinn, retrieving a fresh set for her. He didn't offer her a discount as he didn't want to raise suspicion. Lily smiled and pulled out the asked amount, and gave it to Quinn. "Please fill your name, subjects, and amount paid in sickles in this table," said Quinn, giving the buyer's list to Lily. Lily looked at the sheet of paper and was surprised to see so many names on the sheet. She followed the example of the person above her and filled all the slots. Finally, McGonagall closed the final notebook and declared, "There weren't any mistakes in your notes, Mr. West. These notebooks have been well thought of, they will be of great help. I will recommend these to students." Quinn's face lit up, and he grinned, "Thank you, Professor." She nodded, but then she looked at the glass wall and asked, "Mr. West, what is on the other side of the glass wall?" Quinn looked at the glass wall and casually answered, "Oh, I practice my magic on the other side." McGonagall nodded, looking away from the glass wall, and focused her attention on the office itself. After talking for a few minutes, the 3 teachers left the office, and Quinn leaned into his chair, breathing a sigh of relief. "Never thought I would give the professors my card," spoke Quinn. He paused before smiling. "Business is doing wonders, grandfather would be proud." Chapter 42, ending the school year on a positive note. The end-of-year exams were over, and Quinn was finally free from sitting for tests and giving last-minute lectures the entirety of Ravenclaw's second-year population. The downside of being the top scorer on exams and being nice to most of his housemates was that people came to him just before exams for help. Southwest Quinn held up court in the Ravenclaw common room and took doubts and questions before every exam. Now, he sat in his workshop with a small stack of paper plus a manila folder sitting in front of him. The title on the manila folder read, Chapter, Vault 1, Temp. Quinn categorized this chapter under Project, Vaults. He had opened this project for the cursed vaults present in Hogwarts. If things went according to plan and he didn't face any unforeseen problems, this project would have 5 chapters correlating to the 5 cursed vaults present in Hogwarts. Quinn waved a hand over the manila folder, and the writing disappeared. Picking up his fountain pen, he changed the title on the manila folder. Chapter, Icy Vault. The once-named Vault 1 was now turned to Icy Vault. "Let's start," spoke Quinn, picking up a sheet from the stack and started transcribing all of his experience from his first interaction with Friar to this very day. The document had everything from how to find the wall on the 5th-floor corridor, what charms and spells were used to detect the wall, and what were the exact responses wanted from the detection spells. Quinn wrote in detail about the methodology he used and referenced every technique he used to find the entrance to the icy corridor. Next, Quinn wrote about how to open the entrance to the icy corridor. He gave a detailed description of how to channel magic into the wall in a particular sequence so that wall would give way to the icy corridor. He explained how his method reacted and triggered the charms in the wall. The next part of the document detailed everything about the icy corridor. How the temperature increased as you walked deeper inside, recording the decreasing temperature at regular distances till the end of the corridor where an invisible barrier existed that separated the corridor from the icy vault region. The vault region was extensive as Quinn had to write about the temperature, the defensive mechanism, and the magic he has used. The blood magic was an essential part of the document report as it was the magic that kept a person alive in there, and without it or a suitable alternative, death was guaranteed. The subtopic in the report mentioned how Quinn used blood magic and every traditional spell that allowed a person who used a magical focus to replicate his results. Quinn was sure that if he published the blood magic part of the document, he would gain fame in the magical community for using dark magic and the fascinating theory behind the blood magic application. The document continued by explaining the defense mechanism of the vault and went through every part of the rune, charm, transfiguration, and transmutation work that the mechanism employed to create the effects that the operation showed. There were pages upon pages on how every rune corresponded to the mechanism's function, how the charms operated to keep the system online, and working from the source energy provided by the absolute zero material locked in the vault. With the defensive mechanism came the method to open it and enter the vault. The section was filled with observations on ice and water properties and how to perform transmutation and transfiguration on the snowflake icicle. Quinn theoretically explained the sublimation process of ice into water vapor and why he transfigured the gas into magnesium. Every tweak required to make the magic work and wrest the control from the defensive mechanism was mentioned. Quinn spun a perfect blend of theoretical and experimental observation to produce a result that worked 100% of the time. Finally, Quinn mentioned the center of it all, the absolute zero in the vault. Quinn didn't dive into details because first, he knew little about absolute zero and its alchemic properties, and second, Quinn was going to create another separate record for absolute zero. The presence of absolute zero near Quinn was a fortuitous encounter, and Quinn was going to research extensively. The observations and experimental records would be of extraordinary value in the magical research and alchemic community. There weren't any known instances of absolute zero in the current time, so any records from absolute zero would be groundbreaking. It took Quinn a week to complete the document under the Icy Vault chapter, and when he finished, Quinn had penned 78 pages worth of material. The last page of the report was Quinn's personal remarks about the entire experience. The exploration of the first cursed vault, which I have named the Icy Vault, was a long and arduous process. The experience challenged me time after time to find new methods to solve the numerous problems I faced. I spent months of my life working on the Icy Vault, but despite the difficulties I faced and the time I devoted to it, I am glad that I could experience it and would do it again if given a choice. I haven't even started to explore the mysteries of absolute zero, and yet I have learned so much. It started me on a new field of magic, blood magic. I will continue to learn more about this branch of magic. I thoroughly researched the elemental magic of ice and water to aid me in my progress. In the process, I learned so much that I can say that water and ice magic are my strongest suit. While working on the defensive mechanism, I gained another level of insight into transmutation and transfiguration. The resistance from the defensive mechanism forced me to optimize my magic usage. Now, my efficiency and skill in both these fields are on a different level. I would laugh at past me if he said that he was good at transfiguration and transmutation. Looking at the future, I figure that the remaining 4 vaults would also help me gain valuable experience and lead me to grow as a magic user. I look forward to the future in the hope that it would be eventful. Signing off. Quinn West. After editing, proofreading, and cleaning up the document, Quinn admired his work before charming every single page of the Icy Vault document so that no one else could read it and then sealed all the pages inside the manila folder. He walked to the file cabinet in the workshop and dropped the folder inside, finally ending the Icy Vault exploration. Scene break. Late at night, Quinn walked with Recon floating in front of him. The corridors of Hogwarts were silent and dark, most of the portraits were sleeping, and Quinn was making sure that no one saw him, so he was alone and unseen. He took a turn and finally found the one he was looking for. Quinn smiled and decided to dramatic. He ramped up his magic and started to freeze his surroundings. Thin sheets of ice emerged as the surrounding temperature dropped. The floating ghost was looking at the night sky, felt something. He turned to see Quinn standing at a distance from him, with ice surrounding the floors and walls. "Follow me, Friar, you gave me a quest, and I have completed it. Come with me to witness a first in the 1,000-year history of Hogwarts," said Quinn to the Hufflepuff ghost who gave him the quest to open the cursed vaults. Friar's ghostly eyes widened as he heard Quinn and saw the ice. He knew the signs. You opened it?" asked Friar as he floated towards Quinn. The two walked in silence as they made their way towards the 5th-floor corridor. Friar eyed Quinn suspiciously. He didn't believe that Quinn had opened the vault. He wasn't even sure that Quinn had opened the entrance. It was too soon. People had tried and failed time and time again. Living and dead reached the 5th floor. To the place that both knew was the entrance of the icy corridor. Quinn placed his hand on the wall and smiled towards Friar. Friar's eyes widened as he saw the bricks shake and the wall give space to reveal the icy corridor. Friar followed Quinn, still stunned to see the progress Quinn had made in less than a year. He had seen others take several years just to open this wall. You know, this vault gave me a lot of problems. I almost died the first time I entered, and it was pure luck that I survived. My magic really came in clutch, said Quinn as he put on his usual cold clothing. Friar looked at Quinn and warned, "Are you sure that you opened the wall? It won't do any good from bragging. Don't enter there if you aren't ready. I have seen better men die by descending those steps." Quinn smirked as he repeated, "Better men. You must not have chosen them carefully. Let me show you how it is done." Friar stared as he saw glowing veins appeared on Quinn's face. "What is that magic?" questioned Friar, moving closer to Quinn, but stopped when he got closer to the steps. This is the answer," said Quinn as he descended the steps, entering the vault region. Friar watched, scared that Quinn would die, but his eyes widened as he saw Quinn turn around and raise his arms. "This is how it is done. I don't brag, Friar. Everything I saw I can do, I can deliver," laughed Quinn. Quinn turned on the spot and thrusted his hands towards the snowflake icicle. Friar looked away from Quinn and towards the vault gate. He saw the snowflake icicle shake. With every passing second, the trembles become more pronounced. Did he really accomplish it, though Friar, his faith in Quinn increasing? Friar's gasped when he saw the snowflake turn into water vapor, but it wasn't the end. He watched as the gas collected itself, and in midair, it turned into a lump of metal. The lump of metal fell to the floor with a thud. Quinn waved his hand, and the gate opened. Like usual, spears of ice came shooting out. "Be careful," yelled Friar, trying to warn Quinn. Quinn stood with his hands behind his back and watched the spears close on him, and the second they came near him, the spears turned into water, and the water parted. Not a single drop touched Quinn. Quinn turned to face Friar and smirked, "Well, do you believe me now?" Friar nodded as he stared at the blue light he could see in the vault. He pointed at it and asked, "What is that?" Quinn looked inside the vault and answered, "That is absolute zero." Friar looked at Quinn, confused, "What is that?" Quinn shook his head and spoke, "Don't worry about it. Just know that it is freezing. Much colder than where I am standing. It is the reason behind all the cold in the vault." Both stared at the blue light. The dead because it was something that the ghost had wanted to see in a long time, but it took centuries, and now Friar had finally seen it. The living because it reminded him of the time he spent here and the future of new findings. After a while, the pair left the icy corridor and went back to the 5th floor. Friar looked at Quinn and spoke, "I believe congratulations are in order." "Thank you," replied Quinn. "Now, let me tell you about the next vault," said Friar, but Quinn shook his head and said, "No." Friar frowned and asked, "What do you mean, no?" Quinn sighed and answered, "I spent a lot of time this year on this vault and would like a break. If you tell me the clue to the next one, I will end up thinking about it. So, for now, hold that clue. When I return next year, we will continue." Quinn didn't want to take on another vault clue and then spend his summer break contemplating on it. Friar watched Quinn before speaking, "All right. I respect your decision. I will give you the vault clue next year when you return." Scene break. After talking to Friar, Quinn spent a week going to sleep early and didn't break curfew. He just relaxed and read some books for light reading. And, in that week, one day, Quinn went to the Great Hall for breakfast. His eyes fell upon the high table, and he noticed Quirrell wasn't at breakfast. Alarm bells rang in Quinn's mind as Quirrell had been punctual at eating breakfast in the Great Hall. Quinn looked at the Gryffindor table and saw that Ron, Hermione, and Ivy were sitting close to each other and were talking in hushed voices. Harry Potter was missing from the group. Quinn's brows raised, and he thought, "Oh, damn. Harry did in Quirrell, didn't he? I missed it, huh?" Quinn leaned onto the table and rested his upper body on it, arms crossed. "Well, whatever, nothing to do with me," thought Quinn. He lost interest in the Philosopher's Stone after his failed attempt to get a look at it. He realized that even if he was present at Quirrell versus Harry, he wouldn't have been able to swipe the stone. In the books, Dumbledore had gotten there just when Harry had cremated Quirrell into ashes, and Quinn didn't want to take the risk of being there at that moment. He wasn't confident in hiding from Dumbledore. So, Quinn had given up on getting the Philosopher's Stone. But, I would have loved to meet Nicholas Flamel, thought Quinn. He was very jealous of Leah when she told him that Flamels gave an annual lecture at Beauxbatons, and she had gotten to talk to the alchemist and his wife during her school days. Quinn gave a last look to the Gryffindor table and thought, maybe I should go visit the hospital wing. Eddie looked at Quinn and asked, "What is up with you? You have been weirdly loose and relaxed for the past few days. It is creeping me out." Quinn turned his face towards his roommate and raised his hand. His hand went behind Eddie's ear, and when he brought it back, he had a chocolate ball in his hand. "Carmichael, you worked hard for the exams. You deserve sweets for breakfast. Go on, have this chocolate," said Quinn. Eddie took the chocolate from Quinn and exclaimed in awe, "How do you that? Making things appear from nowhere. Did you learn some advanced conjuration spell?" Quinn lazily smiled and said a single word, "Magic." "Hey, I want a chocolate too," said Marcus from across the table. Quinn smiled and spoke, "Check your right pant pocket." Marcus put his hand in his pant pocket, and his eyes widened as he pulled out a chocolate ball. "Now, how did you do that?" "Like I told you, magic," was all Quinn said because a magician never revealed his secrets. Scene break. Quinn's mood had improved considerably, and he danced his way into the hospital wing. In his hand was a small crate with numerous vials of various potions. "Madame Pomfrey, I have come to visit," said Quinn, looking for the matron. The Mediwitch poked her head from one of the curtains and sighed, "What is it, Mr. West?" "I am busy." Quinn grinned as he walked towards the matron. "Madame Pomfrey, you always say that. We don't talk anymore. It is like you are avoiding me." Quinn's voice trailed at the end as he saw that Madame Pomfrey wasn't alone. On the bed laid one Harry Potter, and on his bedside sat Professor Lily Potter and her husband, James Potter. On the other side of the bed, Ivy Potter stared at him. "You," uttered Quinn. He looked at Lily and greeted, "Good afternoon, Professor." "Good afternoon, Mr. West," greeted the older redhead. Quinn felt a gaze on him and looked at the source to find Ivy Potter staring at him. Quinn tilted his head and did a barely noticeable shrug as if telling her, "I told you so." He looked at Pomfrey and said, "I bought some potions and was thinking we could have some afternoon tea, but it seems you are busy, so let's do that later." He lifted the crate slightly and asked, "Where should I put these?" "Put them beside my table," said the matron. Quinn nodded, and with a last cursory glance at the Potter family, he left. After Quinn left, Lily looked at Pomfrey and asked, "How do you know Mr. West?" Pomfrey sighed as she checked on Harry. "He was in an accident and had to stay here for a while. From then on, he comes by every week pestering me on healing magic." She once again sighed and said, "That child talks a little too much for my taste." She still remembered how Quinn talked to her while admitted here. When she said that his loud voice, while she worked, was disturbing other patients, he started to use magic to deliver his sound directly to her ears. She, on multiple occasions, had to face weird looks from other patients and questions about why she was talking to herself. She had to take away Quinn's wand to stop his talking. "What about those potions?" This time, the inquiry came from Ivy Potter. She was extremely curious about the person who knew about the restricted area. "That child brews potions for the hospital wing every time he comes for a visit. It is his way to thank me for answering his questions," replied the matron. "Potions? You are saying that he is brewing medical potions?" "He doesn't look much older than Harry or Ivy," asked James Potter. "Mr. West is great at brewing potions. His potions stand up to standards, so there are no problems with the quality of the potions," revealed the matron. Quinn, who knew nothing about the conversation, walked to the AID office while humming a happy tune. Chapter 43, House Cup Shenanigans, and Dark Lord's Life. The end-of-year feast was always a hearty process. All the students were in the Great Hall, filling the hall with bustling activity. The Great Hall was decked out in Slytherin colors of green and silver to celebrate Slytherin's winning the House Cup for the 7th year in a row. A huge banner showing the Slytherin serpent covered the wall behind the high table. Quinn looked at the emerald green covering the hall and thought, "I could change it to Ravenclaw colors, no one will ever know, no one." The current score on the house point scoreboard was Slytherin in the lead with 482 points, the runner-up Ravenclaw with 476 points, in the third place was Hufflepuff with 342 points, and in the last place was Gryffindor with 322 points. Quinn had scored lots of points for Ravenclaw this year, so the difference between the first and second place was just a measly 6 points. Not like I care, thought Quinn. He looked at the Slytherin colors and banners and thought, the Slytherin dynasty is about to end. They did well, 6 years in the running. Now, the Gryffindor era would start with the Golden Boy in the lead. Ah, the illusion created by the system, said Quinn, stretching his arms in his seat. Man, we were so close. We could have beaten Slytherin this year, said Eddie, clapping Quinn on his back. Don't worry about winning, Carmichael. Just be a podium guy. You know, be in the top 3, and you would be fine, spoke Quinn, speaking words of wisdom. Then you would be fine if you didn't score at the top in the exams, spoke Eddie. Quinn made a face and delivered, what nonsense you are talking about. It makes no sense if I don't come out on top. He patted Eddie's head and continued, you guys are like goldfish to me. Ravenclaws are smart goldfish, Slytherins are sneaky goldfish, but some are foolish, Hufflepuffs are normal goldfish, and Gryffindors are dumb goldfish. I can't lose to you guys. That was rude, like really rude, deadpanned Eddie. Take no offense. Here, have this chocolate, it will make you feel better, said Quinn, opening his hand as a plume of smoke puffed to reveal a chocolate-covered hazelnut. Eddie took the chocolate and smiled, thank you, dude. Quinn watched as Eddie ate the chocolate. Should I experiment with this? No, right. Suddenly the hall became silent, and heads turned towards the Great Hall's gate. Quinn followed everyone and saw Harry Potter standing there with a wide grin on his face. Harry confidently walked to the Gryffindor table with confidence and strutting stride. Yeah, this Harry Potter is a different one, thought Quinn. He had observed Harry the entire school year, at least kept a wandering eye on him, and this one was confident, more outgoing, and didn't shy away from attention. The Great Hall once again bustled with activity after the sudden dip to silence. They were talking about the rumor that was circulating in the Hogwarts rumor mill. The story circulating was the Golden Quartet, Harry Potter, Ivy Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ronald Weasley stopped Quirinus Quirrell from stealing what was inside the restricted section of the 3rd floor. Students talked about wild stories about their adventure and bravery, all courtesy of the Weasley twins. They spun ridiculous stories, students being students believed everything they spewed in the rumor mill. Do you really think Ivy Potter killed a troll? Asked Marcus from across the table. She fought a troll during Halloween, so maybe she really did, said Eddie, giving into the rumor. Quinn shook his head to himself. He had talked to his contacts in Gryffindor and found that Ivy Potter had taken the troll using the same method as during Halloween, bonking it over the head and knocking it out. It surprised Quinn that Troll wasn't knocked out by Quirrell, another event that changed from the canon timeline. Dumbledore arrived moments later, and the babble died away. With another year gone, spoke Dumbledore cheerfully. And I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully, your heads are all a little fuller than they were, you have the entire summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. He looked at the student body through his half-moon glasses and continued, now, as I understand it, the house cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus. Dumbledore listed off the points of each house, and a storm of cheering and stamping broke out from the Slytherin table. This year, the competition was extremely close. Ravenclaw House was just 6 points behind the reigning cup holder, Slytherin. A lot of community service made it possible for this close competition, announced Dumbledore. The entire Ravenclaw table cheered for Quinn, and he raised his hand to acknowledge the cheers. And, I made a lot of money, laughed Quinn, but the claps and cheers drowned his voice. However, recent events must be taken into account, continued Dumbledore. The room went very still. The Slytherin smiles faded a little. Ahem, said Dumbledore. I have a few last-minute points to dish out. Let me see. Yes. He cleared his throat and announced, first to Mr. Ronald Weasley. For the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 40 points. Gryffindor cheers nearly raised the bewitched ceiling, the stars overhead seemed to quiver. Percy could be heard telling the other prefects, my brother, you know. My youngest brother. Got past McGonagall's giant chess set. Second to Ms. Ivy Potter, for showing bravery in the face of danger. To the defeater of trolls, I award Gryffindor House 40 points, said Dumbledore, looking at Ivy Potter. The redhead looked proud and embarrassed at the same time. Third, I award another 40 points to Miss Hermione Granger for the use of cool logic in the face of fire. I award Gryffindor House 40 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, and Gryffindor students were beside themselves. They were 120 points up. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, said Dumbledore. The room went deadly quiet. For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House another 40 points. The din was deafening. Those who could add up while yelling themselves hoarse knew that Gryffindor now had 482 points, the same as Slytherin. They had tied for the House Cup, if only Dumbledore had given Harry just one more point. Dumbledore raised his hand. The room gradually fell silent. There are all kinds of courage, said Dumbledore, smiling. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to enemies and, more importantly, to friends. I, therefore, award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Someone standing outside the Great Hall might well have thought some sort of explosion had taken place, so loud was the noise that erupted from the Gryffindor table. Harry, Ron, Ivy, and Hermione stood up to yell and cheer as Neville, white with shock, disappeared under a pile of people hugging him. He had never won so much as a point for Gryffindor before. In fact, he was usually the prime target of Snape's point deductions. Which means, Dumbledore called over the storm of applause, for even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating the downfall of Slytherin. We need a little change of decoration. In an instant, the green hangings became scarlet, and the silver became gold, the Slytherin serpent vanished, and a towering Gryffindor lion took its place. Snape was shaking Professor McGonagall's hand with a forced smile. Quinn, on the other hand, was laughing so hard that his sides hurt. The system is broken, he cackled. He looked over to the Slytherin table and saw the tragic and shocked faces at the sudden change of events. He felt joy seeing the Slytherin defeated by the system that they had exploited for 6 straight years. Snape had helped Slytherin with house points by offering them plenty of house points and cutting house points from the competition. Now, Dumbledore had injected Gryffindor with 170 points, giving them the House Cup. The broken system that kept Hogwarts students in check being exploited brought laughter to Quinn. His eyes caught the eyes of Daphne, and that made him stop laughing and start whistling cluelessly. The Slytherin blonde glared at the whistling fool with a scoff. Scene break. The day the students boarded the Hogwarts Express for returning home, all students except 5th and 7th year students got their exam results. Quinn looked at the sheet of parchment and casually looked over it. All OS showed on the report card with asterisks on every subject except potions and history of magic, showing that he scored over 100% on the tests. He created a dozen copies of his report card with the doubling charm and packed the original with his luggage. With report card day in Ravenclaw, he knew his year mates would want to see his results, so to avoid the whole interrogatory session, he made the copies to hand out. As he predicted, the moment he came down from his dorm room, second years surrounded him. Okay. Wait. You hooligans. Here, take these, and leave me alone. He handed the copies to the mindless second years. Oh, come on. How do you score more than 100%? Asked one of them. Quinn lifted his hands and showed it to them. These hands have magic in them. Whatever they write turns to pure intellectual gold. Marietta Edgecombe raised her hand and asked, Quinn, I have a job for you. Quinn tilted his head, now. She nodded and took out a sickle. Let me kick you, and I will give you this sickle. Quinn joined his hands in front of him and politely bowed. I would like to inform you we at AID reserve our right to accept requests and would like to politely refuse this task. Edgecombe snorted and crossed her arms in amusements. Second year at Hogwarts was over, and Quinn was returning home. Scene break. Quinn got off the red train and looked around the platform. He saw the reporters scattered around. They were waiting for the Potters to come down from the train. Students needed to board the Hogwarts Express without exceptions to exit and enter Hogwarts. He didn't take a few steps, and a reporter stopped him. Why is he stopping me? Thought Quinn, puzzled at the situation. Hey little buddy, can you tell me something about Harry Potter? Asked the reporter. Ah, of course, realized Quinn. Not wanting to entertain the reporter, Quinn pointed to his left and yelled, "Look, Ivy Potter just came out of the train." When the reporter looked to the side, Quinn slipped by and letting the horde of deboarding students act as his camouflage. Quinn looked for the one who was picking him up and immediately found the person. It was Uncle Elliot, the West family butler. He still looked perfect, with not a single thing out of place. Clothes perfectly ironed, shoes polished, hair combed perfectly, and his patent kind expression on his face. "Uncle Elliot!" Quinn yelled, beaming as he hurried towards the older gentleman. Elliot looked towards the voice and smiled as he saw Quinn hurrying towards him. "Young master." "It has been too long, Uncle," said Quinn, hugging Elliot. Elliot hugged Quinn back before saying, "Young master, let's leave from here. The platform is getting a bit too crowded." Quinn nodded, and the two walked to the apparition point. "How was school, young master?" asked Elliot. "It was quite eventful. I learned a lot, and a lot of interesting stuff happened this year," answered Quinn. "Oh, tell me all about it," asked Elliot, interested in Quinn's experience. "You won't believe me if I told you," Quinn chuckled as he looked up towards Elliot. "Try me," responded Elliot. Quinn smiled and asked, "What do you know about the Philosopher's Stone?" Scene break. When Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter, Helena, stole her mother's diadem, she hid it in an Albanian forest. The bloody Baron came to the forest to retrieve her but ended up killing her on impulse when she refused and then himself in repentance. The diadem remained hidden for several centuries until Tom Marvolo Riddle discovered Helena was the Grey Lady, the house ghost of Ravenclaw, and managed to get the information about its resting place from her. He recovered it, murdered a peasant, and turned it into one of his Horcruxes. Following his downfall in 1981, Tom Riddle, now known as Lord Voldemort, fled to the forests in Albania in his weakened state. In 1991 he encountered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell, who was looking for him so that he could at the very least try to capture him, or at best learn from him. However, Quirrell overestimated himself, and Voldemort completely overpowered the men, thus leaving Albania. And, now following his failed attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort had returned to Albania, weaker than ever. Voldemort lost his physical form and magical powers, but he remained alive in ghostly form. The Horcruxes he had created kept his spirit bound to the physical world. His one remaining power was possession. Voldemort gained physical form by inhabiting animals, mainly snakes. Though he disliked doing so because the bodies of such animals were ill-equipped to perform magic and because his possession significantly reduced their lifespans, none of his hosts survived for too long. After his downfall against the infant Harry Potter, Voldemort had lived like this for a decade, possessing animals, corroding their bodies with his unfitting soul, and at the same time fighting the animalistic instincts from his host bodies. In 1981, he was angry when he had lost his physical body, raged at the thought of being bested by Euphemia Potter and her use of ancient magic, and it angered him greatly when he found his demise had been publicized by the hands of a 1-year-old babe. The great Dark Lord Voldemort had lost to a 1-year-old child. There was no greater slight on his honor and reputation. Grindelwald had lost to Albus Dumbledore, but an infant had bested him. It made Voldemort's blood boil thinking about it. Quirinus Quirrell had made a voyage to Albania, where his foolish and gullible mind was vulnerable to Voldemort. He latched onto Quirrell's body and came back to England with him. It was a ray of hope for the first time in a decade. He ordered Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone from a Vault 713 in Gringotts Wizarding Bank so he could make the elixir of life, creating a body for himself. Voldemort discovered the stone had been removed earlier that same day, and through Quirrell's connections at Hogwarts, learned it was hidden at the school. It turned out that even a human's body wasn't resilient enough to host 2 souls and needed external help. Thus, Voldemort ordered Quirrell to prey on unicorns in the Forbidden Forest and drink their blood so he could gain strength from the unicorn's healing abilities and keep Quirrell alive. After an entire school year of trying to get to the stone, Voldemort ordered Quirrell to send a fake letter to Albus Dumbledore, asking him to go to the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort moved forward with his goal, moving through the security barriers to the Mirror of Erist. Quirrell saw himself presenting the stone to his master but could not figure out how to get it. Then Harry Potter arrived, and when Quirrell attacked Harry, Euphemia Potter's ancient magic struck again. It burned Quirrell's body, and Voldemort barely fled from the harm. Now here he was for a second time, without a human body, back to inhabiting animal bodies. This time around, Voldemort's emotions weren't of anger but of despair. His first and only hope in 10 years had gone down the drain. Now, he didn't know when would the next chance come along. He slithered in his current snake body, moving to the familiar area of the Albanian forest. The place that he had spent a lot of time in his body less exile. When he entered the area, Voldemort hissed with all his might, trying to message someone in Parseltongue. It took a minute before Voldemort picked up vibrations from his inner snake ears. He turned his snake body and saw an enormous, green snake, roughly 12 feet long and as thick as a man's thigh. "Oh, Nagini," hissed Voldemort, moving closer to the green snake. He liked Nagini. She was rather cunning and deceptive and understood how humans behaved. Possessing a powerful bond with Voldemort, Nagini alone did not fear his wrathful moments, as he never punished her for failures nor took it out on her when misfortune struck him. He was as close to her as he could be to any living being. Voldemort didn't fear her betraying him. She was loyal to him with all her life, and that point provided him with comfort. The only comfort in the hellish life he was living. Chapter 44, Change in Mindscape, and the Sales Pitch. A few days into the summer break between 2 school years, Quinn laid in the bed in his room. The room had changed little in the years Quinn had occupied it. The only changes were the larger study table and pictures on the wall, accumulated over the years, capturing precious memories in their frames. Not all of them moved like the magical photographs did and remained still like non-magical photography. There was something in still photos that Quinn liked, and some shots were stripped off their magic, leaving the exact moment they were clicked. The room's occupant had his eyes closed, laying on his back, away from the real world, and inside his mindscape. The same mindscape that once had been a white space and was turned into a vast green grass field with clouds above, gracing the blue sky with their pearly white contrast. On the grassy field stood a manor, a building that acted as a gateway to the place in the mind where the memories resided, bringing them into the mindscape for better access. Inside the manor, memories manifested in the form of books. Thousands of books sat on hundreds of shelves, each book representing a memory, memories from all over Quinn's life. Be it something as trivial as what he ate at dinner over a month ago to vital things like the proper method for channeling blood magic without harming the body. Outside the mind replica of the West Manor stood Quinn, gazing at the building that he had built years ago and had since spent hours upon hours changing the sorting scheme of the memory books, creating and developing methods of crafting new memory books. Sorting memories so that they would be easier to find and access and, at the same time, the configuration scheme of the books would make it difficult for a legilimens to see his memories. Quinn turned away from the West Manor replica and looked in the opposite direction. Suddenly the scenery shifted, and Quinn stood in a much larger building. A building that outclassed the West Manor in every size aspect. It covered more ground and stood much taller than the West Manor. A complete replica of Hogwarts Castle stood in Quinn's mindscape, exuding the grandeur like the actual one in the real world. He had modified the grassy terrain of the mindscape to suit the castle's surroundings. Rocky canyons, lakes, and trees were now part of the fabricated ecosystem in Quinn's mindscape. It had taken Quinn 2 years to complete this replica in his mindscape. Hundreds of nights and days of exploration of the castle, several miles/kilometers of foot mileage, tons of memorization, and hours of immersion in memories of the castle to construct a stronger image of the building and its interior. Quinn took a step forward, and the scenery once again changed. He stood inside the castle, in the Great Hall, looking at the charmed ceiling, which now showed a clear sky. The same as Quinn's simple fabrication of the sky. With each step Quinn took, he was in a different room in a distinct part of the castle. There were quite a few differences between the real and replica of Hogwarts. The portraits in the actual version weren't present here, and the walls were now covered with empty frames. Quinn's variant didn't have a room of requirements as he didn't have the time to create a working version of room of requirements, so he left it out for now. Professors' offices and housing were omitted from Quinn's version. Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff common rooms and dorms were just copies of Ravenclaw common room. Even Ravenclaw girls' dorms were a replica of the boys' dorms because he had never been there. Despite all these differences, the Hogwarts replica was a stable structure with no breaks or fissures. After Quinn was satisfied with the final audit of the castle, he turned away, and he was outside the castle replica. Okay, let's do this. Quinn closed his eyes, and at the West Manor replica, the gateway for his memory to appear in the mindscape closed. Connection closed, whispered Quinn. He took a deep breath and focused on the Hogwarts castle. The castle started to rumble as tremors filled the building, and the surrounding areas shook with quakes. A new connection to the memories opened up, and the Hogwarts castle became a gateway for memories to gather in Quinn's mindscape. The whole process took a few moments and consisted of lots of groaning and grunts from Quinn. Phew, well, that wasn't any easier than the last time, sighed Quinn. New connection established. He raised his hand and swung it down towards the castle. Quinn turned away from the Hogwarts replica and looked at the sky. Within seconds, thousands and thousands of books fluttered across the sky and entered the castle through windows and gates. Memories injected into the replica, complete, noted Quinn. With Hogwarts standing in his mindscape, he now had a larger space to work with. He could also experiment with new sorting techniques that could use the expanded space, rooms, and floors. The architecture and floor plans of Hogwarts were also much more complex than the more simplistic West Manor. Quinn took a step away from the castle to instantaneously arrive at the West Manor in his mindscape. He looked at the manor with nostalgia and entered the building to find it empty without any memory books. All left in the buildings were vacant bookshelves. Quinn touched one of the walls in the building and said, "Don't worry, buddy, I still have plenty of use for you." He had no intention of destroying the West Manor replica in his mindscape. He had other plans for it. "I am going to store all my happiest memories in here," smiled Quinn, feeling sentimental about the first structure in his mind. Scene break. "Uncle Elliot," said Quinn, calling out Elliot, who was drinking his tea in the living hall. Elliot looked up from the book he was reading and asked, "What is it, young master?" Quinn sat on the sofa in front of Elliot and cleared his throat. "I have something I want you to do." Elliot put down his cup of tea and closed his book. "Yes, what do you want me to do?" Quinn put on a slight smile and asked, "I want you to arrange a meeting for me with grandfather." "Young master, what do you mean by arranging a meeting?" "You can go and see your grandfather anytime you desire. He won't turn you away." Quinn's request greatly confused Elliot. He wasn't sure what Quinn was asking for from him. Quinn shook his head in response, "I don't want to meet my grandfather for a personal reason." He took a short breath and continued, "I want to meet George West for a business proposition. So, my meeting is not for a personal motive, but a professional reason." Elliot's brows raised as he leaned forward. "A business proposition?" "Yes, I want to sell grandfather something and thought if I arranged a meeting via you, it would seem more professional," grinned Quinn. "But, doesn't all this sound a bit silly?" asked Elliot, observing Quinn, interested in the direction of the conversation. Quinn nodded, but at the same nodded, "Yes, but as grandfather says, you never get a second chance to make a first impression, and while many make a good first impression, only a few will make a good lasting impression," finished Elliot, smiling as he remembered the words often spoken by George. Quinn nodded and spoke, "If I do this, it will create an impression on grandfather, and it will help me out when I go and put my proposal out in front of him." Elliot stayed silent for a moment before saying, "All right, I will do it. I will set up a meeting with your grandfather." Quinn smiled, but Elliot continued, "But, if I am going to do this, I would have to know that what you are planning is worth it." Quinn paused listening to that and blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Elliot crossed his leg over the other and rested his hands on his lap. "If we are taking this seriously, then by setting this meeting, I am vouching that you are a legit opportunity and not some waste of time. If I am going to use my name for this meeting, then I have to be sure that you are not wasting your grandfather's time." Quinn pursed his lips and asked, "All right, what do you want from me?" "Opportunity is a haughty lady who wastes no time with those who are unprepared," quoted Elliot, before continuing, "Before the meeting, we are going to clear out the kinks from your proposal." Quinn nodded. He could certainly use some help on this matter. "But before that, I have to hear your plan. I have to see what you are building on and if it is useful enough," said Elliot. Quinn nodded and revealed his idea. "So, you know about." Elliot listened as Quinn spoke about his plan, and as Quinn talked more and more about his idea, Elliot became increasingly interested. "Young master, if you can deliver what you are saying, then this would be big," said Elliot, his eyes shining with eagerness. "Enormous, a game changer." Quinn smiled and spoke while nodding, "Oh, believe me, I can deliver." Elliot nodded, leaned forward, and looked Quinn in the eye. "All right then, let's make sure that this goes perfectly." Scene break. George West sat in his study, doing work when he heard a knock on his door. "Come in," he said, knowing who it was from the knocks. Elliot entered the study and closed the door behind him. He sat on the chairs in front of the desk and waited for George to speak to him. George asked, not looking up from his papers, "What is it, Elliot?" "I have a person who I want you to meet," started Elliot. He and Quinn had been working on his presentation for quite a few days, and Elliot thought that Quinn was ready, so here he was setting up a meeting for Quinn. You want me to meet someone?" "Who?" asked George. "A person with a product that I think is great. He contacted me hoping to get a meeting with you," answered Elliot. "That is rare, a reference from you, that is," said George as he continued to work. "Well, I have a certain standard to maintain, and this one passed the criteria I set up," responded Elliot, with a smile on his face. "All right, look up a spot on my calendar and set up a meeting in one of the free spots." "Within the usual timings," said George. Elliot nodded and stood up. "It will be done." As Elliot walked to the door, George asked, "What is the name of the person?" Elliot looked back with a grin and answered, "Oh, it is Quinn West." George stopped his pen and looked up with his eyes wide. "What did you say?" Elliot's grin was so broad that it split his face. "I said the name is Quinn West, and I was thinking that we would set up the meeting here. It will be easy to meet for both parties." George stared at Elliot and uttered, "What?" Elliot sat back down, enjoying the look on George's face. Scene break. Leah and George sat in one of the rooms in the West Manor. The room was turned into a conference room. The room had 2 chairs behind a table for Leah and George to sit. In front of the table was an empty place for the presenter to stand and present. Leah looked at her grandfather and spoke, "Grandfather, please tell me more about the person we are meeting. You know I don't like going to meetings without knowing what I am here for." She sighed irritably and continued, "I don't like to be unprepared." Leah wasn't feeling positive about this meeting. Her grandfather has called her while she wasn't in the country on brief notice and didn't give her an option to refuse. And he didn't tell her anything about the meeting. Be patient. Elliot is the one who recommended this person, said George, not revealing who the meeting was with. Leah sighed and just looked at the empty display stand in front of the room. The door opened, and the grandfather-granddaughter pair watched as Elliot stood with the door wide open. "He is here," said Elliot with a smile on his face. Leah rolled her eyes and said, "Finally." Elliot turned his face to outside the room and called out, "You may enter." Leah's eyes widened as she saw her little brother enter the room, dressed in formal wear. He had a big envelope in his hand and was dragging a small trunk on wheels behind me. "Quinn," exclaimed Leah, not sure what to make of this. While George sat in his chair, not a single expression on his face. Quinn sat the envelope on the display stand and set the trunk a little behind the display stand. He brushed his clothes and confidently walked towards the table. "Good morning. My name is Quinn West," greeted Quinn with a smile on his face, his hand extended for a handshake with George. George shook Quinn's hand and said, "George West." George grinned when it came to Leah. "Nice to see you, Leah." Taking her hand and kissing her knuckles. He stepped back and moved towards the stand. Taking out his fake wand, Quinn used magic. A thin white cardboard sheet floated out and set them on the display stand. With another swing, the cardboard sheet expanded to its full sizes, fitting the size of the display stand. Quinn turned around to his family members and spoke. "My name is Quinn West, and I believe what I am about to show you will change the way we communicate with each other." He paused before smiling. "I am here to present what I perceive as the future of communication in the magical world. Something that will be conceived as a great change in the world." Quinn waved his fake wand, and a picture letter envelope appeared on the cardboard. "When we communicate with people who aren't close to us, we write and send them letters," said Quinn as the picture of the letter envelope shrunk and 2 stick figures appeared on the white. The letter went from one stick figure to the other, depicting that the mail was sent. "Now, how do we send that letter to another person?" "We use owls or eagles as the carrier of our message," as he said that the cardboard went blank before an owl appeared on it clutching a letter in its claws, flapping its wings as if flying somewhere. Owls and other carrier birds have been in the magical society for centuries. We have been using these trained birds to deliver messages of trivial gossip to important documents for as long as we can remember. Quinn stared at George and Leah and asked, "But, is this the best we can do? We have the power of magic at our fingertips, and messenger bird is the best we can manage." No, I think we can do much better. Quinn waved his wand, and the Ministry of Magic symbol appeared on the white cardboard. British Ministry of Magic stopped using owls for in-house memos because of all the mess that the owls made and the commotions that our trusted male birds caused. Small paper airplanes appeared on the white as they flew around the ministry symbol. Now, they charmed their documents so that they would fold themselves into paper airplanes and fly to their destination. Quinn made a meh expression and commented, a somewhat interesting solution, but it has a major shortcoming. What happens if some jerk is having a bad day and decides to mess up someone else's day? He or she would yank a random airplane out of the air and tear it to pieces. The picture on the cardboard depicted an angry-looking man shredding the paper plane into pieces. Quinn cleared his throat and spoke, we got a little off topic. Let's return to owls. He walked around the room with his hands behind his back. What are some shortcomings of owl communication? Quinn uncurled his pinky finger from his fist. They take time to deliver the letter as it takes time to fly to places, and the time increases with the distances. Owls make a mess as every bird does. It takes time and money to raise male owls. Owl mail is not totally secure as they can get in trouble with other birds and can get distracted. With every point, Quinn uncurled another finger. He stopped in the center of the room and spoke, and anyone can capture owls to see the message inside. There is very little security when using owls. Quinn stared at George and said, our very own ministry has the authority to monitor all messages. The big brother is always watching. He slowly walked towards the table behind which Leah and George were sitting and declared, what if I can solve every single of these problems? What if I can provide you a solution that would change the way people send letters to each other? A smile slowly emerged on Quinn's face as he spoke. Today, here and now, I have a product that will allow a person to send a message to another person. Quinn snapped his fingers, instantly eradicating the need of any wait time for getting a letter. With excellent security that no one wouldn't allow people to snipe the owls and read our messages. A product that would cover all the shortcoming of owl mails. George and Leah watched Quinn as he spoke about his product. While George still had no expression on his face, Leah's eyes showed curiosity about this product. Quinn turned away from the table and walked to the trunk, and rolled it towards the table. Quinn spoke while crouched down to open the trunk, I am going to show you something that will convince you that I can break the long-running usage of owls to deliver messages. He took out two wooden objects. They were the size of a shirt box. Each wooden box had a slot on one of the short sides. On the top of the side of the wooden boxes, there was a rectangular copper plate in the size of a A4 size sheet embedded in the wood. He took out two sheets of paper and set one sheet in front of Leah, and while handing a pen to her, Quinn said, would you write something on this paper? Anything would do, you can ever draw on the paper if you like. Leah took the pen from Quinn. She uncapped it, and in the middle of the page, she wrote her name in fancy handwriting. Good, now would you place it upside down on the copper plate and tap your wand on the paper, instructed Quinn with a smile. As he said that, Quinn put the other sheet in the other box's slot in front of George. Leah followed the instruction and put the sheet down upside down on the copper plate. She took out her wand and tapped the page. George and Leah watched as the copper plate under Leah's page glowed blue before turning green. On George's side, a blue light came from the paper slot before turning green. Quinn smiled and looked at George. Mr. West, would you take out the page from the slot? George took out the paper from the slot, and his eyes widened as he saw Leah's name in the same handwriting on the page he just pulled out. When Leah looked at the page in George's hand, she gasped to see her handwriting on another sheet. I give you instantaneous mail, said Quinn with a smile on his face. Quinn had invented the magical equivalent of the fax machine. Chapter 45, Fax Machine, Plans for Monopoly, and Make. Back to the time when Quinn was still in Hogwarts, and he had some time at hand. He stood in his workshop flipping through a small notepad, looking for ideas. The tiny notepad in his hand was where Quinn noted down the random project ideas that came to him. Let's see, typewriter. Not today. A charmed pair of hands for a piano duet. Maybe when I am bored out my mind. Thermal vision eye drops. Oh, this sounds interesting. Ah, but I don't have the ingredients. Artificial magical eye. Nah, this will need a lot of research. After bouncing off some ideas, Quinn finally found something that interested him and was doable for the time constraints. Fax machine, spoke Quinn, rubbing his thumb over the page. Fax machine, meaning a scanner and printer. Two or more nodes connected to each other, Quinn began mumbling as he sat down on the bar stool in his workshop. After contemplating for a few minutes, Quinn stood up and clapped his hands. Okay, let's go with this. He closed his notepad and took out a sheet of paper for drafting the rough idea. First, let's decide how to connect two device nodes to each other, said Quinn as he uncapped his fountain pen and started to write. I would have to make use of the protean charm to synchronize the two devices, but what should be the part to be synchronized? Quinn got up and moved towards a drawer full of scrap metals. He took out 2 spare pieces of copper from his scrap pile and transmuted them into identical square chips. With his chin resting on his palm, Quinn charmed the square chips with the protean charm. Here we go, said Quinn as he touched one of the copper chips, and it turned to show a picture of an eagle. He glanced at the other copper chip and saw the same eagle picture on it. Protean charm was the charm that Hermione Granger used to link fake coins to communicate with the members of Dumbledore's army. A change in one fake galleon, in her case, a master coin, would be magically reflected in the others so that when Harry Potter transfigured his charmed coin to show a new date for a DA meeting, all the other coins would also exhibit the same changes. I will need to formulate a customized version of Protean charm, noted Quinn as he thought of things to accomplish. Quinn needed to create a charm that would be scalable, which meant that he needed to figure out a way to add new devices to the existing networks of fax devices. I also need to figure out how to direct and isolate signals to particular devices. Another challenge was that, unlike in Dumbledore's army coins, Quinn didn't need a master device that signaled all other coins. Quinn needed to create a method to send signals to intended devices so that not everyone would get a message for just one device. Well, that wouldn't be much of a problem. At least, I hope it wouldn't be a problem, murmured Quinn. Arithmancy models were needed to develop a customized version of a spell. He needed to define how the magic would be molded to create the intended effect. Then there were things like if he wanted to use runes in the artifact or if he wanted to stick to charms. Then there were things like how he was going to use Protean charm for scanning and printing. In the Dumbledore's army coins, the changes happened when the master coin was transfigured, but Quinn needed the device to detect the ink on paper and work from there. There were many things that Quinn needed to consider for making the entire system work. Let's start from the top up, said Quinn and started to draft the schematics for the plan. Scene break. George looked at the 2 pages in front of him, and other than the slight difference in ink, the contents on the pages were precisely identical. He looked up from the pages and asked, "How does it work?" Quinn pulled a stool and sat in front of the table. He pointed his fake wand at the magical fax machine, and all heard a click from both the boxes. The copper insides of the devices levitated out their wooden frame and floated for all to see. I won't go into details, but the device is a clever usage of Protean charm, transfiguration, some light spells, and few other things needed to sum up all of it, Quinn said as he took a blank page and drew a letter envelope on it. Quinn waved his fake wand, and the lower part of the paper tray slot came out, revealing the upper wall of the paper slot. You can't see it, but the upper wall of the slot where you insert the paper has thousands of pores thinner than human hair, and just above the upper wall of the paper slot, there is a hollow space filled with ink. He placed the paper on the top of the scanner of the other fax prototype and said, "Now, watch." There was a blue glow below the paper before it turned green. When the light turned green, George and Leah watched as the exposed upper wall of the second fax prototype transfigured to make a protrusion in the shape of the drawn envelope. You see the shape of the envelope? The next part is when the pores in the copper would open up to eject a tiny amount of ink. Every pore in this envelope-shaped outdent would eject some ink to print the envelope onto a new sheet. Right now, I froze the ink inside, so you can't see the ink come out, explained Quinn. He had taken the impression of the printer part of the magical apparatus from the inkjet printer technology and imitated the way they printed images onto paper. Whatever text or image is scanned on the first machine, the second would copy it out on a new page. And, you noted the speed, it completed the process within seconds, spoke Quinn as he reattached the removed part of the paper slot and lowered the copper insides into the wooden case. George tapped his finger on the table before asking, "The idea is interesting, but this won't work in the real world. This is too limited." Quinn smiled and pointed at the magical fax replica. "This right here is just a proof of concepts. I have schematics and models for a practical version ready to be constructed. I just need the materials, and I can deliver in a week tops." The practical version would be much like a traditional photocopier with different paper sizes, protocols that would not allow printing if there was no paper. Leah chimed in and asked, "How many of these can you connect to each other?" And, do you have a way to specify who the copy goes to? Quinn smirked and responded, there is no limit to how many of these I can connect to each other. Even if we create as many as magicals on this planet, there will be no problem in connectivity. Magic didn't have connectivity issues like electric and phone lines. There would be no busy lines or slow connections. The only limit was how fast Quinn's magical printer could print the pages. Everything else was instantaneous as magic didn't have the processing limitations of a computer. And, yes, I have a way to decide how to send the message to a specific person. I am thinking of using a combination of 3 letters and 5 digits. That would give us a total of over 1,757,600,000 combinations to assign, meaning we can create 1 billion of these machines. The sender would dial in the code assigned to the receiver to send the message to the correct person. George hummed before asking, how long will it take someone to copy the product? Quinn shrugged and replied, it depends. If it is someone smart, they can figure it out within a couple of months. If I put in some effort, then I can extend that by a couple of months. If I really put my mind to it, it would take someone much better than me closer to a year's worth of time. George stayed silent for a moment before saying, that is an excellent margin. We can work with that. How much time would it take to train some people to build these? Quinn shrugged, once again, it would depend on the person's skills. I can build these myself till you can train some people. I will build a manual for that. George nodded, and Leah suggested, how about we first test these out in our offices and shops? Get their opinions and see if it works well in a real workplace environment. Quinn was okay with that and actually supported it. Getting the product tested before rolling it out to the public was standard procedure, and it would help the product development. In the end, the product would improve before the initial release. George and Leah started to discuss how to proceed from here on, and Quinn just smiled. They didn't notice, he thought before revealing the greatest feature of the product, one that was much bigger than a simple scanner and copier. Grandfather, Leah, you are missing something out, said Quinn. Both of them looked at Quinn, and Leah asked, what are you talking about? You asked me how a sender will send the message to a particular person, spoke Quinn. Leah nodded, you said that every piece would be assigned a code. But, what about that? A smile bloomed on Quinn's face, and, we will be the one to assign those codes to the devices and add those pieces to the network. George's eyes widened as he continued for Quinn. A network that would be maintained by us, but that means. He understood what Quinn was talking about. Quinn chuckled and said while looking at George, it doesn't matter if some copies our design and launch a product of their own. We control the network that connects all the devices. Without the network and connections, they are nothing but scanners and copiers with no communication capabilities. And, anyone could use a Geminio charm if they want a temporary copy. Even if someone copies our product, they would be too late as we already have an established network, and if they want to sell their version, they would have to come to us for the connection. Leah spoke with a thoughtful look on her face. I have designed a runic artifact that would work as connection hubs for the entire network. In easier words, it works like the ward stone used to anchor the wards and protective charms to a building or area. These will also solve the distance problem with faraway countries. Ward stones were an application of runic magic to cast powerful wards and protective spells to an area. The ward stones provided the protective wards and spells the magic to keep working and were a versatile piece of magic. Hogwarts had a ward stone that held numerous wards like anti-apparition wards to protect the castle. Quinn stood on from his stool and bowed, and, with this, I finish my sales presentation. George and Leah stared at him with a shocked expression. Quinn had just given them something that would establish them as a monopoly in this business. A monopoly share or complete market domination in an industry with extremely high potential. Quinn turned towards the door from where Elliot was watching and walked towards him with one hand raised high. Elliot raised his hand in response, and the two shared a loud high five. That's how you do it, said Quinn with umph in his voice and a grin in his voice. After that, he turned back and asked, oh yeah, how much are you going to pay me for this? George stared at Quinn and asked, how much do you want? Double the amount in my student trust vault, responded Quinn, staring into George's eyes. Deal, finished George, not taking any time to consider the offer. Nice, said Quinn, giving his grandfather a thumbs up. I'll make extra, I don't know. Quinn and Leah came out from a screening of Raiders of the Lost Ark and asked, so, How did you like it? It was good, right? His eyes twinkled as he looked up at Leah, expecting a glowing remark from Leah. Leah hummed in response before speaking. It was nice, but Indiana Jones didn't play a part in the movie. Quinn frowned but then chuckled. Oh, Leah. You must misunderstand things. The person with the fedora and the whip is Indiana Jones. Oh, Leah, what would you do without me? His eyes shined, and he suggested, on that point, let's get me a fedora. I want to see how they are made so that I can make my own. Leah sighed and said, I know who Indiana Jones is, but if he weren't in the movie, the Nazis would have still found the Ark, taken it to the island, opened it up, and all died, just like they did. Indiana Jones didn't need to be in the movie. Quinn's jaw dropped as he stared at Leah in shock. He raised his index finger and uttered, but had no point to make. Leah gently placed a finger under Quinn's chin and slowly closed his mouth for him. Sorry about that, kiddo. Quinn just stared at Leah, his mind going blank for the shock he just received. Leah had boggled Quinn's mind, so to unboggle it, he did what was required. He spent hours to completely immerse himself in the film's memory. The film Raiders of the Lost Ark was one of the few memories on which Quinn had accomplished complete immersion. He could recall every scene of the movie in his head. But it wasn't enough. Quinn went a step further and went to a couple more screenings that showed extra footage to find any clue. He attended every screening that promised to show unshown footage. Quinn talked to fellow enthusiasts about the film, and sometimes in frustration, he would tell them what Leah had said to him, destroying their moods in the process. The question plagued Quinn's thoughts as, over time, one of his room's walls was covered with plot points, sketches of scenes straight out of memory, questions that needed to be solved, discussion with people he met during the screening, and gatherings he visited. A bright red yarn connected everything on the walls, making it seem like an investigation board of a crime in the police station. And finally, one day, he found something. A ray of hope that illuminated his world arrived. A scene that didn't make it to the last cut and gave the proof that Indiana Jones had some influence on the final result. Ha 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 ha, laughed Quinn, maniacally. He immediately set afoot and sent a message to Leah through the magical fax machine, which they were currently calling the Westmail. Dear sister. I wholeheartedly believe you are wrong, and it relates to a scene that isn't in the movie. I know for a fact that Nazis had the incorrect length staff because they only had one side of the headpiece. I saw this scene in an extended cut of the movie. Not only that, but the second side of the headpiece contains more info than just the correct staff length. Also written on the backside are instructions not to look into the Ark. This is how Indy knows to keep your eyes shut when the Ark is opened. So, in theory, I am correct, and you are wrong. Take that. Love. Quinn. Quinn smirked when he sent the message, glad that he had shown that the masterpiece film couldn't be wrong. Her reply came later that evening in a brief message. Quinn. Huh, what are you talking about? Leah. Quinn stared at the message in his hand. It made him realize he might be the only one getting worked up on this topic. He looked at the wall with red yarn and loads of paper on the wall and then looked at his hands. What have I become? Chapter 46, Upcoming Year, and Testing Out Wards. The designated room for Quinn's magic in the West Manor was a spacious hall with ample space and had sturdy walls, ceiling, and floor just in case magic hit the walls. The sturdy walls would prevent damage to anything outside the hall, protecting the structure of the entire manor. In that hall, with no decor or furniture, Quinn sat in the dead center. He sat in the lotus position, his back straight and eyes closed. The room was dead silent, with not a single sound that could disturb the peace. In the middle of summer, Britain was always hot. While it was because of the heat, the main factor that really made the summers uncomfortable was the humidity content in the air, which made the entire experience uncomfortable. And, even in that humid climate, Quinn dispersed more and more conjured water into the air of the room, slowly increasing the moisture content in the room to where the water droplets dripped from the walls, but Quinn didn't stop and kept on pumping more water in the form of thin mist. He even made it so that the water won't condense and start dripping in excess, and the air would retain more and more liquid. At some point, Quinn felt that if he increased the humidity content of the room, it would get difficult to breathe, so he stopped dispersing more water into the air. He stopped and instantly changed gears. Instead of dispersing water, Quinn was releasing cold energy and escalating the chill as the cold built up in the room. The room's temperature dropped as water in the room condensed, and the humidity in the air formed a hazy white mist. The floor around Quinn froze and started to spread outwards, slowly creeping towards the walls. As the temperature dropped below the point where warming spells were proving to be inefficient, Quinn turned to blood magic to warm up his blood, and it came easy as breathing because he had experience using it daily for months. And the current level of cold was nothing compared to the icy vault that was colder than any natural spot on the planet. Currently, Quinn wasn't even trying to push his blood magic and kept it on the down low to be comfortable in the current temperature. I need more water. With that thought, Quinn, once again dispersing more water into the air, but unlike the previous dispersion, which was gradual and gentle, Quinn pushed his magic to create waves and waves of dispersed water. He also kept rolling out the cold energy, and because of it, the dispersed water instantly turned into mist, and the visibility in the room dropped because of the white fog everywhere. With each passing minute, the walls, floors, and ceiling of the hall started to show deposits of ice sheets, getting thicker with time and renewed water supply in the form of mist. Slowly, the hall looked a lot like the icy vault, albeit not as cold. The walls were a frozen icy blue, and the scene looked from the time of the Ice Age. Quinn stood up from his spot, looked around, and sighed a white plume. I need to be much quicker than this. Quinn's third year at Hogwarts was going to be a dangerous one. Tom Riddle, aka Voldemort's first Horcrux, was going to wreak havoc in Hogwarts by releasing the Slytherin's monster from the Chamber of Secrets. I need to be much faster than if I want to escape from the Basilisk, murmured Quinn. The Basilisk was a giant serpent, grander than any known snake species. It was known to be the king of serpents, a snake species that could be the apex predator in most ecosystems and food chains. The Basilisk wasn't a naturally growing creature and needed a magical person's assistance to give birth to. Herpo the Fowl was the first one to breed a basilisk. He accomplished this by hatching a chicken egg beneath a toad, which resulted in the creature known as a basilisk. But just putting an egg under a toad wasn't enough. Extremely harsh conditions were needed to breed the king of serpents. Everything from the toad's type, age, gender, and various other specifications, to the hen who laid the chicken egg used, were harshly stringy. The egg and toad needed to be perfect and compatible with each other, and the magical breeding the basilisk required to maintain constant care for a basilisk to be perceived. It was nature's way to limit a magical beast like basilisk to spread its population on Earth. In exchange for the transcendent abilities, natural law took from the basilisk the capabilities to breed on its own and needed assistance from another species to come into this world. Looking a basilisk directly in the eye causes instant death, but an indirect look will merely render the victim petrified. Because of these deadly capabilities, it was categorized as an XXXXX creature, meaning it was a known wizard killer that couldn't be domesticated because of its immense powers. Quinn didn't want to confront a beast that could kill him with a look, and he didn't want to be petrified for most of the school year just because he wanted to meet one. I am staying the hell away from the damn monster, was the decision Quinn made when he thought about the upcoming school year. He had given thought to the feasibility of taking the dairy turned into Horcrux from Ginny Weasley and throw it away into the Room of Lost Things and forget all about the basilisk incident. The plan was totally doable if Quinn moved quickly and took the diary from Ginny around the start of the year, but this plan wasn't foolproof as Ginny Weasley had the Horcrux diary for around a month before she came to Hogwarts. He didn't know how much influence the Horcrux had on Ginny Weasley. Heck, he wasn't even sure if what the books depicted were the full capabilities of the Horcrux diary. Then there was the whole issue of destroying the Horcrux. Room of Requirements had surprisingly less information on Horcrux. Quinn knew how to create a Horcrux. He even knew that Fiendfire could destroy the Horcrux, but there was nothing more than that on Horcrux destruction. Basilisk's venom wasn't listed in the text he had written, and that was a surprise. This told Quinn that basilisk venom was a new and accidental discovery. But Quinn didn't have Basilisk's venom as the serpent was still sleeping in the Chamber of Secrets, and he didn't have expertise over the use of Fiendfire that destroyed a Horcrux. Quinn hadn't even attempted to practice casting the cursed flames. He didn't want to fire Fiendfire and kill himself in the process. And, for that, he was practicing the ice magic. The basilisk might be a magical beast, and the king of serpents, in the end, was a snake. It was a widely known fact that snakes didn't like cold weather, and a basilisk wasn't any different. He was trying to produce instant ice and drop the temperature of an area in a short period. Snakes were sensitive to cold, and Quinn hoped that if he dropped the surrounding temperature when he walked around the castle, the basilisk would stay away. If it did get close, then I would just have to terrorize it away with the cry of a rooster, said Quinn, planning to transfigure tons of roosters to kill the shit out of the basilisk. But, Quinn wanted to avoid that because if by chance the basilisk escaped death by fleeing through the pipes, then young Tom Riddle would know his identity, and it would directly put him in harm's way. So, as the saying went, prevention is better than the cure. Quinn wanted to keep the basilisk away from him rather than confronting it and taking a chance to kill it. He wasn't even sure if the basilisk would show on recon, so to make sure that it stayed away, Quinn had to make sure that giant snake stayed the hell away from him. Quinn exhaled in the room, which was now sealed by the ice layers, covering every inch of the room. Something like this would work, said Quinn. He combed a hand through his hair and sighed, I have to get better at this. Oh boy, this is going to take a lot of magic to sustain, doesn't it? Quinn smiled as he thought about the expenditure of magic. It was not every day he could use magic that took copious amounts of magic, big even for Quinn's reserves. While Quinn was smiling at the prospect of using magic-heavy ice magic, the door of the training hall busted open with a loud blast. Woohoo! Quinn was so shocked that he let out a long startled yelp. He jumped back and looked at the busted door. Young master. Are you all right? Quinn recognized Elliot's voice and immediately adjusted blood magic so that it wasn't visible on his face or any exposed part of his skin. Yeah. I am all right, exclaimed Quinn, with his hand on his heart, feeling the erratic pulse. Elliot looked inside the frozen solid room, his eyes wide because of the scene. It was not every day that you witnessed something like this in the smack middle of summer. What was that, Uncle Elliot? Why did you do that? Said Quinn, pointing at the broken door covered in ice. Elliot looked at Quinn, his hands went his waist as he frowned. Young master, when I came here, I saw that the door had layers of ice on it. I tried to call out for you, but you didn't respond. He steered his hands at the broken door and continued, when I tried to open the door, it won't budge, so I had no choice to break it open. I was worried that something might have gone wrong. Quinn scrunched his nose as he looked at the ice-sealed room and could understand the problem. Oops, said the fool, showing the silly expression. Elliot just stared at Quinn, standing in the frozen room, not knowing what to think. Scene break. And while learning cold magic to prepare for life preservation at Hogwarts was fun, Quinn needed something else to do, and in his curiosity, he took up warding as the theme for the summer break. The backyards and gardens were meticulously maintained by the combined effort of Elliot and the house elf, Polly. Those two worked together to grow the grass fields and gardens in the West Manor. The area around the mansion increased the beauty of the building, giving it a regal look. They would be devastated if something disturbed the lush greens and blossoming herbs, perennials, and other flora. Fire-repellent wards, let's try these, said Quinn, goofily smiling while standing on the beautiful grass. A fire that could ruin the effort put into making the grass look luscious. Quinn raised his hand, and a red layer of magic originated from it, forming a dome of warding magic. The red layer glowed a little brighter before disappearing. Warding magic was a branch of magic that could be performed employing either charms or runes or both. A type of barrier magic that rejected phenomenon within the bounds of the barriers. Protective enchantments that exerted control inside the area under the barriers of magic. For example, in the Room of Lost Things, an anti-summoning ward covered the entire room that rejected summoning spells in the room. Hogwarts was covered with anti-apparition that didn't allow apparition for humans. He looked above the space of fire-resistance barrier, and a light wisp of fire manifested in the air. Let's hope this works, said Quinn as he dropped the fire. The wisp of fire fell down, and the moment it touched the now invisible barrier, a patch of it shone red. Quinn smiled as the wisp of fire exhausted itself before it hit the ground. Excellent. He upped the ante and dropped multiple wisps of fire, and every single one of them snuffed out by the magic of the ward. The wisps of fire increased in number until the entirety of the barrier was facing a barrage and did a great job at snuffing every single wisp. Quinn showed an impressed expression and decided to take it to the next level. He stepped back, and gone were the wisps of fire. Quinn raised his hand and jets of flames came out of them colliding with the barrier, and the moment the jets passed the barrier, it snuffed the fire out of existence. He continued to raise the amount and temperature of the fire. While Quinn was happy to see the ward stand up to the flames, he frowned when the heat and quantity of flames exceeded the current spell's capabilities. One thing Quinn hated was the inefficient use of magic. It was one of his best pet peeves. If a magic was supposed to go from 1 to 10, then Quinn hated when it was used to go to 11. It was inefficient for a spell to exceed its limits. In theory, you could push magic into a base-level fire spell like the Incendio spell to produce extremely hot flames, but you could also use a high-level fire spell to achieve the same result with much less magic. Quinn clicked his tongue and stopped the jets of fire, thus ceasing the testing of the maximum capabilities of the fire-repellent ward. Any more than this, and I would enter danger category. While Quinn was ballsy enough to use fire magic in the backyard, he wasn't ballsy enough to risk testing the ward he had casted for the first time and damaging the pasture. With a casual wave, the ward broke down. Quinn turned back to walk to a book on warding. Water repellent, lightning repellent, explosion repellent, room sterilization wards, that will come in handy. Quinn turned the pages in the book, looking at warding charms he could try, and found an interesting one. "Oh, this might be fun," said Quinn, packing his stuff and heading towards the mansion. Scene break. Elliot sat in the living room, sitting down for his afternoon tea. As usual, he had the most traditional tea setup. An afternoon treat of tea, sandwiches, scones, and cake. A lot of choices to choose from served on special platters. Elliot looked left and right before taking out a pair of glasses from his pocket, the type that hung from the chain. He put them on, setting them on the bridge of his nose. Peering through them at a newspaper, holding a newspaper with a pen, doing the daily crossword. Opposite to Elliot sat Quinn under an invisibility ward. Looking at Elliot with wide eyes, more specifically, he was looking at Elliot's glasses. Merlin's beard, he had glasses. I didn't know that, thought Quinn. Man, that is a lot of sugar in your tea. And, you said that honey is better. Invisibility ward was a simple warding spell that captured an image of everything inside the barrier. And, when you entered the warded area, it would hide you by displaying a static image of what it captured. Quinn casted an invisibility ward on the part of the sofa Quinn was going to sit on and let the ward take a still of everything under the barrier. And, when he sat down under the ward, he was not visible to any on the outside. That whole day, Quinn sat in different parts of the house, observing people in the manor. He found that Ms. Rosie liked to read romantic novels in her free time. It was the greatest shock of the day as he never expected the always serious Ms. Rosie to find entertainment in cheesy romance novels. Polly, the house elf, liked to spend her break time in the different parts of the house, experimenting with various elf magics in cooking, cleaning, gardening, laundry, and other household activities. Quinn had seen some awful results of the experiment, and he felt a little closer to her as Quinn, too, had his share of failed experiments. Unfortunately, all fun things came to an end when Quinn sat in the home bar on the manor, waiting for his grandfather to come here to relax like he did every other evening. Like clockwork, George came to the home bar and walked to the cellar for his choice drink of the evening. Quinn silently waited for his grandfather to come back, and when he did, everything went black for Quinn. Scene break. When Quinn came back up, he was still sitting in the seat he had taken before everything went black. Groaned Quinn, sitting up in the chair. What the hell happened? Asked Quinn to no one. I stunned you, came the reply he wasn't looking for. Quinn looked to the side to see his grandfather with a glass of whiskey in his hand. Quinn sat right up, feeling embarrassed and mortified. Sorry, he eked out, looking at his grandfather, his expression both awkward and meek. What were you doing under that ward? Came a question from George. Quinn pursed his lips before answering, trying it out. I have been doing it all day. Looking at others while under the ward. George sighed, you are lucky that I only stunned you. I could have done much worse. I am sorry. It is all right. Just be more careful while using magic and keep the mischief to the minimum. Now, you may leave. I want to enjoy my drink in peace, said George, taking a sip of his whiskey. Quinn was quite happy to oblige, standing up with a slight wince and walking towards the door, but before he exited, Quinn asked, "What gave me away?" George looked at his grandson and saw a look of strange curiosity. He recognized the look on Quinn's face, seeing the expression quite a few times on his grandson's face. It was the expression that showed Quinn's cold curiosity towards topics that interested Quinn. In times like these, Quinn was surprisingly single-minded. Purely wanting to know the answers to his question. The lighting was different. I brightened the flames of the candles in the room when I entered. I am guessing, but your ward didn't account for that, answered George, watching as the wheels turned in his grandson's mind. Thank you, and once again, I apologize. After saying that, Quinn left the room, leaving George alone. Once again, reminding George that Quinn loved magic. End of Volume 3, Year 2. Chapter 47, Thestrals, and Carriage Ride. In the last 2 years, Hogwarts had firmly become the nucleus of his operation. The Room of Requirement provided him with precious knowledge and a covert place to practice all kinds of magic, some that were not looked upon highly. While his AID workshop was a place that he had built on his own, it was a room where everything was according to his preference. Then there was his suitcase, his expanded suitcase that housed his library, the library that contained books from all around the world, and Quinn's obsession with magic kept the library ever expanding. So, while Quinn was sad a little to leave the West Manor and his family, he was happy to return to Hogwarts. At Hogwarts, Quinn could do whatever he wanted, and with some care, no one would ever know what he was doing. The Hogwarts Express reached the Hogsmeade station, and Quinn to board the train. Like always, Quinn stepped onto the damp platform of the station. "It's like it rains here on every 1st of September," he muttered, looking at the small shallow puddles littered across the platform. Quinn watched the numerous students moving to the carriages that went to Hogwarts. He followed the crowd, and just like everyone, he got in a carriage. Suddenly, it began raining, and a roof sprung from the back of the carriage, covering the previously open carriage. "Yup, it rains every single year," said Quinn, looking at the groups of students hurrying to find a carriage. He turned his attention to the beings pulling the carriages. Thestrals. The Thestrals were a breed of winged horses with skeletal-like bodies, faces with reptilian features, and wide, leathery wings that resembled bats. "Omens of misfortune," whispered Quinn, watching the sinister and spooky appearance of the magical beasts. He wasn't sure why he could see the Thestrals. Maybe it was because he had seen the original Quinn die, or maybe it was because he was in this body, which meant that he had died in his original world. "Not that I could remember any of it," whispered Quinn, his tone hiding the bitterness he was feeling. But the reality was that he could see the Thestrals, and they reminded him how he got here. Original Quinn, he recalled how he addressed the previous host of the body and the identity which he had taken over. He had long gotten used to the identity of Quinn West. He was Quinn West and responded to the name. He truly felt that he was Quinn West, and had stopped thinking about his previous life identity, ceased the efforts to figure who he was before, and had accepted that both the past him and the original Quinn had died. But, time like these when he came across beings like Thestrals brought those thoughts to the surface, and his own self tried to pull himself in a spiral of doubt, guilt, and confusion. Every thought that disturbed him during the first couple of years in this world would try to drag him into a pit of negativity. "Ah, damn it. Why am I like this?" Quinn murmured in slight self-loathing, leaning forward till his elbows touched his thighs and covered his eyes with his hands. Exhaling heavily, trying to get himself out of this mood. He didn't want to feel like this and hated when it happened. "Hey, I found a carriage with space. Come on, let's just get on this one." Quinn immediately sat up straight and inhaled deeply to make sure that nothing seemed out of the sort. Looking to the side, Quinn saw a red-haired girl board the carriage, followed by another girl, who was hurrying like the first one did to get out of the rain. Quinn put on a slight smile and watched the two girls breathing in relief that they had escaped the rain and had successfully found shelter against the downpour. He immediately recognized the two girls, had met them last year. One of them finally looked at him, and her eyes widened in recognition. "Miss Potter," greeted Quinn. The redhead Ivy Potter looked stunned and surprised to see Quinn sitting in the carriage they had chosen. The brunette also looked at Quinn, and her eyes showed recognition. Quinn turned to her and greeted her the same, "Miss Granger." The carriage started moving, and silence settled inside the carriage. None of the three people spoke a single word to each other. Ivy stared at Quinn with a sharp look in her eyes. She had suspected Quinn since the last year. First, he gave them the information about Nicholas Flamel, which didn't arouse her suspicion. Quinn aroused her suspicion when he warned her about the Stone's chambers, like he already knew why she was looking for the information on Nicholas Flamel. Then they met by accident in the hospital wing when she was visiting her brother with her family. He had given her a look that said he already knew about what had happened. It made her wonder how he knew Harry got injured in the Stone's chambers when that information wasn't public until a few days later. To Ivy, Quinn West was a person who acted like he knew everything about everything. Hermione Granger also glanced at Quinn West, but not one of suspicion like Ivy. Her glances were of curiosity and wonder. She had heard of Quinn from almost all her professors about how Quinn was intelligent and was a model student. On multiple occasions, Professor Flitwick had given her a copy of Quinn's assignments while returning her graded versions of her assignments. His assignments were always shorter than her, and he didn't quote phrases from books, or at least from the ones she had read. Quinn's assignments always had points that seemed obvious but were insightful in nature. Then there were his exam notes, which she had bought because almost all Ravenclaw students talked about them, and she had been exposed to Quinn's charms assignments throughout the year, so she bought a set. The notes were helpful for her exam preparation, so she was extremely curious about the person known as Quinn West. Quinn broke the silence in the carriage by addressing Hermione. Miss Granger, before I forget, I missed the chance to congratulate you for scoring the highest last year. You must have worked hard. So, congratulations. Hermione blinked a few times before replying, thank you. Same to you as well. She felt surprised that Quinn congratulated her. She wasn't expecting a congratulation, and not from Quinn, who she barely knew, at least personally. Quinn turned to Ivy and said, you too, Miss Potter. I heard you scored high as well. He was being polite despite the not-so-positive looks from Ivy. Yes, I did, was all the green-eyed redhead said, still blatantly staring at Quinn. And, the blatant staring made Quinn feel a tad bit uncomfortable, but he didn't show it and moved on to the next person. Ivy stared at the boy sitting in front of her. He had changed little from last year. He had grown a little taller, but other than that, Quinn West hadn't physically changed. The same neatly cut black hair and the stone-gray eyes that shone brightly. Last year, did you go inside the restricted part of the third-floor corridor? Ivy asked directly, with no warning or poking around. The words coming out of her couldn't be more direct. Ivy, exclaimed Hermione. She didn't mind the question, but she was a little shocked at the direct confrontation. But, she did glance at Quinn after her initial shock, wanting to know the answer to the question. And, why do you ask that question, Miss Potter, replied Quinn, answering the question with a question. He wanted to know her intentions. You said that the restricted area was dangerous, said Ivy, but when Quinn was about to speak, she interrupted with her index finger up. I clearly remember that you said that the headmaster wasn't joking when he said he warned about a painful death. So, don't give the excuse that you were following Professor Dumbledore's words. You said it like you were supporting him with your own experience. Quinn rested his hands in his lap and contemplated before answering. I heard it from someone who may or may not have stumbled into the restricted area and may not have opened the door to may or may not see an enormous beast, and that person may or may not have talked about it. Of course, I don't know who it was, as I just happened upon a conversation and couldn't find the identity of the speaker. Ivy and Hermione gawked at Quinn with wide eyes. They couldn't believe the words that came out of Quinn's mouth. It was so full of bullshit that they didn't think that it was possible to give such an answer. What in the flippin' dash, exclaimed Ivy, mightily frowning, her eyes reflecting her expression, but Hermione cut her off and asked, so, you are saying that you personally didn't go to the restricted area and just heard about it from someone? Quinn shamelessly nodded with a wide grin on his face. He refused to acknowledge that he ever went exploring the Stone's chamber and had fun while denying it. I am a rule-abiding student, Miss Granger. I take rules seriously. He looked deeply at her and said, you understand me, right? Hermione nodded deeply, for a moment forgetting Quinn's answer and wholeheartedly agreeing with the importance of rules. Ivy stared at Hermione with an incredulous expression before shaking her head and turning to Quinn, her brows snapped together. Do you really believe that anyone would accept such a ridiculous answer? Quinn shrugged with the corners of his mouth turned up. What can I say? Guess, I was lucky to hear such an important piece of information. I figured even if it wasn't true, it was still wise to spread the news that the restricted corridor was dangerous. Ivy glanced up at the roof before looking at Quinn, her eyes bored into him. Then how did you know about Nicholas Flamel? Quinn's eyes sparkled as he replied to the question. Oh, that. My sister studied at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and Nicholas Flamel gives a lecture there every year. I know all about Nicholas Flamel from her. He peered at both the girls and smiled mysteriously. Philosopher's Stone is an extraordinary creation, isn't it? The dream of eternal life right at your fingertips, the ability to turn any material into gold or anything material you desire, and the power to cure any disease in existence. Nicholas Flamel warrants more credit than he is credited. Ivy and Hermione were now 100% sure that Quinn had been inside the restricted area, and he knew what it hid. They couldn't get him to accept anything, but they couldn't be more sure that Quinn West had broken all the traps set by various professors with nobody knowing. Quinn decided to change the subject and inquired, "Tell me, Miss Granger, what do your parents do for a living?" Hermione was a little surprised by the sudden question but answered it nevertheless, "My parents are dentists." Ivy looked at Quinn and was about to explain what dentists were. She had a lot of exposure to the Weasley family and knew that purebloods could be grossly clueless about Muggle culture. But she didn't get to explain as Quinn spoke. "I haven't been to a dentist in my entire life. We don't have healers that specialize in dentistry." Quinn's time at home between school years was filled with healer visits for annual checkups and safety screenings. George West lost his wife to disease. He didn't want to lose any more, so he was extremely strict with healthcare. "Do they own a practice?" asked Quinn, keeping up the conversation. "Yes, both my parents co-own a practice." Quinn nodded, already knowing answers to the question he was asking, but it was better than awkward silence, not that he minded the awkward silences. Quinn had thick enough skin to ignore such things. Ivy sat in her spot, stunned that Quinn knew about Muggle professions. She doubted the little information she had about Quinn West and asked, "You are a pureblood, right?" Quinn studied Ivy before answering, "Yes, why do you ask?" "Nothing, was just wondering." Ivy didn't want to say that she didn't expect a pureblood to know about Muggle society. Even with her limited interactions with Quinn, Ivy knew he would jump on it and accuse her of stereotyping. "Is Professor Potter returning to Hogwarts this year?" asked Quinn, wondering if Lily Potter would be teaching Muggle studies again this year. "She is." "Why?" asked Ivy. "Oh, right." Hermione clapped her hands and asked, "You are in your third year, you get to choose electives. Have you taken Muggle studies as an elective?" Quinn shook his head. He would never attend Muggle studies classes at Hogwarts. An opinion that he had told the professor of Muggle studies to her face. "Oh no, I have selected arithmancy, care of magical creatures, and study of ancient runes for my electives." The decision of adding care of magical creatures to his electives alongside arithmancy and study of ancient runes was a long one. Quinn knew how to handle beast ingredients if given to him dead, but he didn't know what to do with live ones. Quinn wasn't sure if he wanted to learn about live ones. But after contemplating, he decided to take the class on care of magical creatures. "That makes 10 subjects. You will be getting 10 OWL in your 5th year," counted Hermione, getting excited at the prospect of taking tests. "Well, I may take OWL exams in divination and Muggle studies if I feel like it." "You don't have to take the classes to apply for OWLs, said Quinn. Of course, these were just Hogwarts subjects. Quinn was determined to test for all kinds of OWL and NEWT equivalent examinations in various countries for various branches of magic. He wanted to fulfill his vanity by getting all sorts of certifications from all over the world. The carriage stopped, signaling that they had arrived at the castle. Quinn got down from the carriage and helped the two girls get down, offering them his hand. Hermione shyly took his hand and thanked him. Quinn thought Ivy would refuse his hand, but she took it. "Well, ladies, if you have any problems, you know where to find me." "See you around," said Quinn before taking his leave. Ivy watched as Quinn left. Her eyes caught the glimmer of a golden ring Quinn was wearing on his left-hand middle finger. It shone faintly in the dark. She found herself staring at the ring but was brought out of her stare by Hermione. She turned to Hermione before looking at Quinn's back and once again to Hermione and asked, "Hermione, did you notice the ring on West's hand?" Hermione immediately nodded and answered, "It was a charming ring, wasn't it? It glimmered beautifully." "Yeah, it did," said Ivy, trailing off. "Come on, we need to find the boys." "They might have gone ahead of us," said Hermione. Ivy tossed her current chain of thought to the back of her head and replied, "Yeah, we need to find them. I want to ask where they were on the train. They made us go look for them all over the train." Scene break. Quinn strutted to the Great Hall. Taking in the hall and its bewitched ceiling, hanging chandeliers, long tables, high table, students talking to each other, greeting other after a long summer break. "Oh yeah, this is nice," said Quinn, smiling all the way to a spot on the Ravenclaw table. He adjusted his butt on the wooden bench and nodded, "Yup, this still sucks." But there was a smile on Quinn's face as he said it. "Quinn." Quinn smiled and turned to watch Eddie jogging towards him. His arm raised, waving his hand. "Carmichael, my main man." "It had been a while, buddy," said Quinn, hugging Eddie. Eddie sat down beside Quinn and talked about their breaks. Eddie's family had gone to Spain for a family vacation. A few minutes later, Marcus joined the duo and sat across them, completing the usual trio seating arrangement. "Good evening," greeted Marcus. Quinn sized up Marcus and said, "Man, you grew in the break, didn't you?" Among Marcus, Eddie, and Quinn, Quinn had been the tallest, but now Marcus had grown to become the tallest of the group. "Yeah, kinda grew a little this break. Had to buy a lot of new clothes," replied Marcus, looking around. "When will the sorting start? I am getting hungry." Quinn took out a cauldron cake from his robes and threw it across the table. "Got you covered." Marcus's eyes glittered with delight as he tore the wrapper off the sweet and took a huge bite. The in-house glutton spoke with cake in his mouth. "Thwank Fayu." Eddie and Quinn laughed. They had gotten used to the lack of table manners from their friend. Eddie's eyes caught something, and he looked down at the table. He saw a gold ring on Quinn's hand and commented, "Since when did you start wearing that ring?" Marcus also looked at Quinn's hand and remarked, "Oh, that looks cool." Quinn looked at the ring on his left hand. The gold of the ring, reflecting in his eyes. He faintly smiled and said, "Yeah, it is a new thing." The ring shone as Quinn closed his hand into a fist. Chapter 48, Setting Up Office. Lovegood returned to the icy vault after his first day at Hogwarts. The owner of AID Services walked to the office with a suitcase in hand. He hummed a tune as he inserted the key into the key slot, turning it to unlock the door. The lock clicked to release the bolt that secured the door to the frame. But the door wasn't unlocked, as there were a couple more things Quinn needed to do to unlock the door. He placed his hand on the door and funneled magic into the door. Before leaving last year, Quinn had fused the wood of the door to the wood of the frame by using transmutation, forming a weld between the woods of both structures. Lifting his hand up to lift up the 4 wooden planks that barred the door from opening. Finally, Quinn held the handle on the door and was about to push the door open when he got jolted with a stun of lightning. "Foo dash, mother few dash, shit, bloody hell, Merlin's saggy balls, I forgot about that," heaved Quinn, his face all scrunched up in pain, clutching his hand and jumping up and down. There was a charm on the door handle that shocked anyone who touched it. Quinn angrily disabled the charm on the door after recovering from the shock. He grabbed the handle and was about to push the door but stopped. "Did I place something else in there?" After a few seconds of thinking, Quinn determined he was safe and entered the office. White sheets covered the entire office furniture, and some dust flew in the room because of the sudden disturbance of the open door. Quinn looked to the right and saw the big glass wall, which used to have a door slot to enter the workshop, but now didn't have a single opening. Quinn had sealed the door slot when he left for the summer break. He walked to the glass wall and touched it to transmute a door slot into the glass wall, making a rectangular opening into the glass. He stepped into the opening, entering the workshop, which too was covered in white sheets covering the table and cabinets. He sat down his suitcase on the floor and gathered his magic as he walked around the familiar room, smiling the entire time. Quinn clapped his hand once, and the room came to life as white sheets in the office and workshop flew up and folded themselves into a neat stack on the floor. A wave of magic hit the entire classroom turned office and workshop and cleaned every nook and cranny of the room, eliminating the dust in the room. Every drawer and door of every cupboard and cabinet opened and went through the same cleaning process, turning the entire room into a squeaky clean place. The suitcase on the floor fell to the side and opened up with a dozen or more clicks of locks unlocking. It took a while before things flew out of the suitcase. Various types of tools, vials of potions, reams of papers, other utensils, and all kinds of things that once filled the cupboards in the workshop once again took their rightful place in the workshop. Quinn again filled the file cabinets that he had emptied before leaving with documents and manila folders. In the office, decor adorned the walls, furnishing the look that Quinn had decided for the office. With a snap of fingers, the chandeliers on the roof lit up the room, everlasting candles shining the room with their flames. "Now, this feels right," said Quinn. And, at last, Quinn looked at the door leaning against the glass wall. The door lifted itself and took its place in the glass wall, covering the opening in the wall. AID was back in business. Scene break. Gilderoy Lockhart didn't make a positive first or any impression on Quinn. The entire first class, the pompous lying piece of phony, lied his butt off about everything. He had wasted an hour of Quinn's time, and even though Quirrell and Binns did that last year, they weren't annoying as Lockhart. Quinn hated every second of his defense against dark arts class and had to hold the urge to stun the blonde bastard into oblivion. He spent an hour listening to the bragging that came out of Lockhart's mouth, and there was something about Lockhart's voice that Quinn couldn't ignore. It was like a mosquito's buzz, extremely annoying and hard to ignore. Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, my ass, groaned Quinn, rubbing his temple, entering the Ravenclaw common room. He made a beeline to his favorite chair in the common room and stopped when he saw a first-year sitting in his spot. Quinn stared at the chair and the first-year sitting in it, and the first-year noticed Quinn staring at him. The first-year kid felt uncomfortable at being stared down by a senior. He looked around, wondering why Quinn was staring, and concluded that Quinn wanted to sit in the chair. He bounced up from the chair, not wanting to fight with an older student, and walked away from the spot, avoiding confrontation. "Hey, kid," called out Quinn, causing the first-year Ravenclaw to freeze in his spot. He slowly turned to face and saw something thrown at him and instinctively caught it in his hand. The kid looked at his hands and saw chocolate sitting there. When he looked up at Quinn, he saw Quinn not looking at him and sitting down on the chair. Quinn sat down on his chair and thought, kids are weird. Not noticing the reason behind why the kid left the chair. Quinn slumped down in the chair and looked around the common room. When he looked to his side, he came across a pair of silvery eyes staring at him with a look of distinct dirtiness. The girl was extremely close to him and almost startled him out of his chair. "Can I have a chocolate?" asked the girl with silver eyes. Quinn studied at the girl, and it took a second, but Quinn recognized the girl. Stood in front of him, leaning down close to his face, was the girl with waist-length, straggly, dirty blonde hair and a feel about her that made her seem otherworldly. Luna Lovegood wanted chocolate. Quinn slowly took out a chocolate cube from his robes and placed it on Luna Lovegood's outstretched hand. She sat down on the chair beside him, unwrapped the sweet chocolate, and put the whole cube in her mouth. She turned to Quinn, and he could see the small chocolate cube poking against the inside of her cheeks as she put it aside to speak, "Thank you." Quinn nodded, observing Luna as if she was a rare creature, and extended his hand for a handshake. "Quinn West," said Quinn, introducing himself. Luna looked at Quinn's hand for a moment before taking it with both her hands, turning it so that Quinn's palm was facing her. "Is she reading my palm?" thought Quinn, but let the blonde do whatever she was doing, finding her behavior interesting. "Your hands are amusing," spoke Luna. Her voice had a dreamy quality. If her words and voice were solid, they would fly and float away like a feather in a breeze. "Amusing?" asked Quinn, not knowing what she meant by it. He looked at his other hand to see if anything was amusing with it but couldn't find anything particularly amusing. She nodded while tracing the lines on his palm with her fingers, "Very amusing." She moved the chocolate cube in her mouth before continuing, "You love magic, don't you?" "You found that from my hand?" inquired Quinn, watching her still playing with his hand. She nodded, humming in agreement. Luna pulled on his fingers, popping knuckled while doing so, and smiling when his hand made popping sounds. "I am sure that you would have no rackspurts around you." "Your hands say so," said Luna, smiling in delight, but then frowned. "I forgot my pair of spectre specs at home, or else I would have been able to see them. Maybe I should write a letter to Daddy to send them to me." She suddenly looked at Quinn's face and asked, "Can I have one more chocolate?" Quinn took another chocolate cube from his robes and put the cube on his other hand that was still in Luna's grasp. The ever-eccentric Luna requested something from Quinn, "Please unwrap it." Quinn unwrapped the chocolate with magic, making sure that he had his fake wand out. His eyes almost bulged out when Luna leaned forward and ate the chocolate straight from Quinn's hand. "Thank you." "It is quite delectable," said Luna, licking her lips that were stained with chocolate. "You are welcome," said Quinn, not really sure how he should feel about the current situation. "What is your name?" Luna stared into Quinn's eyes, silver meeting stone gray. Usually, in these kinds of situations where he wasn't sure what to do, Quinn would take the opportunity to read the mind to get some hold of the conversation. But right now, he didn't have that in mind. "My name is Quinn West," introduced Quinn, even though he already did it once. "And you are Luna Lovegood?" "Yes." She finally released Quinn's hand and now was staring at Quinn's face. Your father is the editor of Quibbler, right? Can I buy a subscription? Asked Quinn, trying to build a connection with Luna. Her stare changed a little as if looking for something. She looked at Quinn for a good while before nodding. I would need you to fill a form and pay the subscription fees. I will send it to Daddy. That's it? Asked Quinn. That's it, replied Luna. All right, thanks. Luna got up from her seat and left, saying nothing. Sitting in his chair, Quinn wondered what just happened. He met Luna Lovegood, gave her chocolate, had his palm read, got complimented that it was amusing, asked for a Quibbler subscription, and all this happened while he got caught up in Luna's pace. Was all he could come up with in the end. Scene break. The first thing Quinn did after getting some free time was visiting the icy vault. The icy vault was as miserable as ever. A hellish cold place that no sane human would like to spend time in. Quinn silently put on thick layers of clothes that he specially stitched up himself for enduring the cold in the vault region. Putting on his glasses, he stepped down the stairs. His spiked boots provided Quinn with the grip needed on the iced floors. Immediately a freezing chill hit him, trying to sap the heat from his body, but Quinn fought back with blood magic heating up his blood throughout the body. The blood flowed through his body, keeping the body warm, sustaining his body in the harsh cold. Quinn walked towards the snowflake icicle, not minding the cold one bit. He had become used to it, and if Quinn ever thought about this fact, he would wonder what was wrong with him. He glanced at the snowflake, and it began to shake, and in one fell swoop, the ice came apart and changed into water vapor. The next second, the cloud vapor turned into a lump of magnesium metal, falling onto the frozen floor with a thump. Quinn's magic pushed on the gates with his magic, and halfway through, ice spears shot from inside with the sole intention of killing Quinn, but they stopped mid-flight and dropped to the ground as Quinn walked inside the vault. Immediately, the temperature changed, and Quinn's blood magic gradually adjusted his body temperature and brought it to a natural temperature, making sure that the sudden shift in condition didn't cause problems in his body. Immediately, Quinn shed down the layers of clothes and walked around the vault, observing absolute zero floating in midair, contained by the runes and charms inside the vault. All right, nothing has changed. Good, good, said Quinn as he retrieved a case from his clothes and kneeled on the floor, setting the case on the floor. With a single click, Quinn opened the case. Inside the container were 7 pieces of metal. Quinn took out 3 spherical metal balls from the case and looked around the vault, focusing on the vault walls. Here goes nothing, said Quinn before rolling the ball on the ground. The 3 balls rolled their way in different directions. The movement of the 3 spheres was unnatural as they adjusted their path until they reached the decided spot and came to a sudden stop. The next second, the 3 spherical metal balls reconstructed themselves into 3 pyramids of similar sizes. If seen from above, the 3 pyramids were in a triangular position. Each one at the vertices of an equilateral triangle, with absolute zero in the middle of said triangle. Quinn took a deep breath before raising his hand in front of him. 3 soft streams of continuous magic made their way to a metal pyramid each. The pyramids started to glow in a green light. The light grew stronger until Quinn cut off the magic supply. Okay, do your thing, whispered Quinn, hoping that his creation worked according to its purpose. The 3 pyramids started to hum, and after a few seconds, thin beams of green magic shot in different directions towards the vault's wall. Small bursts of magical light shot one by one, making contact with the vault's circular wall. Quinn inhaled a deep breath when he saw the runes etched into the wall glow in an icy blue light. Thousands of runes of various sizes illuminated the vault. Okay, it works, Quinn spoke fast and moved faster as he took the 3 more metal pieces from his case. These pieces were triangular discs, and Quinn slid them on the floor. They repeated the movements of the previous pieces and arranged themselves in a smaller triangle. The triangular metal discs received magic from Quinn, but this time the input was much more intense and longer, and the output was also much drastic. The triangular discs shot glowed and hummed just like the pyramids, and the intensity grew until the discs emitted circular waves of magic. Quinn clutched his hand when he felt the vault faintly shake and looked around with gleaming eyes as he watched the runes on the wall switch places, rearranging themselves on the wall. Let this work, thought Quinn, his heart beating hard with both excitement and a tinge of fear. He had made thorough preparation with triple-checking every calculation and decision. But, there was always a chance that thing would fail, and it would release absolute zero from its containment, killing him immediately. It took maybe 10 seconds before the runes stopped arranging themselves and the new arrangement glowed brighter with a burst before settling down. Quinn moved his eyes to his 6 pieces and urged, "Come on." The moment the thought ended, all 6 metal pieces shot continuous beams of magic towards the absolute zero. His breathing hitched as there was a screeching sound from the absolute zero, but nothing happened as everything calmed down. The 6 metal pieces, 3 pyramids, and 3 triangular discs were now connected to the rune formation of the room and absolute zero. Quinn exhaled heavily as he silently watched 6 beams of magic light connecting absolute zero with his metal structure. He made the metal structures with runic magic. He had etched runes into the metal composite, giving them the functionality to change the rune formation of the vault to add a feature of his choice. "Phew, that was stressful," said Quinn as he stood up from his spot and walked to the place just below the floating absolute zero. He had the last piece of metal in his hand. The last piece was a circular disc with an indent in which you could horizontally fit a thin cylinder. If you looked closer, you would see faint impressions of runes on the surface. The faint patterns were present on every metal piece that Quinn brought. Quinn squatted under absolute zero and placed the circular disc on the ground, and immediately it moved to calibrate itself to the 6 metal pieces around the vault. He went into his clothes and retrieved a small silk pouch. He loosened the string on the top and tilted the pouch for a thin gold cylinder to fall out. Quinn felt the weight of the gold cylinder in his hand for a moment before placing it in the indent of the circular disc. The metal moved around the gold cylinder and clutched it snugly. Getting up, Quinn moved away from the circular disc, walking towards the gate of the vault, and stood beside his cold clothes. With his finger raised, he shot a single burst of magic into the circular disc. Commencing the last phase, as Quinn said those words, the circular disc shot 6 beams of green light, 1 to every metal piece. The second the beam hit the 6 pieces, every piece shot similar beams to the others, connecting all to each other. Above in the air, the absolute zero showed activity as rings of icy blue energy appeared around it. Every ring was made up of the cold energy from the intense energy of absolute zero. The temperature in the vault dropped as Quinn activated blood magic to protect himself, his hand crossed across his chest, observing every change with an eagle eye. The rings started to revolve and rotate faster around absolute zero. After a dozen seconds of acceleration and intense humming from the absolute zero, a laser of energy as thin as a human hair shot down at the circular disc, more specifically at the golden cylinder. Tink. It produced the sound when the energy hit the gold. Tink tink, tink tink tink, tink tink, tink. With every hit on the gold cylinder, it produced a sound. The hair-thin energy kept hitting the gold cylinder for a few minutes before it finally stopped, and the rings of energy around absolute zero also absorbed back into it. The temperature also rose back to normal. Quinn waited for half a minute before uncrossing his arms and walking towards the circular disc. There was a cold fog around it, and the surrounding ground was also frozen. Too much energy was wasted. The concentration of the laser wasn't optimal. There was abundant leakage. "I need to improve the design and rune formation for the next use," noted Quinn, as he observed the circular disc and the surrounding area. The gold cylinder detached itself from the circular disc as Quinn moved closer. Quinn looked at the gold, and as he expected, it wasn't frozen in ice layers. But, the cold mist emanating showed that it was extremely cold. Quinn's mouth curved into a grin, and his eyes gleamed with delight. It worked. His eyes locked onto the gold cylinder floating above his Han Chapter 49, Second Riddle, Fan Club Talks, and Lockhart. The highest tower at Hogwarts was the Astronomy Tower. You could look down on the entirety of Hogwarts from the astronomy, and while the sun was up, you could clearly see Hogsmeade at a distance. At night, while stars glimmered in the sky, you could come up there and get the best view of the celestial bodies. Friar, the Hufflepuff ghost, floated at the highest point of Hogwarts, admiring the view of the stars, looking at their bright shine, making their position known to everyone who could see. In the centuries he had been here, Friar had made visiting the Astronomy Tower to look at the stars a habit. Tonight was one of those nights when he came here to be at peace, away from the hustle-bustle of the students and the loneliness of the castle when those same students rested in their common rooms and dorms. Friar. The ghost, who was once a clergy of the mendicant religious order, turned around his spectral body to see a student standing there in casual clothing. Friar recognized the child immediately. Quinn West greeted Friar, floating closer to the young Ravenclaw who had dared to explore the mystery of the cursed vaults and had, against all odds, achieved the accomplishment of being the first one to survive the first vault and successfully opening it. He found the secrets that the cursed vault hid behind the millennia-old gates. "It is nice to see you again, Friar. You look as jolly as ever," greeted Quinn. He gazed at the sky and remarked, looking at the stars, "Eh." Friar studied the child in front of him before speaking, "A hobby of mine. Looking at stars calms me down." Friar looked above at the clear sky. A quiet fell between the ghost and the living person, as both relished the sight of the vast universe that was visible to the naked eye. Friar was the first one to break the silence as he asked, "I presume that you have come to me for the clue for the next vault." I had enough time to rest." "The next adventure awaits for me," replied Quinn, still looking at the night sky above. A cool breeze blew on the tower, not so chilly and just the right amount of cool that it felt comfortable as it brushed against the skin. "Do you remember how I told you that no one went past the first vault?" asked Friar. Memories of the numerous people who attempted to challenge the vault passed through his mind, ones who failed, died, lived but gave up, and many others. "Yes, I remember that," spoke Quinn. "I am the first one to open the first vault or, as I like to call it, the icy vault." The defense mechanism to prevent people from accessing absolute zero had kept people at bay, instilling fear into their hearts and chill into their bodies. "Yes, you are the first one. So, you will be the first one to explore the second vault." He glanced at Quinn, his ghostly eyes peering at Quinn. "The second vault is a mystery, even to me. I don't know much about it." Quinn pulled his gaze away from the sky and trained them on Friar, who showed a worried expression on his translucent face. "You look worried." Friar clenched his hands, gathering his monk robes as he balled his fist. "The second vault is very dangerous. At least it is dangerous, possibly fatal to use ghosts." Quinn furrowed his brows as his lines appeared between them. "Why do you say that?" Friar nervously floated as he revealed, "Whenever we ghosts go near the second vault, we felt a danger to our being. It is like if we go near it, we will experience something that we may not like. It instills something deeply unsettling inside our very being." He paused for a moment, contemplating how to form his following words. "All ghosts know better than to go there. Even Peeves won't take the risk when it comes to the second vault." Quinn took the information, paying attention to Friar's every word. Anything that would give him an edge against the vault, he wanted to hear about it. Something that ghosts dread. He thought about it, but nothing came to mind. He had little expertise with ghosts. Need to read up on ghosts. "I wonder if there is something in Room of Requirements about ghosts," thought Quinn, as he made a mental note on ghost research. "Has any of the Hogwarts ghosts ever entered the second vault?" asked Quinn. If there was a precedent, then it would be an excellent point to start. Friar showed a pained expression. It was not a story he wanted to remember. There was a ghost in Hogwarts around 5 centuries ago. He was a curious one, that fellow. Didn't listen to the warnings of us old ghosts, scoffed about what do we oldies know. A month later, there was a screech that filled the castle, and we never saw him again. "And, did anyone saw this ghost before he disappeared?" asked Quinn. "No, we only heard a miserable screech and never saw him after that day," Friar sighed in answer. "Before his death, he had started to roam the castle alone, asked us to leave him alone. We barely saw him in the fortnight before his death." Friar floated to face Quinn and glided towards him. "Enough of this. Receive the riddle to the second one, find it, and maybe you will be able to find the truth behind the ghost's death and bring light to the secret of the vault." Quinn stood a little straighter, ready to listen to the riddle. The second vault was waiting for him, and this was going to be the start. Friar watched the eyes buzzing with excitement, and the expression brightened with anticipation. Asterisk. The ensuing vault cursed like the first one. One that terrifies the dead ones. It dwells on the stage of completeness. Sheltered by the oil of green revenge. If you want to taste the reward. Accolades you need to appreciate. But are you ready? It will be anything but easy. The roads we walk have demons beneath. Are you ready to face what lies underneath? Asterisk. Quinn felt goosebumps on his skins. Not because he felt scared, but because of the way Friar delivered the riddle. The last time he sang the puzzle for Quinn, Friar had built it from what he had seen throughout the year, but this time, it was different. This riddle came from Friar's heart, his personal experience, thought Quinn. Something that Friar had felt and not seen others doing. Snapping out of his thoughts, Quinn scribbled down the riddle on paper for future reference. Looking at the written riddle, Quinn frowned slightly. This one seems harder, more abstruse than the last one. He scratched his head in slight disappointment that he would need to think more about the riddle before he could actually get to the vault. I will pray that you will be successful in your search. From what I saw last year, I have great hopes of you, said Friar, smiling as he gazed at Quinn. Last year had been monumental in the ghost's life. Every few decades, all 4 house ghosts would take turns to appoint a person each to go after the vaults, and Friar's stock had gone up because Quinn was able to survive the first vault, the first one to do so. Friar had gained bragging rights among his ghost friends. He watched as Quinn walked away with a hand scratching his head and looking down at the paper in his other hand. He had high hopes that Quinn would solve this one as well, and he would be able to stand high amongst his ghostly friends. This year's Death Day part would be quite fun, smiled Friar, humming a tune as he went back to look at the stars, a jolly expression gracing his face. Scene break. Can you repeat that again, please? I am not sure if I heard you correctly, said Quinn, sitting behind his office desk. We want you to start a Hogwarts fan club for Professor Lockhart, said one of the Hufflepuff girls sitting in the client chairs of the AID office. 3 Hufflepuff girls had come into the AID office and requested something that stunned Quinn. While Quinn understood Gilderoy Lockhart's popularity among the general populace, but knowing the truth about the phony professor and spending a few classes suffering for hours under his ridiculous brags. So, when Quinn looked at the 3 older Hufflepuff girls, he could only see a trio of idiots looking at him with dumb gazes. Quinn shook his head off the derisive thoughts about the older girls and said, "All right, I can do that for you guys." He took out a sheet of paper from his drawer and wrote stuff on it. First, we need to identify the club's objectives. Think about what kind of club you want to start and what you hope to achieve. In your case, you want to meet other people with similar interests. One girl perked up and chimed in, "We want to discuss Professor Lockhart and share it with other people. We want more people to about the professor's greatness. He is so charming, so handsome, and not to mention so brave," dreamily sighed another girl. It brought dreamy expressions to the other girls' faces. Quinn held back a gag and spoke, "All right, the best way to spread Professor Lockhart's good deeds," he emphasized on good, "is to make sure that everybody has access to his work, so it would be best if you girls could donate some of his works to the club." "We can do that. I have all the professor's books with me," exclaimed one girl. Quinn nodded, not mirroring her excitement. "Excellent, I would need some seed money for the start of the club to create some flyers for promotion and things like banners and decoration. You can provide me with designs so I can make them, or I can take care of it," said Quinn. He looked up and said, "If you guys want, I can arrange a room for you guys to meet for meetings, or you can get permission on your own. About the meetings, I would also need you guys to choose a day of the week when your potential members are likely to be available, such as a Saturday or Sunday, because there are no classes on the weekends, but I would suggest that you avoid Sunday. Once you recruit more members, you can discuss everyone's availability and a meeting schedule." Quinn wrote something and continued, "The best place to find members is from your own social circle, so you can promote among your common room, and if you hire me, I can promote this in all 4 common rooms. After you gather members, which will not be difficult given the professor's reputation, you need to prepare for the first meeting. The first meeting is important as it needs to be interesting so that you can retain interested people. You could prepare some games or icebreakers so your members can get to know each other. Then, spend some time talking about what each member hopes to get out of the club, what they think it should focus on, and ideas for activities or events." Quinn went on droning about what the girls needed to about the fan club, and the girls just sat in their seats, stunned, staring at Quinn with open jaws. They became a little worried about the work that needed to go into creating a fan club. This was supposed to be a fun activity, but Quinn made it seem like a tough job. "Wait, this is too much," said one girl, causing Quinn to look up for his sheet of paper on which he was listing the tasks to accomplish. He noticed the discomfort on their faces and scolded himself for causing them discomfort. The client needed to be comfortable while doing business. "Grandfather taught me better," thought Quinn, and immediately switched gears. He put on a calming smile and eased the worries of the girls. "I know it might seem a little too much, but you don't need to worry about it. I will take care of it. You guys just need to decide what you want to do in the club. I will take care of all the complicated stuff. Rest assured, you won't hear a single thing about all the tedious tasks, so just spread your creative wings and work on how to make the fan club fun." Quinn didn't apologize for overwhelming them, as he wanted them to feel that Quinn was giving them a great deal of help by taking care of all the hard stuff. And his words did bring the girls some comfort as their stiff expression softened up. "I see, that is good to hear. Thank you for helping us. We never thought it would be so difficult." Waving his hand to dissuade their worries, "Please, I am just doing my job. I will make sure that you girls' fan club would be the best in Hogwarts." Quinn talked to them for a while, this time making sure that they were comfortable and happy. By the time they were out of the AID office, they were excited about the future of the upcoming Lockhart fan club. When they left, Quinn leaned back in his chair and groaned loudly. He didn't want to create a fan club for the jerk, but a job was a job. He couldn't start the year with a rejected job. That was just bad business. After groaning and whining for a minute, Quinn suddenly sat up straight, his eyes shining with euphemistic sparkle. "Wait a minute, isn't this great?" exclaimed Quinn. He was dreading doing this job, but right now, the gears were turning his head. "I could use this," said Quinn, taking out a new sheet of paper and started to write the things he needed to do. Scene break. Quinn knocked on the door but not before taking a deep breath and putting on a joyous smile on his face. "Professor Lockhart, may I come in?" Yes, Quinn was doing a thing he never thought he would do, talking to Gilderoy Lockhart on his own accord. Lockhart, who had his signature smile on his face, looked up from his desk. Quinn assumed he was replying to fan mails. "Yes, child, please come in," said the phony, with his smile widening. Quinn walked inside and reached Lockhart's table. He was here for something that, if it went smoothly, would be profitable for Quinn. "Good evening, Professor. I have something to talk to you about," greeted Quinn, his eyes gazing across at loads of fan letters on Lockhart's desk. Yup, he was right in his presumption. "Of course, you have come to the right place. Talk to me, I will help you out, and you will be singing my praise by the time you are out of the room," bragged Lockhart. "No, you would be quite happy by the time I am done with you," thought Quinn. He took a seat and smiled. "I am here because I have been charged with creating a Hogwarts-based fan club for you." Quinn threw the bait, and the Gilderoy fish jumped at it like a tasty treat. "A fan club, you say? What a noble and novel idea. Tell me more about this fan club," spoke Lockhart, with enthusiasm shining in his eyes. If there was one thing Gilderoy Lockhart loved, it was fame. Gilderoy Lockhart was born to a non-magical father and magical mother. Out of the 3 children of the couple, Gilderoy was the only one with magic, and it brought a lot of joy to his mother. She treated Gilderoy as her favorite child and pampered him rotten. When Gilderoy got his Hogwarts letter, a seed of vanity to grow like a tenacious weed. He had hoped to be greeted by whispers and stares, as in his mind, he was already a fully fledged genius with exceptional magical prowess. The fact that he was merely ordinary, that more talented and gifted children were there, and his naturally wavy hair particularly impressed nobody, disappointed him. He did have above-average abilities. Lockhart was cleverer than most of his classmates but had a terrible flaw in that Lockhart would not try unless he was confident he would be the best of whichever particular team, group, or class he was with at the time. Even if he fell short of his ambitions that he would freely share with anyone who bothered listening. He bragged he would succeed in creating the Philosopher's Stone before leaving school and intended to captain England's Quidditch team to World Cup glory before knuckling down to becoming Britain's youngest minister for magic. His vanity was such that he valued learning not for education but because it granted him attention. He craved attention and prizes and begged the headmaster to start a school newspaper purely so he could see his own name in print. When these exploits failed to grant him attention, he took to grander, more dramatic means of garnering attention. He achieved minor notoriety by carving his signature in 20-foot-long letters into the Quidditch pitch, earning him a week's worth of detentions. Created a spell that shot a hologram of his own face into the sky in imitation of the Dark Mark and sending himself 800 valentines, causing breakfast to be cancelled because of the number of droppings and feathers in the porridge. He increasingly devoted his talents to insincere shortcuts and cowardly dodges, focused on attention and neglecting genuine learning. After he graduated from Hogwarts, he employed the same habit of cowardly methods, deceit, and fraud but took them to the next level and became an accomplished author. Traveling to exotic parts of the world and having mastered memory charm shortly after graduation, tricking accomplished witches and wizards into revealing their grandest of deeds and then erasing their memories, promoting them as his own. So, hearing about a fan club in his alma mater interested him greatly. He understood Hogwarts was the premier institute for all British and Irish wizards, so he knew what kind of reach and demographic he could develop if a fan club was set up here in Hogwarts. There has been a demand for creating a club focused on you and your work. I have been charged to create it, and I need a little help from you in your capacity as a professor. Oh. Do tell me, I would help you with everything you will need, offered Lockhart, showing full enthusiasm for the matter. Quinn took out a bunch of sheets of parchment and said, while it is possible to create a club with no need for professor's permission, but I think that if I have permission from a professor, then it would provide the club with a solid foundation. He set down the small stack of parchment in front of Lockhart and spoke, I need you to sign these requests for an allotted classroom as the club base, permission to promote the club without getting into trouble, and other technicalities that enable the club. Please sign these so I can get the ball rolling. Lockhart didn't even look at the papers and used his quill to sign on every blank space that Quinn had marked. What about the activities in the club? I have plenty of ideas regarding that matter. Quinn stood up and collected the paper while saying, of course, your creative ideas would be a significant addition. I will make sure to send the members in charge of that part. You would be able to get your ideas across better with those students. Quinn shook hands with Lockhart, thank you for the help, Professor. We will get back to you as soon as possible. Please look forward to it, students are excited to talk to you about you. Good evening, Professor. Quinn didn't wait for Lockhart to respond and bolted out of the room. He didn't want to talk to Lockhart more than the needed minimum. A smile made its way to Quinn's face as he stared at the stack of parchments. He didn't read the terms and conditions, sucker. While Lockhart did sign papers for club creation, he also signed some papers not related to club creation, like permission to access the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. Yeah, Lockhart was easy to fool, grinned Quinn. Quinn had refrained from asking permission to restricted sections of the Hogwarts library as it would bring him unnecessary scrutiny. But with Lockhart's permission, Quinn had now received access for his third year. He took out another sheet of parchment, and this one also brought a smile to Quinn's face. Oh, this is going to make me a lot of money, isn't it? Much more money than the notes did last year. On the signed sheet of parchment, Lockhart had given Quinn the permission to produce and sell merchandise in Hogwarts, and Lockhart had relinquished any claim on the profits. It was a proverbial gold mine. Quinn hummed as he walked his way to get the whole thing started. Chapter 50, Weaslet, Divergence, and Profits. Walking in the Hogwarts corridors could be a daunting challenge if you didn't know your way around. There were too many corridors, cuts, paths, doors, and goddamn stairs that liked to shit with people. But, those who spend an ample amount of time in Hogwarts could find order in chaos. So, when Quinn walked in the corridors of Hogwarts, with a dazed look in his eyes, you didn't need to worry about him. As even with his mind somewhere else, his legs were taking care of the navigation. The cause for the dazed Quinn was because he was thinking, which was crossing over to daydreaming about the riddle of the second vault. It had been a couple of days, but he hadn't been able to make any serious progress. The wording of the riddle was vague, and Quinn didn't know what to make out of it. What is the stage of completeness? Is there something known as oil of green revenge? To get to the reward, I need to appreciate accolades. What was Friar on when he was thinking of this? Multiple thoughts circled in Quinn's mind as he walked in the corridors, not really paying attention to his surroundings. Ouch. Umph. Quinn walked into something, and while he didn't move at all, the thing he collided into did fell down. Focus returned to his eyes, and he looked at the thing he walked into and saw the thing was actually a person. A head of flaming red hair greeted him. The person looked up to show her freckled complexion with light skin, a very petite stature, and bright brown eyes. The person on the floor was the only female progeny of the Weasley family, Ginny Weasley. Quinn's mind, which had been solely focused on figuring the sense of the riddle, stopped and reassigned itself to the person in front of him. I am very sorry. I wasn't paying attention, and look what happened, spoke Quinn, as he helped the first-year Weasley up. It's okay. I, too, wasn't looking, said the girl. She noticed the golden ring on Quinn's finger before she looked up and saw Quinn's face. Red hair, a Weasley. Oh, wait. I remember you. You are a first-year, aren't you, said Quinn, breaking ice into a conversation. What is your name? This was the perfect chance to have a conversation with the carrier of Tom Riddle's diary, aka Voldemort's first Horcrux. My name is Ginny, replied the Weaslet. I see, Ginny. What are you doing here? There aren't any first-year classrooms here, said Quinn, glancing around to see if there was around. It would be better for him if there wasn't anyone around. Easier for him to work when there weren't any witnesses. But, at the same time, Quinn was nervous as he wondered if the girl in front of him wasn't Ginny but Tom Riddle. It would answer what a first-year was doing far away from the usual first-year student hotspot locations. ML-. Pardon me, but I wasn't able to get that, said Quinn, leaning towards her. I am lost, half-shouted Ginny, her face becoming as red as her hair in embarrassment. Or, it was a lost Ginny Weasley in front of him, thought Quinn, not really sure if Tom Riddle would be able to pull off a red-hot embarrassed expression. Ah well, there is no reason to get embarrassed because of that, assured Quinn, comforting the girl who truly had become red as her hair. You are a first year, and Hogwarts is a confusing place. He smiled and offered, where do you want to go? I will take you there. Ginny looked relieved as her flush receded, leaving behind a faint blush on her cheeks. I want to go to the Charms classroom. All right, let's go. We are on the 4th floor, but the Charms classroom is on the 3rd floor. You must have stepped on the wrong flight of stairs, replied Quinn. And, when Ginny made eye contact with him, Quinn wasted no time and took the opportunity to send a mental probe into Ginny's mind. Got in, thought Quinn, latching his probe into Ginny's unprotected mind. Come on, let's go, or you will be late, said Quinn, as he broke eye contact and funneled magic and focus for maintaining the connection with Ginny's mind. This technique, while tricky for most legilimency practitioners, for Quinn was easy as his way of practicing legilimency was to sit in the Great Hall and eavesdrop into people's minds, listen to their surface thoughts and emotions. In the past 2 years at Hogwarts, Quinn had become weirdly good at using legilimency without maintaining eye contact. So, how are you finding Hogwarts? Having any fun? Asked Quinn, making idle questions as he navigated his probe deeper into her mind, trying to reach the layer where memories resided. Gryffindor common room is fun, said Ginny as she finished speaking, showing the starry-eyed expression of any new first year. Nice, when I was in my first year, I kept a diary and wrote every new and fun thing I saw in it. Believe me, Hogwarts doesn't have a shortage of fascinating things. By the end of the year, my diary was full of fun stuff. Quinn sneakily and smoothly deployed his standard modulus operandi, MO, of mentioning a keyword relating to the memory he was looking for. Hoping that it would trigger the memory in the target's mind, causing it to rise on the surface, making it easier for Quinn to find the relevant memory. Quinn furrowed his brows a fraction as nothing relevant came to the surface, only Molly Weasley's house budget diary and Arthur Weasley's work diary. Gotta do it the long way, thinking that Quinn focused deeper and dove deeper into Ginny's mind, trying to find anything relevant, and it was when they reached the grand staircase did Quinn finally found something. Got it. It was the memory of the day of shopping. The Weasley family, along with the Potter family, went shopping for school supplies. Just like the books, they met up with the Granger family. They ended up meeting Gilderoy Lockhart at his signing event. Like the books, the real life didn't cut out the brawl between Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy. It almost made Quinn chuckle when he saw Arthur throw himself on Lucius. The two men knocked themselves into a bookshelf, starting a domino chain of falling bookshelves. While Quinn watched the memory, the duo of younger Gryffindor and older Ravenclaw walked down the stair. As they descended, they heard a shout. Ginny! Quinn focused and saw 4 people on another flight of moving stairs. It was the Golden Squad, Harry Potter, Ivy Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley. The one who called out to Ginny was her brother, Ron. Time's up, I guess, thought Quinn as he looked at them. Quinn and Ginny reached a relay point to change stairs. Quinn looked at Ginny and smiled, it seems my job ends here. Your friends would guide you from here on. Quinn took out an AID card from his pocket and handed it to Ginny. If you need help with anything, you can see me here. I will try my best to help you out, said Quinn. Ginny looked at the card and nodded. Good, now I will take my leave, said Quinn and stepped onto a staircase that came to the relay point. Wait, what is your name? Called out Ginny. Quinn turned as the staircase started to move and smiled, Quinn West, and it might be late, but welcome to Hogwarts. The next set of stairs that arrived at the relay point were the Golden Squad stairs, and as they stepped off the stairs onto the platform, Ivy asked. Ginny, what did he wanted from you? Nothing, I was lost, and he was guiding me to the charms classroom. He was nice, said Ginny. While Quinn did spend all the time looking at Ginny's memories, he made sure to hold a proper conversation with Ginny. What did he give you to at the end there? Asked Ron. Ginny held the card in both her hands and showed it to Ron. He gave me his card. Show it to me, said Ron as he tried to take it from Ginny, but the smaller Weasley was faster and snatched back her hand before Ron could get his hand on the card. Nope, if you want one, get it from Quinn, said Ginny, looking at the card in her hands. It was the first time she had received something like this, and she didn't trust Ron with it. I will give it to you later, Hermione spoke to Ron, who was trying to get the card from Ginny, who was effortlessly evading her brother. Harry glanced at Hermione and asked, You have one? I have multiple cards. They aren't difficult to find. You can usually find them under the classroom tables, replied Hermione, and then quipped, Of course, you wouldn't know it, would you? She was commenting on Harry's lack of attention during lessons. What do you mean by that? Asked Harry, getting ready to quarrel with Hermione. Ivy looked at her brother and best friend and immediately recognized the signs of another childish exchange, their usual thing. Okay, you two stop, she interrupted the two who were rearing to go at each other. She looked up and was just able to see one last look at Quinn before he was out of their sight. She turned to Hermione and asked, Why do you have multiple of those? Hermione's eyes shined as she exclaimed, The cards aren't always the same. I have 6 different versions of cards, each one better than the last one. The charms on the cards are so fascinating, every card has charms I don't recognize. Even now, I don't completely understand what went into creating them. I am seriously considering taking the card to Professor Flitwick to get some answers. Ever since Hermione had found that there were multiple versions of AID cards, she had started to collect them. She even went to older students to look at their cards. And had traded with them to have all the versions. Hermione Granger was Hogwarts' first AID card collector. Ron didn't know about the guy and just thought it was another one of the bookworms from Ravenclaw, and Hermione's fascination with Quinn cemented his image of Quinn. Harry, on the other hand, knew about Quinn. He had seen Quinn plenty of times talking to Katie Bell, who was his Quidditch teammate. He had seen him talking to Daphne Greengrass, who he recognized. Plus, he had seen him once last year during his time in the hospital wing, and his mother had praised Quinn for being a good student. Now, he caught the sight of the card in Ginny's hand and noticed the words AID. Where have I seen that? Harry thought out loud. He couldn't place a finger on where he had seen those words. Ivy helped her brother out and spoke, AID or Quinn West is the one who wrote the exam notes Mum gave you. The colorful one. It finally clicked in Harry's mind, he made those notes. I thought Mum wrote those for us. While Harry wasn't particularly active in the classroom, he wasn't stupid. He had been raised by Lily Potter, he made sure to regularly study as he had been taught to do by his mother. Ivy looked at her twin like he was an idiot and said, Didn't you see them with like everybody? Why would Mum make them from everyone? Hey, I don't really have a carefree last year, said Harry, defending himself. Ivy didn't give him a hard time, as last year had been a little rough on Harry. He had been in close contact with Voldemort, and that caused his scar to hurt a lot. Plus, there were some attacks on his life. Scene break. While the Golden Squad was talking among themselves, Quinn had a peculiar experience. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, repeated Quinn in his mind. This cannot be happening, exclaimed Quinn, his tone showcasing panic. He had just experienced something that shouldn't have happened, or at least Quinn hadn't thought of happening. Like a wrecking ball, a grave piece of information had hit him while he thought he was making progress. When in Ginny's mind, reading her memories to see the influence of the diary Horcrux on her mind, Quinn could only find a single memory related to Tom Riddle's diary, and that was the fight at Flourish and Blots. In that memory, he noticed a glaring issue. A smoking gun that blew the whole situation apart. Lucius Malfoy didn't sneakily give the diary to Ginny. Meaning that Ginny Weasley didn't have the diary Horcrux. Meaning that there was a divergence from canon events. Quinn had checked thoroughly and didn't notice anything going to Ginny or any Potter or Weasley children. Lucius Malfoy didn't have a chance to slip anything into Potter's, Weasley's, or Hermione when he was busy being restrained by or James Potter for disrupting order by fighting in a public place. Tom Riddle's diary wasn't with Ginny, and that made some glaring problems. Problems that down the line could create grave situations. Now, I don't know if the diary is in Hogwarts or not. Quinn paced back and forth, thinking about the ramification of his discovery. The locations of Horcrux were crucial information to Quinn. As long as he was aware of the position of the Horcruxes, he had the upper hand on Voldemort. But now, he did not know where the diary Horcrux was. Quinn began to think about the diary Horcrux and came up with 3 possibilities. First, the diary Horcrux could still have made its way to Hogwarts but with another student. Lucius Malfoy could have simply dropped it with another student, resulting in it coming to Hogwarts. If this was the case, it was the closest to the canon events, and Quinn would like it the most. Second, the diary Horcrux remained at the Malfoy Manor, safe in the protected manor, as it had been since Voldemort had entrusted it to Lucius. If this was the case, it caused some problems, as when Voldemort gets a body, there was a high chance Malfoy Manor would become Voldemort's headquarters. If that happens, it would mean that Voldemort would have a Horcrux close to him, which was not a pleasant thought. Third, Lucius had sold the diary Horcrux, and its location was unknown. This was the worst of the scenario, as that would mean that a Horcrux was out there, and as long as it was intact, Voldemort couldn't die. This scenario was the least plausible, as Lucius might not sell something given to him by Voldemort. But, one could argue against it by saying that Lucius was carrying the diary with him on the day he was selling dark objects to Borgin and Burks to get rid of it. He wanted to sell dark items to protect himself if the Ministry arrived knocking at his door because of the stricter standards. And, let's say that diary Horcrux never came to Hogwarts, which would mean that diary Riddle would never wake the Basilisk up and Harry would never kill the beast, and it would be still alive. If Voldemort attacked Hogwarts, then the Basilisk would definitely be part of his forces. A magical beast that could kill with a single glance was a game changer. It would be more effective on a battlefield than Voldemort himself. Quinn heaved a heavy sigh as he thought about the situation that was getting out of his hand. The future knowledge was an essential asset for Quinn, and every change would decrease his safety in this world. He looked up at the ceiling before glaring hard. I blame fate for this. Did you hear me? I blame you, screamed Quinn at an entity he didn't know if it even existed, but it was the action he took, and while it didn't solve the situation, it did help slightly to alleviate frustration. He stomped hard on the floor before walking away. He needed time to think and make sure he was safe in Hogwarts. Scene break. It was true that Quinn was having a not-so-good time because of the Horcrux situation or that he had made little progress with the Vault Riddle, but there was a single thing that was buzzing with positive activity. Gilderoy Lockhart merchandise produced by Quinn and sold in Hogwarts were selling like hotcakes. Lockhart was good at one thing other than using memory charm, and that was his ability to create an excellent public presence and knew how to maintain a positive image of himself. His fame and reputation were always riding high, and the common public was full of praises for him. Riding on the wave of Lockhart's popularity and fame, Quinn sold tons and tons of Lockhart figurines, posters, lapel pins, exclusive trading cards that showcased Lockhart in different poses and with different quotes on each card, and many more products. Countless students, mostly girls, coughed serious cash to get their hands on the Lockhart products. Quinn worked hard to meet the demand, and because of good planning and preparation, Quinn was able to keep up production and sold so many items that his dream of swimming in a pool of sickles took a significant jump in progress. Lockhart's, the Hogwarts Fan Club, was the official site for the sales as Quinn had hired a girl in the fan club to handle the sales for a small payment. He didn't have the time or the want to deal with sales, and neither did he want to stay in the club room all day to sell to take orders. He didn't need the AID office to become a place where Lockhart fanatics mingled, so he made sure everybody knew that the club room was the place to go. Quinn's life was complicated as he made the most money he had ever in his life but didn't have the opportunity to celebrate. Chapter 51, Oil of Green Revenge, Room of Rewards, and Black Binders. The ensuing vault cursed like the first one. One that terrifies the dead ones. It dwells on the stage of completeness. Sheltered by the oil of green revenge. If you want to taste the reward. Accolades you need to appreciate. But are you ready? It will be anything but easy. The roads we walk have demons beneath. Are you ready to face what lies underneath? Quinn hummed in giddiness, staring at the riddle on his left and the third-year Hogwarts arithmancy book on the right. It was a pure coincidence, but while doing his arithmancy homework in the arithmancy, he noted something written on the arithmancy book. It was the symbolism of number 6, and according to arithmancy, number 6 was the number of completeness. It was also a perfect number, and a perfect number was a rarity. A perfect number was when all the number's divisors, excluding the number itself, are added, and the sum equals the number itself. Divisors of 6, 6, equals 1, 2, and 3. Sum of divisors equals 1 plus 2 plus 3 is equal to 6. Ancient Greek arithmancy master Euclid had discovered the first 4 perfect numbers, 6, 28, 496, and 8128. Seeing that Hogwarts didn't have floors in double digits, correlating this with Friar's last riddle, Quinn was sure that stage's meaning here was the floor. The stage of completeness was the 6th floor of Hogwarts. I don't want to skin the whole damn floor just to find the entrance, grumbled Quinn. He slid the riddle paper in front of him and reread it again. Last time, the riddle had minimum information about the actual vault, and it was more of an introduction to the cursed vaults in general, but this time, the entire puzzle was focused on the second vault. Now, what does oil of green revenge mean? Sitting in his office, Quinn tapped on his table, looking around the room, wondering about the wording. The ticking of the clock could be heard clearly in the quiet room. The tapping of the table turned rhythmic as he tapped out a tune. Slowly all 5 fingers and palm came into play, performing a tap tune with his hand beating against the table. His head started to bob with the music. Slap. The sound of Quinn slapping his forehead with his other hand reverberated in the quiet room. "What are you doing, man?" scolded Quinn. He got up from his chair and paced up and down in the room, trying to think of a solution. Time ticked away as Quinn tried all kinds of things like doing a handstand, laying down on the floor, sitting lotus style, eyes closed, and anything that might work, but nothing worked. After an unidentified time, Quinn ended up watching a non-magical painting on his office wall. It didn't move because of charms or did anything magical, but Quinn liked it because of its simplicity and the simplistic color palette. "Colors are amazing," spoke Quinn, his eyes reflecting the colors in the oil painting. Quinn tilted his head and rewound through his thoughts. Wait a minute. He turned his head to the riddle page on his desk and back to the painting on the wall. He repeated it twice before saying, "Oil. Painting. Oil painting. Portrait. Magical portrait. Friar, you beautiful fat monk." From the start of the sentence, Quinn's voice rose with every word till he came to the final conclusion, and facts all fell into their place. Quinn didn't wait for a single second before he put on his Hogwarts robe, and while he did that, his table packed itself, and the page of the riddle flew into his hand. He pocketed the page and spoke to himself as he exited the office. "Oh yeah, I am feeling it now. There is no point in being nut if you can't have a little fun." Scene break. Like every floor of the Hogwarts castle, the 6th floor was vast and grand. Full of different corridors and turns, with rooms that hadn't been opened in hundreds of years because the castle was so huge that the occupants never needed all the extra accommodations. Ghost and portraits were a charming feature of Hogwarts. Its magical nature attracted ghosts to tie themselves to the castle, while people's time in the Hogwarts castle, while they were still alive, was so significant that they liked to send their portraits to the school. Even to this day, a lot of dead people sent their portraits to Hogwarts. Maybe I will do the same when I am all old, sickly, and dead, thought Quinn as he ran his way to the 6th floor. He reached the floor and walked to the first portrait he saw. "What's your name?" The man in the portrait looked at Quinn before stroking his mustache as he introduced himself. "Tatum Blakesley is my name, mustache is my game." Quinn cut him off and said, "Tate's Homestead." "No, that isn't anywhere near Green Revenge." He looked at the next portrait. "What about you?" "Lady Ebba Horney." Quinn shook his head. "From the fortress, that doesn't match either." Quinn went one by one to every portrait and asked their names, trying to relate them to Green Revenge, but nothing matched. He stopped after a couple of tens of portraits and grunted, "Okay, this is taking too much time. Need to speed up the process." He took a deep breath and gathered his magic, and initiated the magic he wanted to use. Quinn opened his mouth and spoke, but not a single sound came out of it. But to every portrait in his sight, they could hear the same sentence. "Everybody, tell me your names." Every single portrait that could see Quinn heard the sentence, and they began moving closer to Quinn by traveling between frames. Some portrait people away from Quinn also came to see what was happening. And tons of portrait people peered at Quinn from the picture frames on the walls. Quinn shrugged, nodded in amazement at the number. All right, a little more than I was expecting, but why not? Go ahead, speak your names together at the same time. He closed his eyes and focused, diving deep into his magic, channeling it to enable the occlumency he had developed throughout the years. His mind thrummed with activity, and then it came. Portraits were copies of their subjects while they were painted, which meant they too had personalities. The portraits began speaking their names, some took the lead, some followed after the first group, while others hung at the back of the group before speaking. A cacophony of names came crashing into Quinn as he sorted through every single name that was thrown at him. Bonifacius Tegula. Eustorgius Nerva. Rhodochan Nolani. Amara Nero. Cyan Hennis. Adela Dreschnerg. Rabanus Lentinus. Eardwolf Fryi. Madison Ecclestone. Sidonios Dorso. Rasuita Bone. Ceneric Harlow. Eustorgius Nerva. Vindictus Veridian. Hildebrand Forsbergs. Quinn visualized every single first and last name in his mind, looking at their meanings from their root language and culture. Every name appeared in front of a mental image of Quinn, and it would immediately turn into its closest meaning before Quinn would swipe his hand, and it would disappear, and the process would be repeated with a new name. Celtics, Roman, Germanic, and Old English meanings floated in his mind. Tens and tens of words flashed in his mind at an occlumenciated speed that was remarkable for someone Quinn's age. Wait a second, shouted Quinn. He swiped his hand from left to right, and a pair of words appeared in his mind. Vindictus Veridian. Vindictus is derived from the Latin vindicta, meaning revenge, and the surname Veridian from the Latin viridis, meaning green. Revenge and green floated in Quinn's mind, and he switched the words to get. Green revenge, he whispered and slowly opened his eyes. I found it. He looked at the horde of portrait people and asked, who among you is Vindictus Veridian? A lady stepped in front of the group, and that confused Quinn. You are Vindictus Veridian. He thought it was a guy's name. The lady shook her head and spoke. No, Mr. Veridian left. He doesn't like noisy places, so when we spoke all the names, he left because it got too noisy. Quinn clicked his tongue and asked, where can I find him then? Another portrait spoke from the herd. Why yeah, we can't tell. Mr. Veridian doesn't like that, says that it just attracts more noise. Quinn looked at the entire herd of staring eyes and asked, anyone else who wants to speak up? No one spoke and just shifted on their painted feet. Quinn was surprised by this and thought Vindictus Veridian might be an important man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you were helpful. You may leave and go back to your lives. I mean frames. The portraits weren't alive, so telling them to continue on with their lives was wrong. Sorry about that, said Quinn before walking away to a place with no portraits. He leaned against a wall, crossed his arms, and began thinking. Let's see. Who is Vindictus Veridian? He wanted to check if there was someone with the name in his memory. A faraway look appeared in his eyes as Quinn dived into his Mindscape and started looking for anything that would mention Vindictus Veridian. After a minute or two, Quinn finally found a mention of the name in his memory and was surprised to see that Quinn did know a lot about Vindictus Veridian. Professor Vindictus Veridian, Podewunner, author, and headmaster of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the early 18th century. Now, I see why the portraits weren't willing to speak about him. During his lifetime, he published a famous book on minor dark charms known as Curses and Counter-Curses, Bewitch Your Friends and Befuddle Your Enemies with the Latest Revenges. A book that was still extremely famous among students in Hogwarts and could be found with a large part of the student population. In other words, he was still a best-selling author centuries after his death. Focus returned to Quinn's eyes as he moved away from the wall and exhaled. He will be on the 6th floor. It won't be difficult to find him. Scene break. Damn, it was hard to find you, exclaimed Quinn as he stared at the portrait of Vindictus Veridian. He had to look at every portrait frame, and through extraordinary events, Vindictus Veridian's portrait frame was the last one he found. Vindictus Veridian looked up from a book he was reading and stared at Quinn. You are the boy who was asking for names. Why have you come to find me, child? Quinn observed the portrait frame, which covered the whole door to a room, and said, I want to get in there. The portrait of Vindictus Veridian was guarding the room to the Room of Rewards, a secret room at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that noted students' various achievements. It was different from the trophy room on the third floor. Quinn didn't know how it was different, but he didn't care about that. Damn, Friar really thought this through, didn't he? If I just thought about the next part of the riddle, I wouldn't have spent all that time searching for this, thought Quinn. The next part of the riddle was about rewards and accolades. If Quinn figured that out, there was a chance he might not have to spend so much time wandering around. No, you can't. Students aren't allowed to go inside, said the portrait of the ex-headmaster. Why? Because I say so, said Vindictus while going back to reading his book. Quinn squinted his eyes before asking, is it because there is a rule against entering the room, or is it just because you just don't want to open the door? The latter, answered Vindictus, not looking at Quinn and reading his book. All right, if this is how you want to play. Quinn turned away from the portrait and walked to a place where a Vindictus couldn't see him and took out Recon. Let's see if you are so stuck up after this. He looked at the map and found the thing that would help him show up Vindictus. He closed Recon and walked back to the portrait. Portrait Vindictus sighed as he looked at Quinn. Boy, I will repeat, you aren't getting dash dot. Summa premium. Portrait Vindictus stilled in his chair and turned to face Quinn. What did you say? Summa premium. Now, open up. Let me through. Reveal the treasure. Get out of my way, Grandpa, said Quinn, smirking his face off. He had read the password for Room of Rewards from Recon and now was rubbing it in Vindictus' face. Portrait Vindictus didn't say a word as the door to the Room of Rewards opened up, but he did stare at Quinn the whole time. Quinn stared back at the ex-headmaster as he strutted his way into the Room of Reward. The inside of Room of Rewards wasn't filled with trophies or awards, but with shelves and shelves of black leather binders, with names written in gold on the spines of the binders. He didn't touch anything in this room because of paranoia and just took slow steps to explore the room. He didn't want to make any unwarranted moves in here. Quinn had no plan to have a repeat of the last year. After an infuriating amount of time, Quinn finally concluded that he could walk normally in this room without triggering any deadly trap. Phew, that was stressful, sighed Quinn. He finally relaxed his tense body and just looked at the room. It wasn't anything special, just shelves of black leather binders and nothing else. The first thing he did was cast tons of detections charms on one of the black binders to check if they were safe to pick up, and the result was that there was nothing on the binders other than preservation charms. Quinn picked up the binder and opened it to read it. There were tons of parchments inside the binder that told a story about a student named Paige Winthorpe. She was a student around 300 years ago, and in her time as a Hogwarts student, she was made a prefect in her 5th year and continued her way to become a head girl in her 7th year. She was a top scorer in her exams in her time, and it showed in the report cards attached in the binder. Paige Winthorpe wasn't only good at academics, she excelled at sports and part of the Slytherin Quidditch team from her 4th to the 6th year. In short, Paige Winthorpe of Slytherin was an exemplary student. Quinn picked up another binder and saw similar facts about another student and another one and one more. He went through 5 of these binders, and every single one of them was some kind of valedictorian or similar, someone who shined in Hogwarts in a way or another. Do I have to read all of these binders? Asked Quinn as he remembered about the line in the riddle. If you want to taste the reward. Accolades you need to appreciate. It made Quinn think he needed to appreciate the accolades that were written in the binders. They showed the student career of the brightest students of Hogwarts, and these binders showed their accolades. Quinn looked at the hundreds and maybe thousands of binders and dreaded going through this much material. He enjoyed reading, but only if it added to his knowledge or if he enjoyed reading something. And he had just read those 5 binders and Quinn was sure that it would get boring real quick. I am going to through the room once again. Have to check it to find if I missed something, said Quinn, hoping that he missed something. He didn't want to read everything in this room. Scene break. October arrived, spreading a damp chill over the grounds and into the castle. A sudden spate of colds among the staff and students kept Madame Pomfrey, the matron, busy. Her pepper-up potion worked instantly, though it left the drinker smoking at the ears for several hours afterward. Quinn, too, had spent an amount of time in the hospital wing, brewing pepper-up potions for the season-changing cold, helping the matron with the brewing load. In return, she answered every healing-related question he had. A profitable exchange for both. On the vault of side things, Quinn had little luck finding anything in the room. So, he had no choice but to read the binders. He would spend a lot of time in the room of rewards reading about many students. It turned out that the room of rewards was reserved for the very best of the students of Hogwarts, and every year, the professors would sit and have a meeting to decide who would be admitted into the room of rewards. Those binders held every remarkable detail about the students and the teacher's remarks about the student. Stunning recommendation letters and proof of character from faculty if the students needed them. Quinn was sure that if any students had these, they wouldn't need a resume for the start of their career. Just pick one of these binders and walk into a place of hiring, and they would seriously give you a look over. But, despite that, Quinn still didn't enjoy reading them, but he didn't have a choice. He just read the black binders and practiced magic while reading them. Portrait Vindictus tried to change passwords, but his efforts were for nothing as with Recon, no room in Hogwarts was blocked to Quinn. Of course, except the Chamber of Secrets that opened up with Parseltongue. Speaking of Chamber of Secrets, while Quinn was immersed in reading the black binders, October passed, and Halloween arrived. And Halloween at Hogwarts with Potter's fate was always eventful. Chapter 52, Halloween of Illusions and Symbols. The dinner feast at Halloween was always special at Hogwarts. The decor of the Great Hall was all Halloweeny and spooky. Floating pumpkin heads from the ceiling and spooky bats flew around the dark, enchanted sky. The lighting on the Great Hall was also dimmed by a level, giving it a different feel than usual. It was oddly stimulating to see a place that you saw every day changed slightly. The goblets had engravings of pumpkin, and the food came in cauldrons instead of the usual utensils. Like every year, Quinn had put on his pointed hat for the occasion and had a pumpkin and bat lapel pin on his robes. It was his way of being festive. Plus, he had dipped into his chocolate reserves and distributed chocolate to every Ravenclaw he came across in the Ravenclaw common room. Unknown to him, they gave him the nickname Chocolate West because of the chocolate he had been giving out. It didn't help when he would randomly produce chocolate and give them to people even before Halloween. Quinn cleaned his hands and corners of his mouth before turning to Eddie and smiling. What Halloween candy is never on time for the party? Eddie gave the question a thought before shrugging. I don't know. Which one is it? Chocolate, laughed Quinn. Eddie gave him a flat look and spoke. That wasn't funny. Quinn pursed his lips and nodded. I know, here you go. Placing something on Eddie's hand. Eddie looked at his hand, expecting to see the usual chocolate, but it turned out not to be chocolate. A candy cane? Asked Eddie, his brows quirking up. Quinn showed a shallow lopsided grin and chortled. The chocolate is late. Eddie's jaw fell as he gawked at Quinn. He closed his mouth before asking, Did you plan that? No, it just came to me, smiled Quinn, shaking his hands around his head. Genius, right? No, it wasn't, spoke Eddie, his face showing his complete disagreement. Both friends got up from their bench spots and started to walk towards the exit. Quinn threw his arm around Eddie's shoulder and poked his cheek. Come on, admit I got you. Nope, it didn't. It did. Didn't. It did. Didn't. It did. Didn't. It did. Didn't. Quinn and Eddie walked together among the crowd of students who were going to the common room. He would walk with them till the 5th floor, then he was going to part with them to go to the room of requirements. But then the crowd of students slowed down till every stopped and stilled. A murmur spread across the students, and then all of them heard something that brought chills to Quinn. Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods. Quinn froze when he heard Draco Malfoy's familiar voice. He had familiarized with it from all the times he had quarreled with Harry Potter in the Great Hall. Eddie felt Quinn's arm slip away from his shoulder and watched as his friend step away from him and walk towards the front of the crowd. Hey, where are you going? Eddie called out to Quinn but didn't get a reply from his roommate. Quinn. Quinn didn't hear Eddie as he moved through the crowd towards the front of the traffic. His fingers twitched occasionally, and numerous students felt tugs on their clothes, shifting them slightly to the side as Quinn used magic to make a path from himself. Quinn finally reached the front of the crowd and saw the scene he had read about and seen in the cinematic representation of the books. Foot-high words had been daubed on the wall between two windows, shimmering in the light cast by the flaming torches. And, not any words, but words, written in blood red, and the dripping marks certainly upped the graveness of the wording. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. His eyes shifted away from the bloody words and saw Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was hanging by her tail from the torch bracket. She was stiff as a board, her eyes wide and staring. Is she dead? Thought Quinn, and immediately looked at the floor to see a puddle of water. Okay, there is a chance that it might be alive. The events exactly matched the canon, so there was a chance that Mrs. Norris was alive and was just petrified. Quinn finally took note of his surroundings. The chatter, the bustle, the noise died suddenly as the people in front spotted the hanging cat. Harry, Ron, Ivy, and Hermione stood alone in the middle of the corridor as silence fell among the mass of students pressing forward to see the bloody sight. Attracted no doubt by Malfoy's shout, Argus Filch came shouldering his way through the crowd. Then he saw Mrs. Norris and fell back, clutching his face in horror. My cat. My cat. What's happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked at Harry, his eyes popping red as he looked feral. You, he screeched. You. You've murdered my cat. You've killed her. I'll kill you. I'll. Argus. Quinn looked as Dumbledore made his entry on the scene, followed by the professors. In seconds, he had swept past the Golden Quartet and detached Mrs. Norris from the torch basket. He handled the situation swiftly and immediately asked Filch and the Golden Quartet to follow him to his office, and Lockhart offered his office because it was the closest. The silent crowd parted to let them pass. Lockhart, looking excited and significant, hurried after Dumbledore, so did Professors McGonagall, Lily Potter, and Snape. Quinn felt relieved as he saw the events happening just as canon progression. It made him feel in control and brought calmness that the diary Horcrux was in the castle and not out of Hogwarts, which meant there was a solid chance the Basilisk might die at the hands of Harry Potter this year. But Quinn didn't know that his relief would turn against him, as without his knowledge, someone had seen his relief, someone that didn't have a good impression of him. Ivy Potter, the Potter princess, part of the Golden Quartet, caught sight of Quinn's figure in the crowd's front. And something caught her attention, and when she observed, she saw a look of recognition in Quinn's eyes as he stared at the bloody scene. Her eyes widened as she saw relief and something else in Quinn's expression as he watched the wording on the wall and the hanging cat. A seed of apprehension gripped her heart as she saw him not showing the stunned and dismayed expression matching the others surrounding them. Ivy continued to glance at him with the corner of her wide green eyes as her mother pulled them away from the crowd. Without Quinn's knowledge, his hated wench had struck again. Fate had placed an impending crisis on Quinn's head, and he did not know what was about to come. Scene break. The knowledge that the Basilisk was active in Hogwarts was a positive and negative thing at the same time. The positive from the situation was that the course of events remained close to the canon progression. Quinn didn't need to worry about canon blowing itself out of the pool and the Basilisk wreaking havoc later on. The negative of the diary Horcrux being at Hogwarts was in the short term. It wasn't sunshine and daisies when you lived in the same building as the deadliest snake in the world, one that could kill you with a single look. To feel a moment of safety, Quinn had come to the room of requirement to think about something. He couldn't think much about how to handle the Basilisk. Quinn's first priority was to stay away from the serpent and make sure he and the snake never met. He had no delusions of taking on the Basilisk. If it was blinded, then I would take my chances, thought Quinn, tapping away at the armrest of the chair he had asked from the room of requirement. There were two places in Hogwarts where he was safe from the Basilisk. He was sitting in the first, and the second was the icy vault. Snakes didn't like cold, and Basilisk wasn't an exception. If Quinn became a squatter in the icy vault, he would be safe from the Basilisk as it would avoid the cold climate of the vault. Even Voldemort won't be able to command the Basilisk to go in there. I do not know who is the pitiful victim of the diary Horcrux. That itself is a problem, contemplated Quinn. If Ginny Weasley was the Horcrux host, he would have robbed the diary from her and chucked it into the room of lost things. But there was a part of Quinn's mind that didn't worry about the Basilisk, and it was because of his blood status. Quinn came from a pure-blood family, and the young Tom Riddle was obsessed with his Slytherin lineage. Slytherin didn't want students of non-magical or mixed lineage to enter Hogwarts, and the young Tom Riddle followed that mindset with his heart. He wanted to rid Hogwarts of first-generation magicals, Muggle-borns. All his victims were Muggle-borns, except Penelope Clearwater, who was collateral damage, an unplanned victim. Quinn was a pure-blood wizard, so there was a part of Quinn's mind that thought he was safe. That the controlled Basilisk won't target him. The one time in his life that his blood status would help him out. His being pureblood would help him out in this situation. He didn't believe in pureblood propaganda. Why would he? It didn't help him in magic. His hard work was what helped him progress in his magic capabilities. Blood purity had nothing to do with it. But now, here he sat, wondering if this blood purity would save him from mortal danger. An archaic way of thinking that led to genetic abnormalities, gene pool degradation, the possibility of declination of magic, and the birth of squibs. He didn't like this fact at all. It didn't fit well with him that this inherently corrupt doctrine might possibly help him out. Quinn just sat there in his chair, staring at the floor, lost in thought about the time to come. Scene break. Mr. Veridian, how are you today? Having a quiet day, I hope, said Quinn as he put on a pair of gloves over his head. Portrait Vindictus stared down at Quinn but didn't open his mouth to utter a single sound in greeting. Quinn waited for some chat back, but as every day, the portrait didn't entertain him, so he moved on. All right, please open up, I have to go inside. Password, demanded Portrait Vindictus. Quinn exhaled a sigh and put his hands on his waist before asking, you know, if you didn't ask me for a password every day, we would have been good friends. Password. Quinn clicked his tongue and spoke, Immortalis. The door opened up without a single word of response, and Quinn stepped but not before saying, see you in a bit, Mr. Veridian. The inside of the room of rewards was dull as ever, with black binders resting on shelves. Orbs of light manifested around Quinn, providing proper lighting for him to navigate and read. Okay, time for another session of reading random people's school records, said Quinn. He started from where he left off yesterday. Like a damn blue-collar worker. Quinn sat down his butt down on the floor and began reading, and while he read, a small holographic image of the binder appeared in front of him in midair. The holographic binder opened up, and it was the exact copy of the binder in Quinn's hands. When he looked at a parchment, a holographic image of parchment would appear in the holographic binder. If you looked closely at the holographic parchment, you would see words appear on it. If you backed up and looked at Quinn and the binder on his hand, you would notice that the words on the holographic parchment were the same as Quinn was reading. As Quinn read, the words were appearing on the holographic image on the parchment. Quinn didn't want to waste his time just reading, so he devised a practice exercise to utilize his time. The practice was to get better at illusion magic. An illusion was a distortion of the senses, revealing how the mind usually organizes and interprets sensory stimulation. By disrupting and manipulating the sensory input to the brain, a magical could their perception of reality. Currently, Quinn was casting illusion magic on himself. He was disrupting his own senses to make himself feel the illusions. It was the best way to practice illusion magic. If he understood how his mind interpreted sensory input, then he would have an understanding of every single mind out there. There were 6 base sensory perceptions: sight, visual, smell, olfactory, touch, tactile, hearing, auditory, taste, gustatory, and magic, extrasensory. Currently, he was working on the visual sense or the perception of sight. He was working on how the eye interpreted light and was deceiving his own eyes to believe that there is a holograph of the binder he was reading. By using the binder, he was changing the illusion with every second by adding words to parchments. It was great practice by creating dynamic illusions. The only limitation to illusion magic was the imagination and understanding of the caster. If you wanted to cast an illusion of fire, you needed to know the physical characteristics of fire. How the wisps of fire moved, the heat of the fire, the color, the light projected by fire, and everything that would make the fire illusion believable. Illusions worked the best when the target believed that the illusion was real. It made the caster's work easier because the target was digging themselves a hole, and all the caster was to give them a push. In the quiet room, the only sound was the turning of the pages. Quinn continued to read the student binders, sitting on the floor, and binders would float into his hands, and the ones he read would return to their places on the shelves. After 24 binders, Quinn stood up from his spot on the floor to stretch his body. He walked to the shelf of the binder he was holding in his hand. He arrived at the section of the room of rewards that held the records of students from the time Hogwarts was under a century old. Both the shelves and the binders were old despite the preservation's charms cast on them. With a sigh, Quinn looked for the empty slot in the shelf to put the binder back. Ah, there is it, said Quinn, walking to the empty and was about to put the binder back when he noticed something weird. There was some kind of engraving on the shelf that was visible because there wasn't a binder covering it. He hadn't noticed it before because he used magic to draw the binders to his spot on the floor. Quinn put the binder back into its place and stepped back. With a twitch of his magic, the entire row of binders floated out of the shelf and glided overhead. The dust on the empty shelf cleared, and small orbs of light appeared to shed some light on the rack. Quinn moved closer to get a better look and saw that the entire plank of wood was engraved. He thought of something and saw that the roof of the rack, too, was embossed with symbols. "All right," responded Quinn and memorized the symbols on the plank before putting the binders back into the rack. He concentrated on the entire multi-row shelf and pulled out all the binders from top to bottom. And, lo and behold, the entire bookshelf was engraved with symbols. He laughed in discovery. "Now, we are talking." Quinn looked left to right and saw that the designs of the shelves in this section were identical. He had ignored the fact because he didn't think it was relevant, but now it gave him a starting point. He ran to one corner of the section of shelves and pulled out entire rows of binders to memorize the symbols on the wooden planks, repeating the process on every row of binders and every rack in the section. It took some before Quinn had managed to memorize every single rectangle of symbols. "These aren't from a traditional language," noted Quinn, while he paced up and down the room, thinking about the symbols he saw. He suddenly stopped and blurted, "They weren't complete." He looked around the room and decided that it was time to leave the room for today. "I need to work on this," spoke Quinn. A toothy grin reared on his face, threatening to split his face. He had been reading the boring binders for closer to 2 months now. He knew about people's test scores who were dead centuries ago. Finding this clue was like an escape from his personal hell. Quinn hopped his way out of the room of reward and turned back to shoot finger guns at Portrait Vindictus. "See you later, Mr. Veridian." "I will see you later. The stoic man in the portrait just stared at Quinn and began to think of a new password for tomorrow. Chapter 53, Cipher, Decoding, and Descent. The room of requirements has always provided its user with what they desired. Today, too, the person who called out to the room got what they sought from the magical room. On a very long table sat long strips of paper with symbols written on them in black ink. There were hundreds of these strips, each long strip of paper representing a plank of symbols that Quinn copied from the room of rewards. He arranged them in the order of time. The plank which held the oldest binders went first, followed by the planks which had binders that came after them. This arrangement was the one that made the most sense to Quinn because he did not know what the symbols meant. They weren't alphabets from any traditional language that Quinn knew. The symbols were made from figures with angles, triangles, with at most 1 dot per symbol. "This is a cipher," was the conclusion that Quinn came up with. The symbols weren't random, and Quinn could see the pattern and repetition in the symbols. There are 25 distinct symbols. One less than the English alphabet. Is there a missing letter in the code?" noted Quinn, his hand holding his chin in thought. Within a blink of his eyes, 25 symbols in red appeared in front of Quinn, floating in midair. These were all the unique symbols present in the cipher. Using illusions instead of writing the symbols down was redundant, as Quinn needed to maintain his magic while focusing on deciphering the cipher, but he did it for a reason. Last year, Quinn had noticed that he was spending too much time in the icy vault. He did nothing but try to get into the vault and spent a lot of time doing it. The time that could have been better managed by him to focus on other areas of magic. So to avoid that problem this year, Quinn had decided that while he focused on the vault, he was going to make sure not to let his other magical studies fall behind. Practicing illusion magic was just one example of Quinn making sure that he didn't spend all of his time on the vault. Quinn stared at the 25 symbols for a while before deciding the next step of action. "All right, let's apply the usual substitution cipher techniques." He clapped his hand and rubbed them rapidly as he roamed his eyes over the multiple strips of paper and symbol. Quinn judged the cipher as a substitution cipher. A substitution cipher was a way to encrypt data by replacing the plaintext with ciphertext. In Quinn's case, the ciphertext were symbols, but they could be anything from letters, numbers, arcane symbols, lines, and dots, or weird alien squiggles. For example, Caesar cipher was a way to encrypt information using substitution. The key to the Caesar cipher was to involve a simple shift to the alphabet. The following represents a Caesar cipher with a shift of 3 places. Plaintext: A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Ciphertext: X Y Z A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W. In the above example, a was ciphered by shifting 3 places to the left and getting X, so when you wanted to write a in your ciphered text, you would write it as X. And, thus began long hours of rational and logical reasoning and study of ciphertext. Quinn was not experienced with ciphers and was the first time he was working on something like this. It took days over days of grind to work on the ciphered text that might give him the vault's location. While working on the ciphertext, Quinn learned a lot about substitution ciphers and how to decode/decipher this type of cipher. There were techniques, tips, and methods that went into decoding substitution ciphers. The first step to solving a substitution cipher was to look for single-letter words because they were almost definitely a or I. By having a guess on the singular-lettered words, Quinn could have a solid estimate on 2 letters. Another technique was to count the frequency of the cipher symbols that appeared in the text. In the English language, or more specifically, an English text, some letters appeared more than others. According to the statistics, E, T, A, O, I, N, S, H, R, D, L, U were the most appearing letters, with E appearing the most and the frequency decreasing as we moved on to the right. A technique that might have worked was to look for apostrophes as T, D, M, L, L, or RE typically followed them. But, there were no apostrophes in the text, so that went out of the window. This did make Quinn realize contractions like can't were written in their expanded form of cannot. From here on out, things got tough as Quinn had to search for repeating letter patterns. They were common repeating letter groups such as TH, SH, RE, CH, TR, ING, ION, and ENT. With time, he started on trying to decipher 2-, 3-, and 4-letter words. 2-letter words almost always had 1 vowel and 1 consonant. The 5 most common 2-letter words, in order of frequency, were of, TO, IN, IS, and IT. The 5 most common 3-letter words, in order of frequency, were the, and, for, was, and, his. The most common 4-letter word was that. An encrypted term with the pattern #__#, was likely to be that. However, the pattern #__#, also represented 30 other words, so Quinn had a lot of combinations to work on. Quinn also scanned for double letters. They're most likely to be LL, followed in frequency by EE, SS, OO, and TT. Decrypting a cipher with hand took time, but slowly and surely, Quinn began making increasingly accurate guesses. Typical word fragments start to reveal themselves, though Quinn had to start over quite a few times because he guessed wrong. Scene break. Quinn sat in the History of Magic class, his head resting on his palm. Professor Cuthbert Binns droned about various goblin rebellions and giant wars to bored, sleeping students. The ghosts' lessons were regarded as some of the most boring at Hogwarts, leading many students to not paying attention in his classes. The reason Quinn didn't listen in Binns' lecture was that the ghost spoke in straight facts. Those facts were all stated in the books, and Quinn felt that reading the Hogwarts text was sufficient for the History of Magic classroom. Plus, Quinn knew more about the history of magic because he had read about said history from the perspective of various communities. He was playing with his pen, his mind lost in thought about the cipher. He had hit a bit of a snag with his decoding of the cipher text. There were only 25 symbols in the cipher, but Quinn's initial assumption that the plaintext was in English, and there were 26 letters in the English alphabet. Quinn knew the plaintext was in English because he had been getting solid results in the form of proper words and coherent sentences, but there's sizable gaps in the text where Quinn couldn't make sense of the terms. The legible parts and paragraphs didn't help Quinn to the vault's location or its content. From what Quinn had deciphered, the text was religious sermons from a group known as the Order of Solomon's Temple. He felt a shake from his side and snapped out of his thought to look at the side. "Yeah, what is it?" he asked, looking at Marcus, who sat to his right side. "You should seriously join Muggle Studies. Professor Potter is genuinely fun. Her class is on its way to becoming my favorite," whispered Marcus. "If you ask Professor Flitwick, he might allow you to add another subject to your schedule." "I am not joining. I already all too much on my plate," Quinn whispered back. He had no interest in joining the Muggle Studies, no matter how fun Lily Potter's classes were. "Really?" He smiled and continued, "Let me tell you something fun that Professor Potter told us in her class today. Maybe that will motivate you to join the class." Quinn gave him a go on, chin jut, and Marcus began. Did you know scribes used interchangeably I and J to express the sound of both the vowel and the consonant? It wasn't until 1524 when John Giorgio Trissino, an Italian Renaissance grammarian known as the father of the letter J, distinguished between the two sounds by creating the letter J. Quinn's eye almost popped out from their sockets when he heard the juicy piece of information from Marcus's mouth. J didn't exist, he thought. Holy shit, this makes so much sense. There were only 25 before J, of course, now it all fits together. Quinn stilled for a second before another thought occurred to him. He looked at his hands and thought, maybe I have plot armor, because this timing was definitely plot armor, plot armor. He turned to Marcus and hugged the dude. Belby, you magnificent ball of sunshine. If you have any problem, come to me. I will fix it for you free of cost. Next time someone calls you something mean, holler me, and I will beat the crap out of them. Okay, responded Marcus. He felt weirded out because he saw Quinn's eyes pop out before he looked at his hands and chuckled strangely. Not to mention he wasn't expecting the hug from Quinn. He untangled himself from Quinn before beaming, then will you join Muggle studies? No way. Why would I do that, said Quinn, as he swung his legs under the desk. How about you join care of magical creature? Marcus made a face, no way. Those creatures are gross. Yeah, but it is fun when you get to look at others squeak in fear or groan when touching something that you eloquently called as gross, laughed Quinn. Yeah, that is always so much fun. You are weird, was Marcus' to the point reaction. Scene break. After Marcus told Quinn that J didn't exist before, Quinn ran to the room of requirements and entered the room. Inside, he unpacked a regular-sized version of the entire ciphertext and applied J and I to the text, and finally, he had the full deciphered text that Quinn thought was the correct interpretation. Yes. Let's do this, said Quinn, and red English lettering floated from the paper. Illusion magic did its job as the English plaintext of the ciphertext floated just above the page. The deciphered full text was from the Order of Solomon's Temple sermons about religion, and just as he expected, there was nothing about the vault in the text. He pounded on the table and yelled, "What in the world is this? Are you telling me that all of this was for nothing?" The illusion of the deciphered text flickered away because of the bout of anger. Quinn angrily paced in the room before stomping his way to the table with the text. No, there must be something in here. I just have to look closer. Taking a deep breath, Quinn focused all his attention on the deciphered cipher that reappeared as an illusion. His eyes roamed all over the English text, looking for anything that would stand out. Maybe, there is something hidden in here, mumbled Quinn. He hunched over the table, and with his hands supporting his body, he concentrated, and seemingly random words turned from red to blue. The blue words would string together to form sentences before going back, and another set of words would turn blue and form another sentence. The process repeated repeatedly, the speed of formation of blue sentences sped up, and the words flashed faster with Quinn's pupils moving over every word. Then there was a sharp intake of air before Quinn stood straight as another set of blue words floated above the red words before the red words disappeared like sand in the wind, leaving behind a string of blue words. Under the seal, the antechamber of sin would be revealed. The first words of the lines in the Fibonacci sequence, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34. 1, under. 2, the. 3, seal. 5, the. 8, antechamber. 13, of. 21, sin. 34, wood. 55, be. 89, revealed. I know what to do, said Quinn. His stone-gray eyes glowed as he stared at those words. Quinn immediately moved. He wanted to see the results of his work. Scene break. Quinn walked to the portrait Vindictus and looked at the men in the painting. Vindictus Veridian stared at Quinn from his painting and noticed the smug child was here again. Password, he asked like he usually did. Insolubile muro, came the immediate reply. The immediate answer surprised the portrait and, finally, noticed that the child wasn't smiling his smug smirk. Today, the child was serious. A determined and focused look on his face as he stared forward. Portrait Vindictus opened the door to the room of reward, and the child marched inside, not giving him a second look. Inside the room of rewards, Quinn walked straight to the center of the room. "This is the seal, isn't it?" Quinn said as he squatted on the floor and touched the Hogwarts seal on the floor of the room of rewards. An H in the middle with a lion, badger, eagle, and snake around it. Quinn traced his finger on the motto of the school. Draco dormiens nunquam titilandus. "Never tickle a sleeping dragon," he muttered before pumping magic into the seal. When Quinn had first checked the room, he had investigated the entire room for any extrinsic charms or wards, but nothing popped out, which meant that either there was nothing in the room, or the charms and wards were hidden beyond Quinn's capabilities. Now, if he had deciphered the cipher text correctly and was right about the Fibonacci sequence, then this seal should react to his magic. Quinn could feel his magic being absorbed into the Hogwarts seal, but there was nothing triggered. His eyes caught the Hogwarts motto and took a chance. Aperio. It was Latin for open, reveal, uncover, and in this case, unseal. There was a slight rumble as Quinn noticed that every word on the seal changed into the cipher symbols, showing that he was correct about his interpretation of the cipher. The faint rumble stopped, and the circular seal disappeared into thin air, leaving behind a dark opening on the floor. No chilling cold. "Always a good sign," spoke Quinn as he stared inside the pitch-black darkness. He raised his hand over the opening as an orb of light appeared in his hand. Quinn uncurled his hand and let the orb of light fall into the opening. He craned his neck and watched as the light illuminated a long circular tunnel going deep below the room. The orb finally contacted the ground, and Quinn judged it was around 20 feet deep. "All right, that is pretty doable," nodded Quinn as he stood up and looked near the entrance for a metallic disc to conjure into existence. The metal disc moved to the top of the opening before Quinn stepped onto the disc. Beginning descent, Quinn spoke to himself. The disc started to sink with Quinn standing upon it. He took a deep breath when his body sank into the opening, and he could no longer see the shelves. Slowly, the disc traveled down, Quinn making sure that there was no incident on his way down. Finally, Quinn exited the tunnel and was inside the antechamber, or as he thought, the vault. He didn't step down from the disc and focused his magic, and instantly 20-something white orbs of light illuminated into life. He waved his hand, sending them in every direction. The orbs reached the ends of the room, revealing a sizable room, the same size as that of an average Hogwarts classroom, which could comfortably hold 40-50 people with plenty of space for every occupant. The problem was that the room was bare. There was nothing in the room, and the floor, ceiling, and walls were also plain with nothing to look at. Did someone already cleared out this one, was Quinn's thought. Maybe someone found this vault without getting to know about it from the ghosts. Quinn sighed as he stepped down from the disc as it disappeared behind him. He walked around the room, his fingers gliding over the smooth walls. Quinn sent his magic into the walls, but nothing happened. The walls didn't absorb his magic or show any changes. Man, this one is really weird. Maybe I should go ask Friar for another CL dash. Thud. In the plain room, Quinn collapsed without any warning. With him fainting, the orbs of light around the room extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. The opening tunnel was the only source of faint light. For a moment, there was no movement in the antechamber. Then the smooth walls of the heptagonal antechamber transformed to show 7 rune circles, one on each wall. Each one glowed in a different light: violet, green, orange, blue, yellow, pink, and red. The centers of the 7 individual runic circles brightly glowed before they shot 7 sharp beams towards Quinn, covering his body in a harsh array of mixed light. The process was swift, with the beams only appearing for less than a minute before everything in the room returned to normal, leaving behind the unconscious body of Quinn West. Chapter 54, Unknown, and commentary. The feeling of the side of his face squished against the cold and dusty floor was not the feeling you wanted when waking up, but it was the one that Quinn felt when he groggily opened his eyes. He coughed, dislocating the dust and at the same time inhaling said dust into his mouth. Quinn immediately sat up but felt a dizzy spell hit him. His ears rang with a continuous buzzing, and the world around him was unstable and out of focus. The thought of conjuring a mouthful of water to clean his mouth was out of his mind as he struggled to properly assess his situation. The ringing in his ears and the blurry vision didn't help as Quinn tried to stand up, almost falling back to the floor in his effort. When he stood up, Quinn wavered to his sides, like a drunk with alcohol impairing his balance. Quinn grabbed his head because a headache assaulted him, making the ringing in his ears much more annoying. All the volatility in his body finally caught up to Quinn, and he stumbled forward, falling to the ground, his hands and forearms supporting his body from making complete contact with the floor. He cried out a mighty groan of pain as he turned to lay down on his back. Coincidentally, all his wobbling trying to walk caused him to fall just under the tunnel to this room, the sole source of dim light that fell from the room of rewards above. Under the circle of light, Quinn's chest moved up and down as he stared at the light. Slowly, his mental faculties returned to him, the ringing in his ears subsided, and the world returned to focus. The fading headache finally allowed Quinn to think where he was. The second vault, croaked Quinn, his voice cracking because of a dried-out throat. Quinn couldn't recall anything about how he had fallen unconscious. All he could remember was walking in the room, and then he woke up with a nasty case of disorientation. The time between was just like sleep. I was so careful this time, thought Quinn, he hadn't taken any hasty steps while exploring the vault. He didn't even dare to step off the metal disc before he was sure that there was no trap in the chamber. But, it still happened, damn it, it still happened. Quinn laughed derisively. His light chuckles amplified in the quiet room before falling back into the consuming silence. Closing his eyes, Quinn decided to check the condition of his body. Several healing-grade diagnostic charms flowed through his body, giving back their result to Quinn. He couldn't find anything wrong with his body except a concussion. He guessed he hit his head on the floor on his fall. Nothing Madame Pomfrey can't fix, groaned Quinn. What time is it? Quinn took out his pocket watch from his robes and saw that there was only an hour before the curfew. He never stayed in the room of rewards after curfew because Portrait Vindictus was an ex-headmaster, and Quinn didn't want the portrait to snitch on him being out after curfew. Quinn sat up from his laying position and sighed, time to get out of here. He pulled himself up to his feet and looked behind him at the dark vault chamber before raising both his hands to shoot out cords of light of the Seize Pull spell. A cord each shot out of Quinn's hands and attached themselves to the tunnel near its entrance. With a sigh, the spell pulled him up the tunnel. When he got out, Quinn saw the Hogwarts seal reappear on the place, hiding the tunnel, returning the room to its usual appearance, leaving no clue that there was a tunnel underneath the floor. Quinn vanished the dust on his clothes and walked to the exit. He pushed the door open and stepped out to nod a greeting towards Portrait Vindictus, but said nothing and directly left. He made his way to the hospital wing, walking carefully as he still didn't have complete control over his coordination and felt a little nauseous. Madame Pomfrey, called out Quinn, plopping his butt down on one of the chairs, rubbing his temple to alleviate the headache that had returned. The matron turned towards the voice to see Quinn sitting in a chair and was about to turn him away because it was already late, but then she saw the pale look on Quinn, with him showing a pained expression. She switched to her healer mode and hurried to the patient. What happened to you? She pulled out her wand and started to cast spells on Quinn, getting a full diagnostics. I think it is a concussion, responded Quinn. He said nothing else as Poppy Pomfrey was a professional, and he didn't need to tell about the spells he cast on himself. She just casted more spells than I casted, so she probably already knows. The matron finally stated her diagnostic results. You have a concussion, and your magic core is surprisingly drained. What were you doing? She walked away, and when she came back, she had a potion vial in her hand. Down this, ordered the matron, putting the vial in Quinn's face. He took it without a complaint and gulped the awful-tasting potion in a single gulp. Yuck, said Quinn, sticking out his tongue in disgust. Don't be a baby, chided the medi-healer. How are you feeling? Quinn exhaled a heavy sigh as he felt the potion doing its work. He already felt so much better. It is working. He looked up at Madame Pomfrey and saw the question in her eyes. I overpracticed and fainted on the floor. It surprised Quinn when Pomfrey told him about the depleted magical core. He hadn't checked on his magical core when he was in the vault chamber. I didn't use much magic inside the vault. What the hell inside happened while I was out, wondered Quinn. At least the last time he knew what happened, but this time he had Northwest idea what took place. Pomfrey sighed before offering, do you want to sleep here today? Quinn shook his head and rejected the kind offer. No, it is all right. I would like to sleep in my own bed. He had no problem sleeping in the hospital wing, but this year, Quinn felt more comfortable inside the dorm because of the Basilisk. She stared at Quinn for a moment before saying, all right, but come back here if you feel off about something. Quinn put his hands on his knees, propping himself up. The exhaustion was finally settling in. I will, thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Poppy Pomfrey saw of Quinn, looking at the tired back of the boy who was usually full of energy. Scene break. The first thing Quinn did when he reached his dormitory room was to take a warm shower. He stayed under the shower tiredly thinking about the events today. Unlike the last vault, this vault was a complete mystery. There was nothing of note in the underground chamber. Or, there is something in that vault, but it is beyond my level. Something had happened to Quinn inside that vault, which meant there definitely was something inside that vault. His sudden unconsciousness and depleted magical core were solid proof of a type of magic in there. Quinn got out of the shower, deep in thought. The next course of action was different. I need to visit the vault chamber once again tomorrow, decided Quinn. As soon as Quinn decided to visit the second vault, a momentary flash of soft blue light illuminated a spot on Quinn's nape. The moment the blue appeared on his nape, his eyes blurred for a split second before Quinn spoke. Maybe, I will go sometime later. I don't have to hurry about the vault. Yes, that sounds great. Slow and steady wins the race. He yawned and looked towards his bed. I am exhausted. Oh, the bed looks really comfortable. I should go to sleep. He walked towards his bed and laid down on it. Yeah, this feels great. He curled up and made himself comfortable. With a smile on his face, he closed his eyes and sunk into a pleasant sleep. Another blue flash flickered on Quinn's nape before it faded away, leaving behind a sleeping Quinn. Scene break. The entire school gathered on the Quidditch pitch at 11 o'clock on a Saturday. A game was scheduled between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Quidditch in Hogwarts was a big deal, with almost all of the student population gathering in the stands to watch the game. The games were such a big deal that the stadium had seats for outsiders to watch the game. Plus, this game was between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the most bitter rivalry in the history of Hogwarts. Quinn sat in the commentator's seat, a smile gracing his face. Flitwick had asked him to volunteer for the commentator's job, and he had readily accepted the request without even thinking about it. He turned to look at McGonagall and asked, "Can I start?" McGonagall looked at her wristwatch and then looked at the stadium seats and nodded, "Yes, the majority of the seats are filled. I think it is all right to start." Quinn grinned and turned to the microphone and turned it on. Ahem, mic check. Pop pop popsicles, ice icicles, testing, 1, 2, 3, ba dum tss. Quinn watched as his words turned heads all over the stands, and he grinned, "All right, I can see many heads turning, which means the microphone is working. We are live." He turned to face McGonagall and waggled his eyebrows. The Transfiguration professor just stared at Quinn, but her stern expression spoke loudly. Quinn turned back to the microphone and started. "Good morning, Hogwarts." He grabbed the microphone and continued. "Welcome to Hogwarts Quidditch. I am Quinn West and will be your commentator for the exciting game today. Before we start, this commentary was brought to you by the AID consultation service. Are you a Hogwarts student? Are you facing a problem? Come to our office on the 5th floor, and we will sort you out. AID is always happy and ready to help." He could feel McGonagall's eyes boring into his eyes, but Quinn continued nevertheless. Quinn looked up at the sky and commented. "Today seems to be a muggy sort of day with a hint of thunder in the sky, so there are chances it might rain during the game. Rainy day games aren't good because of low visibility. Let's hope that it doesn't rain." He took the chance to give a shout-out. "My good friend Luna Lovegood hung Japanese Teru Boza dolls that are believed to ward off rain. The game today is an exciting one with the long-standing rivalry between the houses of Gryffindor and Slytherin. The two houses have pitted against each other on the field of Quidditch for centuries, vying for supremacy in the sport beloved by all of Hogwarts. The two teams entered the pitch, and Quinn veered the attention towards the players. The two teams have entered the pitch. Slytherin in green and Gryffindor in red. Both teams look like they are rearing to start the game. This game is going to be an exciting one with the Slytherin team riding on Nimbus 2001, the fastest professional brooms on the market. The 7 players each have a Nimbus 2001. Courtesy of Lucius Malfoy, but we can all say that it would have been better if he donated that money to upgrade the brooms that students use in flying classes. I am sure Madame Hooch would have been glad to work with some updated equipment, and Madame Pomfrey wouldn't have to grimace every time she looks at the brooms the students currently use. believe me, it horrifies her that students ride on those arcane brooms. There were a lot of eyes from the stands. Old brooms didn't inspire motivation in anyone. All right, Slytherin is led by their captain Marcus Flint. This year, they have the new Seeker, the second year, Draco Malfoy. I won't say that this came to me as a surprise. If you know what I mean. Of course, you all know what I mean. Quinn stared at the Slytherin team and remarked, an all-male team, huh? Well, that is boring. Let's move on. A pink light flashed on Quinn's nape as he grinned. Let's move on to the Gryffindor team. Now, the Gryffindor team is much more interesting. We have the three chasers, Alicia Spinnet, Angelina Johnson, and Katie Bell. Now, this is something we can work with. Mr. West. McGonagall's shout transmitted into the stands. All right, can I get a heck yeah from the crowd? And Quinn did get a chant of heck yeah. A lot of boys yelled out their heck yeahs quite freely, appreciating Quinn's effort. Moving on, Gryffindor Captain Oliver Wood leads the team with tenacity and hard work. Sources say that he is a ferocious slave driver that lives for Quidditch. I have also heard that he has Professor McGonagall's permission and approval to be rough with the teammates. The back of Quinn's neck shone red as he proceeded. I guess Professor McGonagall's last game as a Gryffindor student against Slytherin, in which she crashed and burned into the stands, still haunts her dream. I would pay serious money for that memory, ouch. Who shot me with a pinching hex? Laughter boomed across the stands, with Quinn's commentary entertaining everybody. Quinn rubbed his bum while glaring at McGonagall before returning to the microphone. Next, we have the twins. The Weasley twins rank number 1 on the Hogwarts twins rankings. I personally like the Patil twins more because they are really diametrically opposite to each other. Returning to the Weasley twins, they have the best coordination as a beater duo, but at the same time, they also have the highest number of fouls of sending the bludger into the stands. So everyone, please look out for stray bludgers coming out for your heads. Finally, we have the Gryffindor Seeker, Harry Potter. The second, or maybe the third most famous Potter in the castle. It depends on who you ask, but all of us know that Professor Potter is the number Potter in the castle, said Quinn while a pink light flashed on his nape. Now, Harry Potter rides a Nimbus 2000, which is the predecessor to the Slytherin House's Nimbus 2001. The key difference between 2000 and 2001 is the top speed. 2001 outspeeds 2000 by a tiny margin. But other than that, both versions have the same top acceleration, handling, turning radius, and braking capabilities. But, top speed can be a crucial factor for professional level players, but here, versions 2000 and 2001 wouldn't be distinguishable on a performance basis. He looked at the Slytherin team and commented, but, all 7 members of the Slytherin team equipped Nimbus 2001 will give them a great advantage. A yellow light flashed on Quinn's nape as he continued, damn, I should have opened a betting tab for the game. The money I could have earned. Maybe, next time. Mr. West, betting has no place in the honorable sport of Quidditch, berated McGonagall from his back. How about if I give good odds to the professors? How much are you talking, Dash? I mean, no. It is not allowed. All right, you know where to find me if you want to get in on the action. The game was about to start as Madame Hooch descended on the pitch on her broom. And the two teams lined in front of each other. A roar of cheers overflowed the stadium. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff were anxious to see Slytherin beaten, but the Slytherins in the crowd made their boos and hisses heard, too. Madame Hooch, the Quidditch teacher, asked Flint and Wood to shake hands, which they did, giving each other threatening stares and gripping rather harder than was necessary. The game began when the 14 players and 1 referee rose up the leaden sky. Quinn also started his in-game commentary. Harry Potter has taken the high sky, higher than the rest of the other players, a standard strategy for snitch hunting. At that very moment, a heavy black bludger came pelting toward Harry, who avoided it with a very slim margin. The crowd sucked in their breaths at the close call. Oh boy, that was a close call. That bludger was about to give Potter an intense love hug. George Weasley streaks towards the bludger, but what is this? The bludger avoids him and once again rushes towards Potter. Oh! What a close call, that bludger almost took out Potter's head. Seeing this, Quinn thought that Dobby was also part of this timeline, as the rogue bludger that was continuously targeting Harry Potter was charmed by Dobby to do so. But, while Quinn was in deep thought, a blue light appeared on his nape, and suddenly Quinn dropped his line of thought about Dobby. I will think about Dobby later. This game is much more fun than thinking about Dobby. Looks like the Gryffindor team has called a timeout. Maybe it is to discuss the bludger that is particularly matey towards their seeker. Quinn continued to diligently provide commentary. Quinn looked at the sky and spoke, looks like the weather is not on our side. It has started to rain. Please, make sure to cover yourself to avoid getting wet and risk catching a cold. The Gryffindor team ended their timeout without stopping the match to check out the bludger and continued the game in the increasingly pouring rain. And, the moment the game continued, the bludger whistled towards Harry Potter like a homing missile. Harry flew expertly, avoiding the bludger narrowly every time. Finally, Harry had spotted the golden snitch, but while he caught it, the bludger rammed into his shoulder hard. Quinn winced, thinking about the shattered bones. Oh boy, that will surely hurt a lot later. Wait. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. The golden seeker has caught the golden snitch. The game is over. Gryffindor, against the clear equipment deficit, has defeated Slytherin and has clinched the victory from their mouths. Oliver Wood and his team have done it. Gryffindor is victorious. Another flash of blue graced his nape, and Quinn lost all his energy. He sat down on his seat and felt a little tired from all the talking he did. This was more tiring than I thought, said Quinn, not knowing that something was happening to him. Chapter 55, Engraving Tool, and Dueling Club. Quinn stood in his workshop, working on a new piece of equipment. He had worked hard to get this piece of equipment and had kind of risked his life while obtaining it. In front of him sat a thin black rectangular case on a table in his workshop. He gazed at the black case, and it unlocked with a click. The case's lid rose up and moved aside, revealing behind a thin golden cylinder with a 4 mm diameter and a length of 12 centimeters. The thin golden cylinder was the same cylinder that super chilled using the cold energy from absolute zero. Quinn didn't touch the box or the gold cylinder because they were intensely cold. He glanced at the spot on the table beyond the black case, and there sat a hexagonal metal cylinder with a conical tip on one end. In simpler words, it was in the shape of a pencil. The metallic pencil rose from the table and flew into Quinn's hand. The metallic pencil was made from vanadium and steel alloy. He moved the metallic pencil closer to his face and saw the faint runic markings all over the pencil's surface. He turned it to the non-conical side to reveal a cylindrical hole in the pencil. This was the place where the chilled gold cylinder was going to fit. The metallic pencil was a runic tool that used a super-chilled magic conductor as its core to channel magic into the runes etched into the metal. The metallic pencil floated in his hand, and his other hand veered his hand towards the gold cylinder and used his magic to lift it off the case. Quinn could feel his magic react to the cold, and it was slightly more difficult to control, but to Quinn, it was nothing as he had operated his magic on a super-chilled block of ice for months. The hexagonal metallic pencil and the gold cylindrical core lined with each other, and with a move of magic, the gold cylindrical core slipped inside the metallic pencil. The opening immediately closed when the gold cylinder was fully inserted into the metal. Quinn gently channeled magic into the metallic pencil, and immediately, all the runic markings on the surface glowed with white, and the tip of the metallic pencil also turned white. Excellent, grinned Quinn. The back of his nape shone in violet color. Quinn felt extremely proud of the magical tool floating over his hands. He genuinely thought that this was the best thing that came out of this room in the entire 1,000-year history of Hogwarts. All right, let's go and test this out, Quinn spoke and cleared out the black case from the table and brought out a thin circular metal disc of the size of a coaster. Placing the thin metallic disc on the table, Quinn stuck it to the table with a sticking charm. Okay, testing the new concentrated magic engraving tool for shallow rune engraving, commented Quinn while he put on his leather apron, leather gloves, and safety goggles. Quinn's metallic pencil engraving tool floated above the metal disc, and with a thrum of Quinn's magic, the rune marking light up in white, and the tip shone brighter than any rune on the metal. The metal engraver lowered down to the metal disc, and the white tip contacted the metal. There was a trill as Quinn used magic to draw runes on the metal disc, carefully sliding the glowing tip over the disc to mark runes over the metal. The glow on the runes and tip changed as Quinn dynamically altered the flow of magic as per the requirement. It took a few minutes before the entire surface of the metal disc was marked with very shallow runes. The runes on the engraver dimmed as Quinn stopped supplying magic to the gold core inside the metal body. Quinn vanished the fumes created because of the engraving before pulling the engraver closer to him. He released the gold core from the body and observed its condition after a session of rune engraving. At this rate, it will last for another, maybe 10 sessions before I need to recharge the cold energy from absolute zero, noted Quinn as he attentively examined the thin gold cylindrical core. The core floated to the side and took its place back inside the black case as Quinn moved towards the engraved metal disc. Shallow engravings of less than a millimeter, less than or equal to 0.9 millimeters, depth covered the entire metal surface. Oh yeah, now this is precision art, Quinn admired the runic marking engraved by the rune engraver. The results were as stunning as Quinn expected. Runes were all about the material used and the shape of the runes that were drawn. The more accurate the constructs, the better the runes would perform their tasks. Before today, Quinn had been using transmutation to engrave runes on solid surfaces like wood and metals, but there was a slight problem with that method, and it was precision. Quinn could successfully mark runes into the solids, but they were not the best engravings as Quinn struggled with dimensions. He couldn't make engravings that had a depth of less than 2 to 3 millimeters, 2 to 3 millimeters, with transmutation because that level of precision was out of his current mastery level. Some runes needed to be of depths less than that amount, and unless Quinn could improve his mastery, those runes would work, but not as effectively as Quinn wanted them to. But, with the rune engraver, Quinn could overcome the problem until he could improve his mastery over transmutation. He picked up the metal disc into a wooden frame and fitted a glass dome over the wooden frame to cover the metal disc. Quinn set everything in their place with sticking charms. Quinn looked up at the ceiling chandelier, and all the candles extinguished with a gust of wind. The room went dark with no light source. Light from the table bathed the room with white as Quinn's newly engraved metallic disc performed its function. It was a rune cluster that produced an orb of light above the metal disc, providing light like a standard light bulb. Quinn looked around and finally saw how everything in his workshop looked like in white light instead of the yellow light of the candles. Yeah, white light is better than yellow light. Much better. Quinn picked up the magical light bulb and moved around the room to shine a light on everything. 3 more for the workshop and 2 for the office would be enough. He stared at the magical light bulb with a proud smile on his face. The violet on his nape bloomed and thrummed with activity. Scene break. Colin Creevey had been attacked and was now lying in the hospital wing as though dead. Such news had spread through the entire school. The air was suddenly thick with rumor and suspicion. The first years were now moving around the castle in tight-knit groups, as though scared they would be attacked if they ventured forth alone. Before, Mrs. Norris was petrified, so no one really cared about the event as the victim was a cat, but this time the victim was a student, and with the rumor mill, the teenage minds believed whatever was fed to them. And, amongst all this tension, the school announced an event that excited all students in Hogwarts. Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus stood in front of the notice board in front of the entrance hall. A small knot of people stood with them, who were similarly reading a piece of parchment pinned on the board. "They're starting a dueling club," said Marcus. "First meeting tonight. I wouldn't mind dueling lessons, they might come in handy one of these days." "What, you reckon Slytherin's monster can duel?" joked Eddie, but he, too, read the sign with interest. "Could be useful," Quinn said to Eddie and Marcus as they walked to the Great Hall for dinner. "At the very least, it would be fun. Let's drop by tonight." Eddie and Marcus were all for it. So, at 9 o'clock that evening, 3 pals hurried back to the Great Hall. The long dining tables had vanished, and a circular stage had in the middle of the hall, lit by thousands of candles floating overhead. The ceiling was velvety black once more, and most of the school seemed to be packed beneath it, all carrying their wands and looking excited. It surprised Quinn to see a circular stage instead of the long straight one like in the series. "I wonder who'll be teaching us," said Marcus as they edged into the chattering crowd. "It will be Flitwick, of course. He was a dueling champion, who better than him," replied Eddie. Quinn grinned as he nudged them to look at the stage. "At least one of you is right," Quinn spoke, but it surprised him as well because Phileas Flitwick accompanied Gilderoy Lockhart instead of Snape in the canon Snape and Lockhart pairing. Lockhart waved an arm for silence and called, "Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works." "Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Flitwick," said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. "He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you, youngsters, to worry, you'll still have your charms master when I'm through with him, never fear." Flitwick's lip was curled into an almost feral smile in response. Quinn cackled and repeatedly slapped Eddie on his shoulder. "Lockhart is an idiot." Eddie and Marcus actually felt second-hand embarrassment because of Lockhart. Lockhart and Flitwick turned to face each other and bowed, at least, Lockhart did, with much twirling of his hands, whereas Flitwick simply nodded. Then they raised their wands like swords in front of them. "As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position," Lockhart told the silent crowd. "On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will aim to kill, of course. 1, 2, 3 dash." Both of them swung their wands above their heads and pointed them at their opponent. Flitwick cried, "Stupefy." There was a dazzling flash of scarlet light, and the next second, Lockhart crumpled into a heap on the floor. Quinn could see Malfoy and his gang of Slytherin cheered. Many girls gasped and squealed their fingers. Flitwick turned to look at the crowd of students and spoke, "Looks like Professor Lockhart would be out of commission for a while, so I will be taking over this lesson." Flitwick swung his wand, and Lockhart's clothes tugged upward and dragged him off the stage to a corner of the Great Hall. "The charm I used was a stunning charm, as you saw, it stunned Professor Lockhart unconscious. Now, I think you saw sufficient demonstration. Does anyone like to volunteer?" Flitwick turned around to look at the entire crowd and didn't see any hands rising. Maybe it was because they just saw Flitwick stun Lockhart or because no one wanted to go first. Quinn also looked around to see if anyone would volunteer when he felt his shoulders being grabbed. He looked to his sides to see Eddie and Marcus smiling, and then they pushed him forward. "Whoa! You gormless little pieces of naffers," cursed Quinn as he stumbled to the front of the crowd. Flitwick's eyes shined as he excitedly clapped in bony hands. "Looks like Mr. West wants to take part. Excellent, 10 points to Ravenclaw. Come on up." Quinn sighed before shaking his head with a smile. He removed his robes and turned back to throw them at Eddie. "You two better not come up there because I will make your lives miserable." Glaring at his two friends as they stuck out their tongues at him. The crowd cheered when Quinn removed his robes and climbed up onto the stage while loosening his necktie. He raised his hand to the crowd with a chill smile on his face. "Now, who will be the other one?" Flitwick twirled around his spot. "Students, don't be shy, and please step up." Quinn was absent-mindedly playing with his fake wand when he heard the Slytherin cheer up. He turned in their direction to find a Slytherin student climb upstairs to the stage. Miles Bletchley, 4th year. Quinn tilted his head as he identified the Slytherin student, Slytherin Quidditch team, a mean-spirited individual who lacked good sportsmanship. He takes enjoyment in mocking others and likes to play rough. Did he come up because he thinks he can win this fight? The red light took root on his nape as Quinn felt disrespected. He could see the slight smirk on Miles Bletchley's face, which made Quinn feel angry. Flitwick grinned in delight as he motioned his two participants to face each other. "Face your partners," called Flitwick, back on the platform. "And bow." Neither of the two duelers bowed to each other and just stared at the other. Bletchley smirked at Quinn, while Quinn didn't smile or anything and just stared back. "Wands at the ready," shouted Flitwick. "When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponents, only to disarm them. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3, go." Quinn didn't bother raising his wand high and just stared at Bletchley. On the other hand, Bletchley moved immediately and casted a curse, and it was not the disarming charm. Furnunculus. The Furnunculus curse caused the target to erupt in painful boils/pimples. If you had mastery over the curse, then the boils could be pretty painful and continuously ooze with pus. A gold flash of spell light zapped toward Quinn, who simply sidestepped to avoid the curse. Bletchley clicked his tongue and casted one more curse. Calvorio, a dark curse that removed all hair from the curse's victim. Quinn ducked and let the spell pass him. All right, if this is how he wants to play, thought Quinn and walked towards Bletchley. Bletchley frowned and cursed another charm. Locomotor Mortis. A curse that is used to bind the legs of the victim together. Quinn hopped to let the curse hit the floor. Bletchley growled as he saw a mocking grin on Quinn's face. Stupefy. Bletchley roared in frustration. A jet of red coursed through the air aimed right at Quinn's face. Quinn tilted his head with a smirk, and the red jet whistled past him. Bletchley stood stunned at yet another dodge and was startled when he saw Quinn running towards him. He raised his wand and tried to cast a charm, but in his agitated state, he wasn't able to decide on a spell. Quinn stopped right in front of Bletchley, winked at his opponent, and snatched Bletchley's wand straight from his hand and chucked it over his head into the crowd. "Ah, nice try. Those were some serious nasty curses, you know. If one of those hit me, that would have been bad." Quinn tapped Bletchley's face with the back of his hand. "Better luck next time." The red glow on his nape turned violet as he turned his back to Bletchley and pumped his hand in the air. "That's how you do it." The crowd, which was silent while watching the duel, erupted in cheers and applauses for Quinn. To watch a person dodging every spell and win without using magic in the manner Quinn did was exciting to see. Quinn put his fake wand on the side of his neck, and it amplified his voice for all to hear. "All right, who is next? Let's get this party started." Flitwick, who was watching from the side, just beamed and walked off the stage. He was surprised that Quinn didn't cast a single spell, but he was amused by the effortless dodging. Looking at the crowd's mood, he decided it would be a waste to remove Quinn from the stage. No time was wasted as one of the Weasley twins stepped on the stage and the Gryffindor students cheered for him. "Take the bird brain down. Gryffindor rules." Quinn spread his arms and smiled towards the Weasley twin. Before we start, which one are you?" The Weasley laughed before speaking. "I am Fred, or maybe I am George. Or, maybe I am Forge or neither of them and am Gred." Quinn nodded with a tilt and laughed. True, what is in a name? Let's start, shall we?" Both nodded and readied their wands. From below the stage, Flitwick counted them off. 1, 2, 3, go. This time Quinn moved first and swiftly took a step forward while kneeling down on one knee to shoot a conjured rope towards Fred/George's legs. The sudden spell took the twin by surprise, and the rope wrapped around his legs, sealing any movement from his lower body and also messing up his balance. Quinn grinned and waved his wand. Suddenly, the rope around Fred/George's legs rose up into the air with its captive in the tow. "Whoa!" shouted Fred/George as he found himself being lifted into the air, upside down at that. Quinn let the Weasley hang in the air for a bit before levitating the rope so that Fred/George moved towards the Gryffindor crowd and lowered him close to the ground before releasing the rope spell, letting Weasley fall onto the floor. Everyone, including a lot of Gryffindor students, cheered for Quinn at yet another win. The victor raised both his hands and prompting the crowd to cheer more loudly. Quinn laughed in delight as he bathed in the cheers. The violet on his nape deepened in color and turned vivid and dark. Inside his body, Quinn's magic sang with power and vibrated with activity. Quinn felt his magic's presence much clearer than ever before. He closed his eyes and felt his connection with his magic deepen in real time. The feeling was exhilarating, lifting his already good mood even better. "This feels so good." The patch of violet on Quinn's nape had gained another level of depth as Quinn felt the change in his magic. Not for a second did the thought of why his magic was reacting the way it did cross Quinn's mind. His mind was too distracted by the stimulation his magic was providing right now. Quinn's magic was changing. Chapter 56, Quinn vs. Tracy, Parseltongue, and Gossip. The change in his magic brought immense pleasure and delight to Quinn as he found his mood uplifted and a skip accompanying his step. Quinn looked around the crowd to see if anyone wanted to be his next opponent. And his eyes met with those of Tracy. He smiled and beckoned his Slytherin friend with his hands. The gesture surprised the brunette Slytherin as she shook her head side to side, but Quinn relayed everything would be okay with his eyes, and it was okay to come up. Tracy hesitated if she wanted to go up to the stage, and after some thinking, decided to go up. She stepped forward and directly climbed the steps to the stage. There was a lot of boo-ing from the other three houses because of Tracy's status as a Slytherin. The harsh boos affected Tracy, and she did her best not to show that it affected her. But if you looked closely, you could see the slight slump in her gait. "Ignore the other, and let's have some fun, Tracy." It startled Tracy to hear Quinn's voice so close to her. It was like that he was directly whispering into her ear, but when she looked up, Quinn was standing a distance from her, showing a comforting smile, and when their eyes met, Quinn gave her a quick wink. "You called me Tracy," she spoke in utter surprise. After an entire year of Mrs. Davis and Davis, she finally heard Quinn call her by her given name. Tracy's words made Quinn realize he had called the girl by her first name, and it was quite a surprise to himself as well. Tracy saw Quinn's lips move and once again heard his voice like he was standing right beside her. "Yes, I did. It looks like I will be calling you by Tracy from now on. You are the first one, you know. The first one I called by their first name." "Ha ha ha, be honored, little girl." Tracy's eyes sparkled with delight at being first, and she couldn't feel any negativity from the boos of the crowd. She took out her wand with confidence and aimed it at Quinn, following Quinn's lead. "Remember, cast a disarming spell, Expelliarmus." Tracy nodded, hearing Quinn's explanation, directly delivered to her ears and no one else's. 1, 2, 3, go. The second Flitwick yelled go. Tracy moved first and cast a disarming spell. Expelliarmus. An impulse of scarlet magic burst out of her wand and buzzed towards Quinn. Quinn also pointed his fake wand and whispered Expelliarmus in the likely event anyone was listening and countered with his own scarlet burst of spell light. The two spells made contact in between the two casters and cancelled each other out. Quinn grinned and again cast a disarming spell towards Tracy. Tracy, who now was feeling confident, and countered with her own disarming spell. The crowd oohed and ahed when they saw the two spells collided with each other. Once again, they cancelled each other, giving the crowd the show they wanted. Tracy was back in her element and showed her taking charge personality and shot a stream of disarming spell light which hurled towards Quinn. "Now we are taking," laughed Quinn as he shot out a stream of the same spell towards Tracy's. The two red jets of magic met in the middle, colliding with each other, fighting for dominance. It entranced the younger students when they saw the continuous jets of magic meeting each other. Tracy held her wands with both her hands when she felt Quinn's magic overpowering her and tried to channel magic into her wand, trying to push back. But, the struggle was futile as Quinn's magic continued to overpower hers, and Quinn's spell light moved closer and closer to hers. The Slytherin students in the crowd cheered for their representative. Quinn had humiliated the last one, but she stood steadfast against Quinn, which had redeemed the House of Slytherin. Quinn calmly smiled as he inserted a burst of magic into the spell and overpowered Tracy's magic in one fell swoop, forcing Tracy's hand open and driving her wand out it, disarming her in the process. The wand wheeled in the air before it landed in Quinn's hand, who caught it with a cheeky smile on his face. "I won," he laughed, walking towards Tracy, handing her the wand back. "Good duel." Tracy held her wand back in her hands and grinned her usual bubbly smile. "Good duel." "Great," he smiled before turning to look at Flitwick and gestured that he was done for today. Flitwick picked up the gesture and climbed up to the stage while Quinn and Tracy took the other set of steps to get down. Tracy and Quinn parted their ways, and Tracy ran to Daphne and got looks of approval from many Slytherin students. "Are you okay?" asked Daphne, worried about her friend. "He didn't overdo it, did he?" Tracy swayed on her spot with her hands behind her back and grinned a boastful smile. "He called me Tracy." Daphne tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What?" "Quinn called me Tracy," she repeated, waiting for the news to sink in her friend's pretty head. "What else would he call Dash?" Daphne began speaking, but mid-sentence realization struck her, and she stopped. "He called you Tracy?" Tracy giggled and bumped Daphne's shoulder with hers. "He said I was the first one he called by their first name." He. The blonde turned her blue eyes to look at the Ravenclaw in question and saw him putting his robes back on, laughing with his friends and housemates. She felt a hand on her shoulder and looked back to see Tracy gazing at her with an encouraging expression. "Don't worry, he will call you by your given name soon." Daphne stared at her best friend and spoke in a flat voice, "I couldn't care less." Tracy waggled her eyebrows, opting not to say anything, but gave a "sure you do" look to her best friend. Scene break. It was like someone pasted a permanent smile on Quinn's face, causing him to beam like the happiest person in the world. He was experiencing something like a euphoric high. The change in his magic was becoming more pronounced to Quinn when he took a moment to feel it and could sense the enchanting feel of his magic under his control better than ever. He just wanted to let his magic loose and cast a massive freeze wave in the Great Hall or transfiguring the floor to change the terrain of the hall. Anything would do as long as it would allow him to flex his magical capabilities, but he held back and looked at the stage, watching the duels. His interest deepened when he saw Harry Potter climb up the stage with a swagger in his step and confidence in his gait. The boy who lived looked comfortable on the big stage and under the gaze of the majority of the student population. Harry walked near the Slytherin side and pointed at Draco, hooking his index finger to beckon his enemy/rival to come up to the stage to duel him. "You won't be a no-show like that last time, would you, Malfoy? Because last year was an utter disappointment." "Let's have the duel you so much wanted," said the boy who lived, speaking so that everyone could hear him. Draco's face heated up with anger as he growled, "Potter." The blonde Malfoy stepped onto the stage, stepping up to face Harry Potter in a duel. Both second-year students faced each other on the circular stage and looked at each other with their chins raised slightly, not bothering to bow to each other. Flitwick looked side to side at Harry and Draco and didn't bother telling them to use disarming spells. From the looks the two gave each other, it didn't look like they would listen to him. The half-goblin wasn't actually worried about the spells the two would use against each other. If they got injured, that would only serve as a lesson to them that the spells were dangerous. 1, 2, 3, go. Harry swung his wand high, but Malfoy had already started on 2. His spell hit Harry so hard that Harry felt as though someone had hit him over the head with a saucepan. He stumbled, but everything still seemed to work, and wasting no more time, Harry pointed his wand straight at Malfoy and shouted, "Rictus Empra." A jet of silver light hit Malfoy in the stomach, and he doubled up, wheezing with laughter. Harry had hit him with a tickling charm, and he could barely move for laughing. Malfoy pointed his wand at Harry's knees, choked. Tarantaligra. And the next second, Harry's legs jerked around out of his control in a kind of quickstep. It was the spell that made a target's legs spasm wildly out of control, making it appear as though they were dancing. Harry was startled but cast a finite on his knees, stopping them from spasming. Draco, on the other side, did the same to make himself stop laughing. Below the stage, Quinn, with his arms crossed, observed the duel and thought, "I would have obliterated both of them together multiple times by now." "Serpensortia!" bellowed Draco, and Quinn watched as the end of Draco's wand exploded with light as a long black snake shot out of it, fell heavily onto the floor between them, and raised itself, ready to strike. "It is happening," thought Quinn, stepping a step forward while everybody stepped back in fear. Harry brandished his wand at the snake, and there was a loud bang. The snake was pushed back with force. Enraged, hissing furiously, it slithered straight toward Justin Finch-Fletchley, who was standing a bit too close to the stage, and raised itself again, fangs exposed, poised to strike. Quinn wasn't looking at the snake of Justin Finch-Fletchley and trained his eyes on Harry Potter. Quinn's eyes opened a fraction when he saw Harry walk towards the snake. A green shade bloomed on Quinn's nape as he heard the boy who lived hiss as the snake and saw miraculously, inexplicably, the snake slumped to the floor, docile as a thick, black garden hose, its eyes now on Harry. "Parseltongue, the language of serpents," spoke Quinn, not knowing that everyone around him heard him. Quinn's words brought them out of their fear and set a fire of murmurs across the students. Everybody had one thought in their heads: is Harry Potter the heir of Slytherin? Quinn didn't have thoughts like that. He just stared at Harry with an envious gaze. Harry Potter had a magical ability that he didn't have. The ability to communicate and command another species to a degree was always a plus point. It was an uncommon skill and was known to be an almost exclusively hereditary trait. Quinn was jealous that he did not have the ability to speak Parseltongue. Neither did he know if it was possible to learn Parseltongue. He had heard the lore that Dumbledore could speak it, but Quinn wasn't sure if it was true. He had been to India, and the Parselmouths there told him it was something you were born with. The green patch deepened with Quinn's emotions, planting its roots in Quinn, but it stopped when Quinn heard a screech from the snake that burned into the nothingness from a spell from Flitwick. The charms professor had lost the excited smile he had on his face and had an urgent look on his face and a suspicious look in his eyes as he looked at Harry. Suddenly, Ivy ran up to the stage and pulled on Harry's robes, dragging her twin off the stage. Ron Weasley shoved the students aside, making way for the Golden Squad so that they could leave the Great Hall and the suspicious eyes that bore into the back of Harry. Scene break. Quinn groaned as he woke up in the morning and sat in his bed. He didn't want to get up from his bed and contemplated skipping his morning run. Yesterday, he had gotten excited about his new magical improvement and had run an obstacle course full of moving targets and dummies placed around an irregular terrain. He had run laps around the course while shooting magic-heavy spells while running, jumping, and doing all kinds of physical exertion. He rolled in his bed for a while before noticing something. The sleepy boy looked towards his legs and felt something peculiar. He lifted his sheet to what was inside. There was a tent standing in his pant. Quinn watched it with an intrigued look on his face. Hey. Quinn stared at the tent and the tent, well, didn't stare back, but stayed tent-like. A pink hue developed on Quinn's nape as he looked at the tent, and thoughts appeared in his mind. Minute changes took place in Quinn's magic happened as the pink shade stayed on Quinn's nape. All right, Quinn smiled, hopped off his bed, and walked to the bathroom. He looked at his right hand and smirked, I am counting on you, buddy. Let's go and have a good time. Scene break. For the next few days, the major topic of conversation in Hogwarts was how Harry Potter was the heir of Slytherin, and he was out for all Muggleborns in the castle. Sitting in the library, Quinn could hear the conversation of a group of the Hufflepuff who should have been in herbology classes. But because of the heavy snow outside, they cancelled the classes. He could see that their heads were close together, and they were having what looked like an absorbing conversation. So anyway, a stout boy was saying, I told Justin to hide up in our dormitory. I mean to say, if Potter's marked him down as his next victim, it's best if he keeps a low profile for a while. Of course, Justin has been waiting for something like this to happen ever since he let it slip to Potter that he was a Muggleborn. That's not the kind of thing you band about with Slytherin's heir on the loose, is it? You definitely think it is Potter, then, Ernie, said a girl with blonde pigtails, anxiously. Hannah, said the stout boy solemnly, he is a Parselmouth. Everyone knows that is the mark of a dark wizard. Have you ever heard of a decent one who could talk to snakes? They called Slytherin himself Serpent Tongue. There was some heavy murmuring at this, and Ernie went on, remember what was written on the wall? Enemies of the heir, beware. Potter had some sort of run-in with Filch. Next thing we know, Filch's cats attacked. That first year, Creevy was annoying Potter at the Quidditch match, taking pictures of him while lying in the mud. Next thing we know, Creevy's been attacked. Does this mean that Potter would go after Professor Potter, said Hannah Abbott uncertainly, she is a Muggleborn as well. A pitiful look appeared on her face, Professor Potter seems so nice. Now, she will become his target. Ernie lowered his voice mysteriously. The Hufflepuffs bent closer and Quinn balanced his chair on its back 2 legs to get nearer so that he could catch Ernie's words. No one knows how he survived that attack by you-know-who. I mean to say, he was only a baby when it happened. He should have been blasted into smithereens. Only a powerful dark wizard could have survived a curse like that. He dropped his voice until it was barely more than a whisper and said, that probably is why you-know-who wanted to kill him in the first place. Didn't want another Dark Lord competing with him. I wonder what other things Potter's been hiding. Then suddenly, the person in question barged in and slapped his hands on the question and leaned on it as he peered at the group of Hufflepuffs. All right, dumb tweaks. I am looking for Finch Fletchley, where is he? The Hufflepuffs' worst fears had clearly been confirmed. They all looked fearfully at Ernie. What do you want with him? Asked Ernie in a quavering voice. He has been running his trap about me being the heir of Slytherin, Harry sneered and continued, I need to get it inside his head that I was just trying to help him. Ernie bit his white lips and then, taking a deep breath, said, we were all there. We saw what happened. Then you all saw that the bloody snake backed off when I spoke to it. Harry made hissing noises at the group and continued, or, are you guy blind as well? All I saw, said Ernie stubbornly, though he was trembling as he spoke, was you speaking Parseltongue and chasing the snake toward Justin. I didn't chase it at him. Harry said, his voice shaking with anger. It didn't even touch him. It was a very near miss, said Ernie. And in case you're getting ideas, he added hastily, I might tell you that you can trace my family back through 9 generations of witches and warlocks, and my blood's as pure as anyone's, so dash. Harry kicked the leg of the table and yelled, I don't give rat's ass about what sort of blood you have got. Ugh. He turned on his heel and stormed out of the library, earning himself a reproving glare from Madame Pants, who was polishing the gilded cover of a large spellbook. Oh boy, he made it much worse, thought Quinn looking at the Hufflepuff group, look how scared they are. He hissed at them for Merlin's sake. He shook his head and sighed, this Harry Potter isn't good at damage control. Boy, this is going to blow up, goody. A smirk surfaced on Quinn's face as a green appeared on his neck, deepening by the second, changing Quinn's magic. Chapter 57, Harry Potter and Tom Marvolo Riddle. Author's note regarding the direction of this story. Read if you don't like the now dubbed Colors arc. I will be honest, I wasn't expecting that much of a pushback against this concept. But after I thought about it, I realized that the other stories have betrayed you guys because of something similar happening and then things going south. To the readers who don't know about me that much, I would like to tell you guys that I am not one of those deep-thinking authors who can churn out storylines so unique that it stands out from the canon plot. I love the canon timeline. I like to stick to the source material. You guys saw how I removed Ginny as the Horcrux host, but then a few chapters later, I brought the storyline back to close to the canon by Mrs. Norris' petrification. The canon plot gives me comfort, which I really like. The Cursed Vault wasn't even my idea. I discovered the existence of the Cursed Vaults in the games from a Discord member/fellow writer. I admit I adapted it so that Quinn could do his own thing because I remember a reader telling me that Quinn and the story would become a slave to the canon plot at this rate. This turned out to be good as I was able to spend an entire volume/story year away from the plot with just a few intersections. Perfect for that point of the story. Asterisk. Now, we came to this year, Quinn's third year/canon second year/Chamber of Secrets. I introduced the Colors arc, I am using this now. The response is not so great. A lot of readers said that this ruined the story for them. That it is cliché, overused, and doesn't make sense. But, please take a moment as I bring to your attention the key features of this story. ****. First is that Quinn is a pragmatic character. Thank you at Passive for using this adjective to describe Quinn. But a lot of you thought that because of the colors I am derailing the character because he is being influenced. I would like to assure you guys that Quinn won't be going overboard. He would do things that are slightly out of character, but they won't be things like rape or torture or any other over-the-top things. The only time you guys might feel a little discomfort from his actions would come in the climax, a 2-chapter simultaneous release. You don't have to worry about him going batshit crazy and switching to the dark side. A lot of you may even like the things he will do under the influence of the colors. ****. The second feature of this story is the steady progression of Quinn's power level. This is one of the top selling points if not the best selling point of this story. It doesn't help me in the story if I throw it away. He is not OP from the get-go, he works for the power he gains. I am not looking to kick him up the power chart in one fell swoop by using the colors because in the last 2 chapters you can see that the colors are improving his magic. There is a twist during the climax. But that doesn't mean that it would be nerf. I may sometimes like to read stories without ups and downs, adversity, and trials, but I don't enjoy writing them. I showed it last year when he almost froze to death. So, I would like to say that this isn't my way to give a huge power boost to Quinn. ****. This isn't a feature, but a complaint that Quinn shouldn't come under the influence of colors because he has a clemency. But, I haven't even told you guys the magic behind the colors. True, it has a major mental/mind portion, but even then, I have explained nothing about what the rune circles down in the vault did to Quinn. The reason why he is under influence despite a clemency. I already mentioned half of the reason already. It just needs the other half, so that it would click in the minds of the readers and make you pop out a reaction like, that is why. At least I hope so. I will explain it later when Quinn manages to escape the colors. ****. Now, the reason why I choose to add colors arc to this story. At first, it was just an idea I thought was good and entertaining. But as I wrote, at Passive, Big Brain Helper told me that the vaults should help Quinn gain/learn something. He told me that when the founders built Hogwarts, their main motive was to teach young ones about magic. Even though the history of magic, Muggle studies, and divination doesn't reflect that motive, the main objective of Hogwarts is to impart knowledge. So, I decided that I would try to write the story in such a way that every vault would be a way for Quinn to grow not only as a magic user but also as a person. It is my way of telling that Hogwarts did help Quinn grow as a person. That him giving the school 7 years of life isn't going to waste. I didn't think this while writing the Icy Vault, but still, Quinn gained perseverance and caution from it because he didn't give up even after he almost died. And caution so that he won't make hasty mistakes. ****. This vault and the colors are actually a major/good/important point in the storyline as it allows me to answer a few unanswered questions from the very first volume, pre-Hogwarts. If any of you guys noticed the name of this volume you would have known that the choice between Hogwarts and Bowsbatten was an illusion. The aftermath, which will come in the summer after the school year, will give you guys a chance to know Quinn a lot more. It will be serious character development that will allow you to connect to Quinn. You guys can level up with Quinn too. For reference, check out the image in the paragraph comment. Refresh if you can't see it. This volume also gives me the chance to tie up some loose ends and gives me the ability to create some new loose ends that I can tie up later in the story. And finally, I can't snap this arc out of existence because I have 7 chapters in my stack, out of which 5 chapters are on Patreon, and the remaining 2 are for rainy days. So, if you really don't want to read this arc, I would suggest that you start stacking up chapters so that you can blaze through them in one sitting and don't have to sit through something you guys don't enjoy every single day till this is over. And last but not the least, I would again reassure you that Quinn would be back to his dandy self by the end of this volume/year. In fact, he would be better, as I would have injected a booster shot of character development. I would iterate something I stated in the AUX chapter of this novel. Let's start something new, hoping it would turn out into something enjoyable. So, give this content a chance, and I hope that this novel would stand up to your expectations. The above message was from the author, fiction-only reader. The following message is from the person behind fiction-only reader. Click this paragraph comment to read the message. Start of the story, you guys didn't want colors, so you won't get in this one. You are an idiot, yelled Ivy, glaring at her brother, who was looking away from her. You hissed at people in the library. Everybody there heard you hissing. She tore a handful of grass from the ground and threw it at him. What were you thinking? I wasn't thinking, all right, barked Harry, cleaning the blades of grass from his clothes. They were being stupid, so I just did it to scare them. They are already plenty scared of you, scoffed Hermione, looking at the black lake in the distance. The castle had become a little too stuffy for Harry. So the gang decided to take a walk. Spending their time outside, away from the eyes of everyone in the castle. I don't understand what is wrong with everyone, Ron chimed in, lying in the grass. Harry isn't the heir of Slytherin. I am sure that it is that git, Malfoy. Just look at him, he hates Muggle and Muggle-borns. And, if he had held his tongue for a few more days, said Ivy, pointing at Harry, then the polyjuice potion would have allowed us to get some information. Do you know how difficult it is to move around the castle with eyes following you everywhere? From the looks of it, Ivy was more worried about this situation than Harry. While the girl twin was pulling her hair in frustration, the boy twin was silently brooding. Harry decided he needed some time alone, away from Ivy's occasional glares and Hermione's quips. He stood up from his spot, ready to leave. Now, where are you going? Asked Ivy. I just need some time alone, replied Harry, brushing his clothes. Don't follow me. Ivy tried to stop him, but Harry ignored his sister and walked away from his friends, deciding to return to the castle. This wasn't how he wanted his second year to go. Last year, he had spent worrying about Snape and how he was trying to steal Philosopher's Stone, but in the end, it turned out it wasn't Snape, but Voldemort stuck to the back of his defense against dark arts, Quirrell. An entire year of his scar hurting, occasional headaches, and burning pains were stressful for him. Not to mention he had almost lost his sister to a troll. She would disagree. Thinking about his second year, Harry had hoped to be free of situations like these and hoped that it would be a carefree year with no extraordinary events, but it wasn't in his luck. Even before his year started, Harry had met with an oddity, a house elf by the name of Dobby, who warned him not to go to Hogwarts this year, talking about a danger that awaited him, but Harry had ignored the elf's ramblings and thought little about them. At the start of the year, he and Ron had been blocked from entering Platform 9 3/4. They had flown to Hogwarts in Ron's father's car. Which, in foresight, was an idiotic decision. A decision that had almost gotten him expelled. Harry's mum had scolded him for hours and had been angry with him for a couple of weeks. Even his usual chill dad had been furious at Harry because multiple muggles had noticed the car flying in the sky. Not to mention that the Whomping Willow had almost killed them by crushing the car while they were inside it. He and Ron got dirty looks from Professor Sprout because of the damage to the tree by the car. His new defense against dark arts didn't turn out like he imagined and taught them nothing and just made them recreate the scenes from his books and had them write poems about him and his achievements. His detentions with Lockhart were a menial work of replying to fan letters. and listening to him ramble on how to get famous and earn fame. Then came the whole chamber of secret debacle with the heir of Slytherin. Harry was determined the heir, as many people suspected him of being the heir and petrified Filch's cat. He and his friends were sure that Draco was the heir of Slytherin from the way he enjoyed looking at the bloody message and his very public despise of Muggles and Muggle-borns. Hermione had come up with the plan to use the polyjuice potion to infiltrate the Slytherin house and gain some information, but in the time required to brew the potion, Colin Creevey had also been petrified. And he had found that the murderous bludger during the Quidditch game was Dobby the house elf's doing so that Harry would get injured and go back home. Harry has almost strangled the scrawny elf in anger. Above that, Harry had been hearing some disturbing voices about killing, blood, ripping, and all kinds of creepy dialogues. He had tried to share this with his friends, but it seemed no one else could hear the voices. Just when he thought that the year couldn't get worse, he, and the rest of the school, found that he was a Parselmouth and could speak the language of the serpentine creatures. Something that was widely associated with dark wizards. From that situation, Justin Finch-Fletchley had freaked out when he had tried to help him by asking the snake to leave Justin alone. The fallout was Justin being a scaredy cat, and the entire school had made up their minds that he was the heir of Slytherin. Bloody Fletchley, cursed Harry, stamping his feet as he walked, if I get my hands on him, he is looking for an ass-whooping. Harry stamped up the stairs and turned along another corridor, which was particularly dark. A strong, icy draft that was blowing through a loose windowpane had extinguished the torches. He was halfway down the passage when he tripped headlong over something lying on the floor. He turned to squint at what he had fallen over and felt as though his stomach had dissolved. Justin Finch-Fletchley was lying on the floor, rigid and cold, a look of shock frozen on his face, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. And that wasn't all. Next to him was another figure, the strangest sight Harry had ever seen. It was nearly headless Nick, no longer pearly white and transparent, but black and smoky, floating immobile and horizontal, 6 inches off the floor. His head was half off, and his face wore an expression of shock identical to Justin's. Harry got to his feet, his breathing fast and shallow, his heart doing a kind of drumroll against his ribs. When he said he was going to get his hands on Justin, he meant nothing like this. He looked wildly up and down the deserted corridor and saw a line of spiders scuttling as fast as they could away from the bodies. The only sounds were the muffled voices of teachers from the classes on either side. I could run, and no one would ever know I had been here. Harry thought, but he couldn't just leave them lying here. He had to get help. Would anyone believe he had nothing to do with this? As he stood there, panicking, a door right next to him opened with a bang. Peeves the poltergeist came shooting out. Why, it's Potty wee Potter, cackled Peeves, knocking Harry's glasses askew as he bounced past him. What's Potter up to? Why is Potter lurking dash? Peeves stopped, halfway through a mid-air somersault. Upside down, the ghost spotted Justin and nearly headless Nick. He flipped the right way up, filled his lungs, and before Harry could stop him, screamed. Attack! Attack! Another attack. No mortal or ghost is safe. Run for your lives. Attack! Crash, 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 door after door flew open along the corridor, and people flooded out. For several long minutes, there was a scene of such confusion that Justin was in danger of being squashed, and people kept standing in nearly headless Nick. Harry found himself pinned against the wall as the teachers shouted for quiet. Professor McGonagall came running, followed by her own class, one of whom still had black and white striped hair. She used her wand to set off a loud bang, which restored silence and ordered everyone back into their classes. No sooner had the scene cleared somewhat than Ernie the Hufflepuff arrived, panting, on the scene. Caught in the act. Ernie yelled, his face stark white, pointing his finger dramatically at Harry. Peeves was bobbing overhead, now grinning wickedly, surveying the scene. Peeves always loved chaos. As the teachers bent over Justin and nearly headless Nick, examining them, Peeves broke into song. Oh, Potter, you rotter, oh, what have you done? You're killing off students, you think it's good fun dash. That's enough, Peeves, barked Professor McGonagall, and Peeves zoomed away backward, with his tongue out at Harry. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sinistra of the astronomy department carried Justin up to the hospital wing, but nobody seemed to know what to do for nearly headless Nick. In the end, Professor McGonagall conjured a large fan out of thin air, which she gave to Ernie with instructions to waft nearly headless Nick up the stairs. This Ernie did, fanning Nick along with like a silent black hovercraft. This left Harry and Professor McGonagall alone together. "This way, Potter," she said. "Professor," said Harry at once, "I swear I didn't dash." "This is out of my hands, Potter," replied Professor McGonagall curtly. They marched in silence around a corner, and she stopped before a large and exceptionally ugly stone gargoyle. "I am screwed," Harry thought as he stared at the gargoyle, so screwed. Scene break. Hogwarts hadn't changed in the years he had studied here in his day. The castle was the same as ever, a magical and majestic building standing for a millennium. The professors and students had changed, but that changed nothing in the ambience of the mystical castle of Hogwarts. Children's chatter, portraits passing their time, the specters floating around the corridors, and house elves hurrying around doing their work. Everything was the same as the time he had studied and stayed here. In the night's cover, he roamed in the spacious corridors, feeling the cool breeze caressing his face. He had been walking around Hogwarts ever since he had got here. It was his home, after all. It was the only place that accepted him, provided him shelter and the means to be different than others like he always meant to be. Being sorted into the Slytherin house was a nod to his ancestor Salazar Slytherin. The proof that the blood in his veins was of a noble lineage, a genealogy of the highest order. He saw it as the sign that he was meant to great things and destined to stand above others. Due to his exceptional acting abilities, he could convince virtually all the Hogwarts staff and instructors that this facade was his true personality. The sole exception to this was Dumbledore, who, though not necessarily suspicious of him, never forgetting about his misdeeds or his unsettling behavior during their first meeting. In turn, he realized that he had been careless in showing Dumbledore his true character upon their first meeting and never attempted to win him over as he had with his other instructors. In time, he came to fear and despise Dumbledore. The old goat was too much of a hindrance to him. But, now he was here, and Dumbledore had no idea that it was all his doing. Gazing down, he admired the green trims on the clothing, fitting to his status as a member of House Slytherin. The greatest of the four, the noblest of them. And the one who knew what was best for the wizarding world. He made his way to the gloomiest, most depressing bathroom he had ever set foot in. Under a large, cracked, and spotted mirror were a row of chipped sinks. The floor was damp and reflected the dull light given off by the stubs of a few candles, burning low in their holders. The wooden doors to the stalls were flaking and scratched, and one of them was dangling off its hinges. Looking around, he saw that the girl wasn't there, maybe occupying another bathroom in the castle. It was better this way. He didn't want the girl to stare at him every time he visited here. It got bothersome quickly. He walked to one of the unassuming sinks in the tattered bathroom and looked at one of the copper taps with a small snake engraved on it. A smile made it on his face at the sight of the little snake. "Open," he said. Except that the words weren't in English, a strange hissing had escaped him, and at once, the tap glowed with a brilliant white light and spun. Next second, the sink moved. The sink, in fact, sank, right out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for a man to slide into. He lowered himself slowly into the pipe, then let go. It was like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. He could see more pipes branching off in all directions, but none as broad as his, which twisted and turned, sloping steeply downward, and knew that he was falling deeper below the school than even the dungeons. At the end of the pipe's end, he jumped and expertly landed on the damp floor of a dark stone tunnel large enough to stand in. Lumos, he chanted the incantation, and his wand's tip lit up with white. Walking on the tunnel's wet floor made loud slapping noise against the water, and the light from the wand cast shadows on the soaking walls that looked monstrous in the wand light. The tunnel was quiet as a graveyard at night, and the only sound was the occasional crunch made when he stepped on the bones of small animals like rats littered around the floor. The wand light shone the path after a dark bend and shed light over a gigantic snakeskin of a vivid, poisonous green, lying curled and empty across the tunnel floor. The creature that had shed it must have been 20 feet long at least. He smiled as he glided his hand against the snakeskin, feeling its texture as he walked beside the humongous shedding. And then, at last, as he crept around yet another bend, he saw a solid wall ahead on which two entwined serpents were carved, their eyes set with great, glinting emeralds. "Open," came the words in a low, faint hiss. The serpents parted as the wall cracked open, the halves slid smoothly out of sight. Inside stood at the end of a very long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness, casting long, black shadows through the odd, greenish gloom that filled the place. Every footstep echoed loudly off the shadowy walls as the hollow eye sockets of the stone snakes seemed to be following him. Then, as he drew level with the last pair of pillars, a statue high as the chamber itself loomed into view, standing against the back wall. He had to crane his neck to look up into the giant face above. It was ancient and monkeyish, with a long, thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of the wizard's sweeping stone robes, where two enormous gray feet stood on the smooth chamber floor. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four," he hissed and watched as the giant stone face moved, mouth opening, wider and wider, to make a huge black hole. And something was stirring inside the statue's mouth. Something was slithering up from its depths. "Come out," he smiled as he watched the enormous body hit the stone floor of the chamber. A serpent uncoiled itself from Slytherin's mouth. He stared at the titanic serpent as it stared back at him. If he had been anyone else, he would have been dead with a single look from the king of serpents. But because he spoke in the language of snakes, Parseltongue, the basilisk didn't kill him with the gaze that could kill with a single glance. A translucent third eyelid covered its acid yellow eyes, blocking the innate magic that resided in the basilisk's eyes. The translucent eyelids were part of basilisk's biology, present there in case the snake didn't want to use its killing gaze. "You did well. Another mudblood down." Just like the great Slytherin wanted, he hissed at the snake. "More, kill, rip, blood." The basilisk hissed in reply. The basilisk was a dreadful and dangerous beast. A horrifying monster with dark green scales, that creature was a violent and bloodthirsty beast of titanic size. After being put to sleep inside the chamber for centuries, it wanted nothing but to get out and rampage. "More will come," he laughed. "As soon as I gain a body, we will reap lives of those who are inferior and unworthy." He laughed loudly and proclaimed, "Soon, I, Tom Marvolo Riddle, will return to this world as Lord Voldemort and take my rightful place as the ruler of wizardkind and beyond." But before that, Riddle took out a diary from his robes and spoke, "I want to know more about Harry Potter, the boy who lived. I want to know how a 1-year-old babe took down my future." Riddle planned to get the diary to the boy, wanting to find more about him and what he possessed to defeat the Dark Lord. The basilisk hissed something that made Riddle chuckle in reply. "Yes, he will be quite fun to play with." He looked at the basilisk and recalled, "He has a mudblood girl in his entourage, we should go for her next." The basilisk hissed in horrid glee, thrashing its tail in delight. A boy and basilisk stood in a dreary chamber, planning to go after their next victim. Chapter 58, Teaching the Slytherin Duo. "Oh boy, you have been eating a lot these past few weeks, haven't you?" asked Eddie as he looked to his side. "If you didn't eat with proper table manners, you would be indistinguishable from Marcus." Quinn ate another piece of sausage before speaking. "I have been feeling starved these past few weeks." He swallowed a mouthful of fries and continued, "It is like there is a bottomless pit in my stomach. I am here to tell you something, my friend. You can eat and eat and eat, but nothing will ever fill that void," spoke Marcus from across the table. "You want a slice of banoffee pie." "I feel you, brother," said Quinn, pointing his fork at Marcus, "and, yes, I will take 2 slices. My sweet tooth is tingling." Quinn food moaned as he ate some of the banoffee pie that Marcus passed on to him. An orange hue developed on his nape as Quinn indulged himself in the delicious food. "Maybe I should live in the kitchen with the house elves," thought Quinn as he nodded towards Marcus while pointing towards the dessert. "This is damn good." The last few weeks had been brilliant for Quinn. He had found himself enjoying his student life, feeling that he was on cloud 7 all the time. He always had a skip in his step, a smile on his face, and joy in his words. He felt nothing could pull him down to earth. Quinn was sure that if the number of times he had broken into songs were stringed together, they would be enough for an entire script of a musical play. His magic had been improving every day at a visible rate, and Quinn couldn't be more excited than seeing his connection with his magic improve every other day. It was like he had been wearing weights all his life, and now they were removed. Casting spells was becoming easier, and his magic responded to him faster and smoother like never before. If his magic before the improvement was him pulling water out of well, and he had to work to mold his magic into spells, then right now, his magic was waiting for him to give a single command, and it would spring out with no effort. His magic was a servant waiting to fulfill his every whim. No adversity could make him feel helpless and hopeless. Spending time in Room of Requirement to destroy things was becoming his new hobby. If someone stumbled upon the Room of Requirements during Quinn's occupancy, they would have a heart attack by the sheer amount of destructive and dark magic remnants in the room. The pure exhilaration Quinn felt when he exerted his magic to annihilate everything in his way, a feeling beyond words. It made him feel powerful beyond measure. He felt empowered, it made him feel like he could do anything, and nothing was outside his capabilities. Quinn finished his meal, patting his belly in culinary satisfaction, and tap-danced his way outside the great hall. When Quinn turned a bend, a stone-faced blonde greeted him, scaring the shit out of him. Bloody hell. Quinn jumped back in shock as he stared at Daphne Greengrass standing there with her arms crossed. "Hello," said Tracy, revealing herself from behind Daphne with a grin on her face and twinkled in her eye. She covered her mouth in laughter and commented, "That was wicked fun." "Yeah, it was wicked scary. You almost scared the soul out of my body." Quinn patted his heart and asked, "What is it?" Tracy stepped forward and asked, "We were wondering if you would help us with a spell. We have been having some problems with the cast." Quinn quirked his brow and spoke, "Sure, I can help." "What is the spell?" "It is the Seize and Pull spell," replied Daphne. Her face was twisted in frustration and irritation. The spell had been giving her and Tracy a lot of problems. No matter how much they tried, the magic refused to operate properly. Quinn's eyes shined in joy. "Oh boy, carpe retractum. The Seize and Pull." He clapped his hands. "Do you know it is one of my favorite spells?" "So, you will help us?" asked Daphne, surprising Quinn with her forwardness. She usually let Tracy do the talking, but right now, she was taking the lead. The truth was that Daphne didn't like things she couldn't figure out, and this spell had been giving her problems longer than she anticipated. "All right, I will help out," said Quinn. "I am free today, so do you want to start after classes?" "Yes," replied both the girls in unison. "Perfect, then it is decided," smiled Quinn. "We will meet after classes." Scene break. Daphne and Tracy entered the classroom in which the three had decided to meet and practice. There they saw Quinn sitting there on a stool. It looked like he hadn't noticed the two Slytherin girls enter the room. He was sitting there with a dazed look on his face. Looking into the distance with a blank look on his face. Daphne and Tracy stilled for a moment and stared at Quinn with mild surprise. In the time they had known Quinn, they had never seen him like this, doing nothing and zoning out while sitting in a chair. Every time they had seen Quinn, he was doing something. Quinn would always have something to do, like read a book, or scribble or draw on a paper, or talking to someone, but never in their time had these two seen Quinn doing, well, nothing. Then there was the look in his eyes. The Quinn they knew always had a focused look in his eyes, like he was always thinking and on point, and the depth in his stone-gray orbs reflected the knowledge held in them. The current shallow and dazed was out of place for Quinn. And finally, the thing that stood out was Quinn's posture. No matter what the time, Quinn always sat with his back straight and shoulders back, but the Quinn in front of them had a slouch in his posture, his back was curved, and shoulders hunched slightly. It was so unusual that Daphne and Tracy felt worried for Quinn, seeing him so different from his usual self. There was a feeling of conflict rising inside them. There was a stark difference between this version of Quinn and the image of Quinn they had in their mind. Tracy stepped forward and carefully voiced, "Hey Quinn, are you all right?" Her words seemed to snap Quinn out of his daze as he turned his face to the duo. The two girls saw focus return to Quinn's eyes as he stood up from his stool, recognition flashing in his eyes. A smile bloomed on his face as he greeted them, "Good evening, you two. Now that you are here, let's get started." Daphne and Tracy stared at Quinn with another bout of shock at the sudden change in energy. Just a moment ago, Quinn looked like he could sit on his stool doing nothing but stare at the wall for hours, but the next second, he was on his feet, full of rigor and ready to get the practice session started. "Hey Quinn, are you sure you are all right?" asked Tracy, still worried about her friend. "We can do this another day if you aren't feeling well." Quinn turned his body towards them, a confused expression clear on his face, like he wasn't sure what Tracy was talking about. "What do you mean?" he chuckled. "There is nothing wrong with me. In fact, I can't be feeling any better." Quinn clapped his hands and showed a confused wrinkle in his brows. "Come on, let's get moving, or do you not want to learn?" Tracy looked at Daphne and asked her best friend what to do with her eyes. Daphne turned to look at Quinn, who was peering at them with a confused look on his face, his hands raised, asking them what was happening. Daphne also felt a little worried about Quinn, but looking at him now, he looked normal. Let's start, said Daphne, announcing her decision to the other two in the room. That is the spirit, grinned Quinn. Okay, stand here. Yeah, side by side like that. Excellent. Daphne and Tracy stood side by side, standing close to one of the classroom's walls, and took out their wands at ready. Quinn, who had walked to the stool he was sitting at before, looked back and saw the two girls with their wands out. He waved his hands and spoke, "All right, let's sheath the wands for just a minute or two." He picked up 2 ropes from the corner and walked to the girls, handing them each a rope. Quinn smiled when he saw the confused look on their faces. The seize and pull spell produces a magical, retractable cord of light that could be used to pull objects towards the caster, or, if the target was fixed in place, to pull the caster towards the target. He pulled out his fake wand, and the ropes uncurled into straight lines, another swing, and 2 iron weights transfigured on the ends of the ropes. The irons had substantial weight but weren't heavy enough for the girls to have difficulty pulling. So, you are going to be pulling when you seize and pull spell, so it would be good if you know what does it feel like to pull something. He raised his hands when Daphne was about to speak. I know you know what it is like to pull things, but do it now so it is fresh in your mind. He walked between the 2 ropes and continued, I am making you pull these weights because if you do it now, you would remember it more vividly than ever before. Your brain knows that I am making you do it for the spell, so it would remember the sensation much more clearly. Now, pull on those ropes and get a clear feeling. He gestured towards the rope before stepping to the side. Go. The 2 girls looked skeptical at the exercise but did it anyway. Putting both of their hands on the rope and then pulling at the iron weights. Let me ask you a question, spoke Quinn, gaining their attention. When you learn a spell, do you understand it better when you learn the mechanics behind it? When the professor explains what the spell is actually doing, does it help? Of course, that is obvious, replied Tracy, pulling on the rope. Quinn nodded and explained, understanding and comprehension are an essential part of the magic. If you understand what you are doing, things get a lot easier, much simpler. He raised his fake wand and pointed it at his other open palm, and a miniature version of Quinn in ice appeared on his palm. Knowing means having control over what you are doing, and control in lack of better words is good. He walked in between the 2 girls and faced the same way they did. The seize and pull spell is a retractable cord, so while you won't be pulling and your magic would be doing the work for you. Quinn raised his fake wand and shot out a red-yellow cord of light at the opposing wall. The end of the cord attached itself to the wall, sticking to the surface. Daphne and Tracy looked at the end attached to the wall to Quinn, who put his hand on the cord, and their eyes widened when they saw the cord detached from the wand tip and rest in Quinn's hand. How are you doing that? Exclaimed Daphne. You can't detach the cord from the wand. That should break the spell. If you know what you are doing. If you understand the mechanics, Quinn cracked a smile, you will have control over what you are doing. He pulled on the cord, and girls could see it taut because of the pull. Now, that was enough. Quinn waved his fake wand, the weights vanished, and the ropes curled up. Let's see you girls try it. He took a step back, giving space to the girl. Carpe retractum is the incantation, and the wand movement is in the shape of V. Now, off you go. The 2 girls readied their wands, pointed them at the wall, and cast. Carpe retractum. 2 flimsy cords of light shot out of their wands, darting towards the wall, but fell down to the floor before reaching it. The 2 turned back to look at Quinn, and the older Ravenclaw just said, both of you have to be more aggressive, provide more magic, and if I am right, you guys should focus more on the wall. The spell would conjure the cord for you, you need to want the cord to go to the wall. Here, look at this, said Quinn, stepping forward and pointing his fake wand at the stool. A thick cord of light shot out of his wand and wrapped around the bar stool in the distance. See, I made the cord wrap around the bar stool. It usually sticks, but because I wanted it to wrap around the target. You have to be clear about what you are doing. He gestured to them to try again. The 2 girls raised their wands, and as Quinn instructed, they focused more on the wall. Both wanted their cords to stick to the wall in front of them. Carpe retractum. 2 cords of light exploded out of their wands and darted towards the wall. Both cords reached the wall and stuck to the surface. Daphne's cord was faster than Tracy's and struck the wall first. Excellent, well done, congratulated Quinn, but, hold it, don't stop the spell. He stepped forward, walking halfway to the opposing wall. H flicked both the cord to check them the tangibility and pulled on them to see the adhesive quality at the end. He nodded before turning to them, all right, everything seems good. Tracy, you have to work on getting the cord faster to the target, but yours stuck more firmly to the wall. He turned to Daphne and remarked, "Daphne, you had a great launch, but you need to work on the tangibility of your cord. It looks like it would snap if there is too much weight at the end." Scene break. Quinn met with Daphne and Tracy a couple more times to walk them through the spell. "Today, we are going to pull on stuff," Quinn said, standing in front of the two girls. "Did you two practice in your own time?" "We did," the girls replied. "All right, then let's move on." He pointed to the two bar stools and said, "Aim at the bar stools and pull them towards you. Wands at ready," he instructed while stepping out of the way. "Go nuts." Red-yellow cords of light darted to the bar stools and adhered to the wood. The girls had enough practice with the spell and could stick the cords to the target with outstanding success. Quinn silently watched from the side, observing them cast the magic, trying to pull the bar stool towards them, but their efforts were giving irregular success at best. "You guys are pulling your arms back to pull, don't do that," spoke Quinn as he stepped forward and pointed at their arms. "The magic is a retractable cord, you don't have to physically pull on the cord, you have to retract it." Quinn put his hand and took out a standard yellow retractable tape measure, showing it to the girls. It was one of the things that resided in Quinn's robes. "Take this for an example." He pulled the metallic tape measure out of its casing. "Now, observe," he continued and released the tape, and the girls watched as the yellow metal strip rushed back inside the casing. "It is something like this," said Quinn, "this what you call retractable. You need to suck in the magical cord back into your wand." He walked to their front and grinned mischievously. Taking out his fake wand, he pointed it at Tracy and shot out the cord of Seasonpole spell. The cord wrapped around her. Tracy let out a surprised yelp before she screamed when she was pulled towards Quinn, who caught her with his arms and spun her around in circles, while Tracy laughed in fun with little fear mixed in. Quinn widely grinned as he put Tracy down, who walked unsteadily because of the dizziness and walked like a drunk person. Daphne shifted her gaze from Tracy to Quinn and saw the grin, and her eyes widened in realization. "Oh no, you don't dash," but she was late as Quinn had already shot a Seasonpole cord towards her. She let out a similarly startled yelp when she was pulled towards Quinn. Unlike Tracy, she wasn't spun around circles and was held close to Quinn. He took her waist with his hands, holding her close to him. When she looked up towards Quinn's face, she saw a smile different from Quinn's usual smile. She saw Quinn raise his hand and tuck a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. "If you weren't a second year, I would have invited you out to Hogsmeade," she heard Quinn speak. "What a pity." He pulled her closer for a second before letting her go and moving to Tracy, helping her stand up. She had sat down because of the dizziness. Daphne Greengrass stood in a distracted daze, thinking about what had just happened. She didn't know what to make of the interaction she just had with Quinn. One thing was for sure, she wouldn't be forgetting about this for a long time. After 5 lessons in 2 weeks, Quinn trained Daphne and Tracy in the Seasonpole to the point that they could pull it off every single time flawlessly. Their original flimsy cords had thickened to something respectable, and they could pull anything with reasonable weight towards them without breaking a sweat. Chapter 59, Polyjuice Incident, Debt, and Diary. Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Ivy Potter were planning an infiltration operation into the Slytherin house common room by employing the miraculous polyjuice potion. The potion allowed a person to change their appearance to someone else's, and all it took was a strand of their hair. The 4 Gryffindor stood in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, gathered around the stall that issued thick black smoke while Hermione stirred the cauldron full of bubbling, glutinous potion. "Does everyone have the hairs of their targets?" asked Hermione. When the other 3 nodded, Hermione continued, "Good, now we need to separate the potion into the 4 glasses and add the hairs." While Hermione poured the polyjuice potion into goblets, Ivy spoke up, "I sneaked these spare robes out of the laundry," throwing a sack on the floor. "We will need robes with Slytherin trims, so wear these before exiting here." The 4 of them stared into the cauldron. Close up, the potion looked like thick, dark mud, bubbling sluggishly. "I'm sure I've done everything right," said Hermione, nervously rereading the splotched page of Most Potenti Potions. "It looks like the book says it should. Once we've drunk it, we'll have exactly an hour before we change back into ourselves." Hermione handed the goblets to her 3 friends and instructed, "Add your hairs to the goblets." The 4 added the hair into the bubbling goblets and watched as the potion hissed loudly like a boiling kettle and frothed madly. Harry Potter added Gregory Goyle's hair strand into his potion and watched as it turned into khaki color. Ron Weasley added Vincent Crabbe's hair strand into his goblet and the potion frothed before turning a dark, murky brown. Hermione Granger dropped a strand of hair from Tracy Davis into hers and it turned into a lilac color. At last, Ivy Potter inserted a blonde strand from the head of Daphne Greengrass and watched as an icy blue color spread through the potion. "Now, get into the stalls and down them," said Ivy. "Don't drink them out here and change before drinking because your clothes won't fit." "Good call," commented Ron, picking a set of clothes from the sack, and the others followed. Careful not to spill a drop of their polyjuice potion, the Golden Squad slipped into their individual stalls. "Ready," called out Harry. "Ready," came Ron's, Hermione's, and Ivy's reply. 1, 2, 3 pinching their noses, the four chugged down their potion in 2 to 3 gulps. There were groans and grunts from all four people before there was silence, followed by gasps of shock, and finally, the rustling of clothes could be heard at the end. 3 people came out at the same time and looked at each other with a stunned expression. "This is unbelievable," said Ron, approaching the mirror and prodding Crabbe's flat nose. "Unbelievable." His voice was exactly the same as Crabbe's, and it surprised Ron a lot. "This is wicked and jarring at the same time," Goyle's low rasp of a voice issued from Harry's mouth. The 2 transformed boys turned their heads to look at Ivy, who had altered into Daphne Greengrass, watching herself in a broken mirror with a complicated expression on her face. Harry, Goyle, and Ron, Crabbe, watched with wide eyes as Ivy, Daphne, exhaled before an expressionless look took its place on Daphne Greengrass's face. "Wow," exclaimed Ron, "she looks exactly like her." If Ron didn't know that the girl in front of her was Ivy, he would have bet his entire pocket money on Daphne Greengrass standing in front of him. Harry silently watched his sister put on the same expression as Daphne. He could understand the complicated look before the expressionless face. His twin sister and Daphne Greengrass did have a complicated relationship. "Are you sure that Greengrass and Davis won't walk in on us?" asked Harry. While Harry and Ron had put Crabbe and Goyle to sleep with mild sleeping potions, Tracy and Daphne were still awake and in the castle. Ivy stared at Daphne's face in the mirror for a while before replying. "At this time, Tracy and Daphne are in the library doing their homework. Those 2 follow this schedule without fail." She paused before continuing. "She is quite methodical about it." She sighed before speaking. "We have plenty of time before those 2 will return to the Slytherin common room, so we don't have to worry about them." Harry nodded before noticing that Hermione wasn't out of her stall. "Hermione, come on, we need to go," he called out while banging on Hermione's door. A high-pitched voice answered him. I don't think I'm going to come after all. You go on without me." "Hermione, we know Tracy Davis differs greatly from you, but no one's going to know it's you." "No, really, I don't think I'll come." "You 3 hurry up, you are wasting time." Said Hermione in a weirdly high-pitched voice. Harry looked at Ron, bewildered. "That looks more like Goyle," said Ron. "That's how he looks every time a teacher asks him a question." "Hermione, are you okay?" asked Ivy through the door. "Fine, I'm fine." "Go on," came Hermione's response. Ivy looked at her watch. 5 of their precious 60 minutes had already passed. "We will meet you back here, all right," she said. And so Harry, Goyle, Ron, Crabbe, and Ivy, Daphne, were off to the Slytherin house common room. Scene break. Harry, Goyle, and Ron, Crabbe, walked ahead while Ivy, Daphne, walked a distance behind them because Daphne Greengrass wouldn't hang out, much less walk with the dumb duo of Slytherin. The 3 went down the marble staircase. All they needed now was a Slytherin that they could follow to the Slytherin common room, but there was nobody around. "Any ideas?" muttered Harry. Harry and Ron didn't know where the Slytherin common room was located in the dungeons. "The Slytherins always come up to breakfast from over there," said Ron, nodding at the entrance to the dungeons. The words had barely left his mouth when a boy with black hair emerged from the entrance. "Excuse me," said Ron, hurrying up to her. "We've forgotten the way to our common room." Ivy, Daphne, who just turned the bend, looked at the duo and frowned. What in the world are those 2 doing? She heard the last part of the sentence and had the urge to slap her forehead and then beat the 2 with a beater's bat. They didn't know the location of Slytherin common room, thought Ivy. Of course, they didn't. Ugh, these idiots. The Ravenclaw boy looked at them with interest and chuckled. "I beg your pardon." He pointed at his tie and trims on his robes. "Our common room." "I'm a Ravenclaw." "You guys must be really dumb." The Ravenclaw boy laughed till tears were coming out of his eyes. He looked them straight in their eyes and said, "Don't get lost, all right." Ivy felt embarrassed at her twin brother and their friend, not only because they jumped into the plan without knowing the first part and because the person who was laughing at them was the one person who she didn't want them to be embarrassed in front of. The Ravenclaw with black hair had stone-gray eyes, and there was only one Ravenclaw with those features. "Quinn West," groaned Ivy. She watched as Harry and Ron hurried down the stone steps into the darkness, their footsteps echoing particularly loudly as Crabbe's and Goyle's huge feet hit the floor. Quinn chuckled as he watched the two climb down to the dungeon and turned back to see Daphne standing there, and his eyes flashed. "Greengrass," he waved and smiled, "fancy meeting you here." Ivy, Daphne, froze when she saw Quinn walk towards her but quickly gathered herself and spoke in a Daphne-esque fashion. "Quinn." "Where is Tracy?" asked Quinn, looking behind her. "You two are usually together." "She is in the library." "She was behind on her homework," replied Ivy. "Daphne." "Oh, is that so?" said Quinn. He thought of something and looked worried. "Is it because of the Duro transfiguration spell? Did she spend too much time practicing the spell?" Quinn sounded apologetic and continued, "We have been practicing it a lot together. Maybe we should pull back a little." Ivy, who didn't know about what Quinn was speaking, just nodded. "How about you?" asked Quinn. "Are you comfortable transfiguring various materials into stone?" "Of course," spoke Ivy, imitating Daphne. "It wasn't that difficult after I understood it." She replied such that even though her expression remained unchanged, her voice portrayed pride. Quinn smiled and then seemed to recall something. "Before I forget. I got the thing that you wanted." He put his hands in his robes, and the thing that came out was his wand. Ivy's, Daphne's, eyes widened as she felt ropes conjure around her and tightened around her body. The ropes pulled her back, and she was slammed against the wall. The next second, the wall behind her transfigured into a liquid form, covered her entire body, and hardened to trap her inside. "What are you doing?" shrieked Ivy, Daphne, looking angry and furious. "You are not Daphne Greengrass." Quinn looked at her. She felt his eyes were looking right through her. "So, who are you?" "What bloody nonsense are you talking about?" she screamed, feeling panic bubbling inside her. Quinn peered at her and said, "You see, when I called you Greengrass, you didn't show any reaction." Ivy felt confused at the statement, but Quinn cleared it for her. "Recently, I switched the way I address her. I call her Daphne now," Quinn explained. "She would roll her eyes at the start, but now she doesn't even bat an eye. With her personality, she would definitely quip at me reverting back to her family name. Next, we never practiced the Duro spell, so that gave you away," said. "That was the second strike." Ivy was the full force of panic and couldn't think of anything to speak or rebuke. "And, the last strike is this." Quinn raised his hand to reveal a wand in his hand. "This isn't Daphne's wand." Ivy's eyes almost popped out, and she nearly screamed at Quinn to return her wand back. "When did he take it from me?" thought Ivy. "So, you clearly not Daphne Greengrass. Which prompts the question, if you are not Daphne, then who are you?" Quinn spoke as he looked at the wand in his hand. A sound came out of him as he narrowed his eyes and then looked up at Daphne look-alike. "You know, now that I remember. There was a break-in in Professor Snape's potion ingredient storage. Now that I see you in the form of Daphne, the stolen ingredients were of the polyjuice potion, weren't they?" A wide smirk formed on his face as he said, "Professor Snape would be delighted if he found who stole his things." Ivy, in the form of Daphne, paled. The charges on her would be stealing from a professor, impersonating another student without their permission, intent to infiltrate another house's common room. This could very well end up in expulsion. She could clearly imagine how her mother and father would feel if this got out. But it seemed that her capturer wasn't done as he dropped another bombshell on her. "Plus, I am now sure that Crabbe and Goyle I just saw now weren't the real one," said Quinn. "Those two are dumb, but not enough to forget the location of a place they have been living in for 1.5 years. He stared into her eyes and raised the wand. "So, Ms. Ivy Potter, tell me, what should I do with you?" Ivy was beyond the point of shock and panic, and a strange clarity filled her. "How did you know it is me?" Quinn pointed at her wand. "I remember this wand. I remember it from the dueling club." He pointed at his temple and smirked. "You see, I have an excellent memory." He raised his hand to point in behind towards the dungeon entrance. "I am willing to bet good money that those two were Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley." His smirk widened. "Now, imagine what would happen if I alert Professor Snape that 2 Gryffindors are inside the Slytherin common room. After the flying car incident, this would definitely kick those two out of the school. Ivy was once again back to feeling massive panic. Her father had faced a lot of criticism because of Harry's action at the start of the year. James Potter was an Auror, and one of their responsibilities was to maintain the international statute of secrecy. It did not look good when one of his children was caught breaking the same code that could reveal the existence of magic to the world. I am willing to forget all of this if you owe me a huge favor, he tapped her nose before continuing. I am willing to spare your brother's reputation by letting all of this go. He is already suffering because of the whole air of Slytherin, and if he gets expelled, no matter what the reason, people would believe they sacked him for all the petrifications. Ivy was sure that she was about to die from shock. Harry's reputation was already at rock bottom because of the ridiculous rumor. She was sure that if the situation was given time, then Harry's reputation would improve. But right now, it would ruin Harry Potter, and in turn Potter family's reputation. Quinn stood straighter and spoke in a deeper voice. So, what is your decision, Potter princess? Ivy gulped before nodding. She had no choice but to agree. All right, I will do whatever you want. So don't reveal any of this. Quinn hummed with a bright smile before turning stern. Don't try to refuse this later because it will not go the way you want to. Do you understand? Ivy nodded with a hard expression. Say that you understand. I understand, she spat out. Good, said Quinn, and the wall went back to normal, and the ropes restraining her also loosened before vanishing. Quinn patted her cheek before saying, now, go hide until the effects of the potion wear off. Daphne is my friend, and I don't want a look-alike roaming around. He pointed at the wall behind her. Your wand is right there. When Ivy looked back, she saw her wand stuck to the wall. It will come off in half a minute, said Quinn. Now, while it was good profiting off you, I am a busy person, so I would take my leave. Quinn softly smiled before walking away, leaving Ivy stunned, looking between Quinn's retreating and her wand stuck to the wall. Her thoughts were that this operation went nothing like she was expecting. Hers and Hermione's plan had been dismantled within minutes. They had thought that it would be a fairly straightforward plan for them to get the information from Draco, but the plan had failed before it even started. Hermione, for some reason, didn't come with them. Quinn West had caught her, restrained her, and had revealed her identity. Plus, he had forced her into being under his debt. She didn't know how Ron and Harry were doing without her to guide them. Those two fools didn't even know the location of the Slytherin common room. Quinn West came in like a cool breeze and left like a terrifying typhoon. She would later find out that even though Harry and Ron had successfully gained entry to the Slytherin common room and had talked to Draco Malfoy, it turned out that Malfoy wasn't the one to open the Chamber of Secret. So, they were back to square one. And not to mention the accident Hermione had with the polyjuice potion and had gained a tail. When Ivy Potter found all of this, she, without an ounce of doubt and hesitation, classified this mission as a big fat failure. Scene break. Harry Potter heavily sighed as he walked toward the bathroom. He wasn't in a great mood. The entire school was literally against him and considered him the next Dark Lord. Everyone blamed him for the petrification of the Muggle-born students. And because of it, he was being avoided like the plague. Before, everyone would become noisy when he entered, but now, they would quiet down and avert their eyes so that they wouldn't catch his eyes. There were select few people he could spend time with, and now one of them was stuck in the hospital wing because she added the wrong hair into her polyjuice potion. Harry and Hermione quarreled a lot, but Harry seriously considered her to be one of his closest friends because of all the help she was last year. And, people who faced a troll and deadly obstacles together were bound to develop some camaraderie. This year was the same. Hermione was the one to come up with the polyjuice plan despite her love of rules and authority, showing that she treasured their friendship. His twin sister as well was acting weird and looked stressed about something since the whole polyjuice plan. She didn't join them inside the Slytherin common room because someone stopped her, she didn't specify who. When he asked what was wrong, she said that nothing was wrong and she was just stressed about Hermione and the Chamber of Secrets, but Harry could tell that there was something else. He stopped push when she started to get irritated and had left the matter alone. Finally, Ron was well. Ron. While he laughed at Hermione's furry appearance, Harry could tell that his best friend was worried about their friend. Harry, somewhere in his heart, blamed himself for dragging them in all this mess, and now all of them were stressed and worried. While Harry was brooding about his depressing thoughts, collided with someone and yelled, "Hey, watch it, man." But the other person didn't even look at him or say sorry and just ran off. "Jerk," muttered Harry, and when he turned to walk, his foot kicked something. He looked down to see a small thin book with a shabby black cover. Harry picked it up and turned back to return it, but the person had already run off and out of his sight. Lowering his eyes to examine the thin book, Harry saw at once that it was a diary, and the faded year on the cover told him it was 50 years old. He opened it, and on the first page of the diary, Harry could barely read out the name, T.M. Riddle, written in smudged ink. When he turned the pages, and there were no words written on the pages. In the quiet and eerie corridor stood the lone figure of Harry Potter, staring at the black diary clutched in his hand with an unblinking gaze. Chapter 60, Calm Day, and Ivy's Heir of Slytherin Theory. It was a rare moment of peace in the last few months as Quinn laid in the cool grass looking up at the sky. The past few months had been a roller coaster for Quinn. His magic has been going through rapid change, not only in quantity but also in control. There were many types of magic that Quinn didn't think were possible for him for a couple of years were now within his grasps. His magic did his bidding with no complaints, and almost every day, dummies and targets of the room and requirements would get annihilated into smithereens. The restricted section of Hogwarts library had also proven to be helpful. The thing about the room of requirement was that it had been hidden for so long that nobody knew how it operated, and as such, no one knew how to add books to it. The books and tomes in the room of requirement's knowledge base were extremely old. The books were from the founder's time, and as far as Quinn could tell, they weren't updated from that time, which meant that the room of requirement was missing out on a millennium's worth of advancements in magic. The room of requirements had a lot of knowledge that would be classified as lost knowledge. Lost knowledge was the knowledge about fields of magic lost to the magical civilization with time, but the thing about that lost magical knowledge from room of requirements was that a lot of it was too complex for Quinn. While Quinn's magical prowesses grew at an unprecedented rate, his knowledge about magic didn't experience a similar boost. He was still building his magical knowledge step by step. So, the restricted section of Hogwarts library came in as resourceful because Hogwarts did a decent job at supplementing their library with new books throughout the ages. Quinn did notice that even though there was a lot of information about magic that could be hazardous if not handled or properly understood, there was nothing too crazy in the library. Dumbledore moderating the books in the library was one of Quinn's theories. Another theory was that Hogwarts was a school for children who came here to learn to control their magic. Those children might not need books that delved into high-level complexities about magic. As such, the Hogwarts administration never thought of buying books above a certain level. The magical world and not just magical Britain didn't have a university system for higher education. Instead, it followed an apprentice system to gain higher knowledge about magic. You could buy high-level magic knowledge for the right price, but most people only did it when they gained a master to apprentice under because magic grew more and more dangerous as you dove deeper into its mysteries. Researching esoteric magic without guidance could be fatal, and as such, people needed some form of teaching to get started. The restricted section of Hogwarts library had some fascinating books and tomes. Quinn had been quite busy greedily researching knowledge that would supplement what he already knew. In Quinn's eyes, Lockhart had finally done something worthwhile with his life by signing the permission note to the restricted section for him. Between studying, having fun, and enjoying himself, Quinn had been quite busy. Today, he found himself free from everything, lying down in the grass looking at the white clouds slowly floating in the sky. He felt as free as the clouds he was gazing at. Quinn didn't feel angry when he looked at Lockhart's stupid face. He didn't feel elated when he received the weekly sales report of Lockhart goods. His daily run didn't leave him so tired that he wanted to sleep the entire day. He didn't randomly make his way to the kitchen to stuff his face with food. Last night's dueling lesson didn't inspire superiority inside Quinn. His eyes didn't immediately follow a group of older girls when they walked by, looking all nice. And he didn't feel the weekly bout of jealousy at Madame Hooch's excellent broom riding skill. But, even with his calm, Quinn didn't question his behavior this entire school year. He didn't even think that something was wrong with his behavior. To him, his year had been like a fun roller coaster, but nothing wrong. It was a peaceful day, and while Quinn enjoyed the time he was having for the past few months, he enjoyed this calm and quiet day. Quinn peacefully smiled and spoke without looking to his side. "So, how have you been finding Hogwarts?" he asked his companion, who laid in the grass with him, similarly looking at the clouds, or at least he thought she was. "It is fun, but I think Nargles took some of my belongings," said the girl beside him. "They are known to be quite the naughty thieves." Quinn's eyes narrowed, and he felt a bout of anger climb up into his mind. While she thought Nargles were stealing her stuff, Quinn knew better. "Do you want me to help?" he offered, a nasty grin forming on his face. "If you leave it up to me, then Nargles would return your stuff and never, ever, and I mean it, never will they steal your stuff ever again. One word from her, and he would tear those shitheads apart, enjoying every single moment of the process." Luna Lovegood turned her head to face him and spoke, "No, it is fine. The Nargles will return my stuff. They might be naughty, but they won't go overboard." Quinn pursed his lips and took a deep breath to curb his anger, imagining it draining into the vast ground below him. "All right, but if the Nargles ever disturb you too much, tell it to me," Quinn spoke seriously. "I will take care of them." "Aha, I will call you," spoke Luna, raising her hand towards the sky as if trying to grab the clouds in her grasp. The anger finally left him, and Quinn closed his eyes, feeling the ground below him. He channeled magic into the ground around him and focused on the grass below and around him. It was a unique sensation of his magic covering thousands of blades of grass, filling them with energy, providing them with another source of vitality other than the sunlight from the glorious sun, the giver of life. "Feels good," thought Quinn, a calm bliss spreading through his body and mind. He tapped into his magic core, and more ground was saturated with his magic. Quinn's magic did nothing to the ground or the grass. He didn't make his magic do anything. He was just extending his magic, nothing more or nothing less. But, in a few years, there would be a few trees growing here in the same spot, a holly tree, the tree of luck, a rowan tree, the wizard's tree, and an alder tree, the fairy's favorite tree. The relaxed boy didn't know that last night, the stars in the night sky had aligned in a special arrangement, providing him ease against the condition he was facing. A condition he knew nothing about or even knew that he had said condition. It was just the calm before the storm. Scene break. Ivy Potter looked outside the window in her dorm room. She shared the dorm room with Parvati Patil, Lavender Brown, and Hermione Granger. The presence of the four girls divided the room into four different styles. Parvati's section was all girly and a little messy. Lavender's section was similarly girly pink but a lot cleaner than her best friend's. Hermione's side was filled with books and faintly smelled of parchment and ink. Her part of the room was practical. She had textbooks but didn't have as much as Hermione. Her room was neater than Lavender's but less than Hermione's. She also possessed things that a normal teenage girl would have but didn't go overboard like Parvati. Distinct from her roommates, Ivy had many pictures of her friends and family on her side's walls and table. Many happy memories were captured in the framed photos, all of them magically charmed to move, showing the happiness of the moments. The redhead's mind was filled with thoughts about the past few months. Ever since the day she and her friends have drunk polyjuice potion to get some answers, things had gone downhill. She was caught and blackmailed into owing an enormous debt to a guy she didn't want to owe anything at all. Ivy had felt helpless when he took her wand, even without her knowing, and trapped her inside a wall. Hermione had mixed Tracy Davis's pet cat's hair into her polyjuice potion, and it caused a reaction, turning her into a furry cat girl. Ivy's best friend had to spend a lot of time in the hospital wing, hiding from others. Her brother had found a diary with the initials TM Riddle. Ron had led them to the trophy room to show that the guy was a head boy and won an award from the school for his meritorious services. The same diary had given them a clue about the Chamber of Secrets. It turned out Tom Riddle had gotten the award because he caught the person who opened the Chamber of Secret 50 years ago. Shockingly, it was someone she knew. Rubius Hagrid, the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, and one of her dear friends had opened the Chamber of Secrets when he was attending Hogwarts. But, ever since getting the diary, Harry had gotten quiet and talked little to anybody and spent a lot of time alone. He wrote in the diary a lot, apparently talking to Tom Riddle's diary was her brother's newest obsession. But that all changed when Harry lost the diary and became irritable, taking out his anger on random people in Gryffindor. He looked for the diary a lot but couldn't find anything. Eventually, he stopped looking for the diary, and his behavior improved, but he still acted as the world owed him money. Just when Ivy thought things were improving, another attack happened, and they found a Muggle-born Ravenclaw girl petrified in one of the bathrooms, lying on the floor. She was found the next day after a search when she didn't show up for any classes. Then things took another dip for the worse because the minister came for Hagrid and took him away because of all the petrifications. On top of all that, Malfoy and the Board of Governors suspended Dumbledore from his position as the headmaster. Then her brother and Ron did something stupid and went into the Forbidden Forest and almost got killed by Hagrid's deadly human flesh-loving pet, Aragog the Acromantula. An acromantula was a giant magical species of spider. They were spiders the size of cart horses, 8-eyed, 8-legged, black, hairy, and gigantic. Ivy. Hearing her name broke her away from her thoughts, and when she looked back, she saw her best friend, a worried look on her face. "Yes?" asked Ivy, turning her body to face Hermione. "What is happening?" "You have been looking stressed in the last few days," asked Hermione, moving closer and sitting on Ivy's bed. Ivy looked down at her hands, contemplating something before looking up at Hermione and saying, I think I know who opened the Chamber of Secrets." Ivy carefully spoke, thinking about her every word. "I am not completely sure, but I think I know the identity of heir of Slytherin." Hermione's eyes widened to the size of golf balls, and her brows disappeared up her hairline. "Who is it?" Ivy gulped before saying, "I think it is Quinn West." Hermione's wide eyes immediately turned into a frown. "Ivy, I know you don't like him, but you can't just blame Dash." Ivy grabbed Hermione's hand and cut Hermione off. "I am not saying this because I don't like him. I have some reasons behind the accusation." "And, what are they?" Ivy looked uncomfortable for a second before steeling herself and revealing the thing she had kept a secret. "The day we used the polyjuice potion, do you remember how I said I didn't make it to the Slytherin common room because I got caught up in something?" Hermione nodded, not knowing where this was going. "Well, West was the one who caught me," said Ivy and watched Hermione gasp. Everybody knew that Quinn West was Daphne Greengrass's friend. If Ivy met Quinn while she was transformed into Daphne, then... Ivy confirmed her doubts. "He immediately recognized me and then trapped me." Ivy gritted her teeth and continued, "He trapped me in a damn wall and took away my wand after a simple exchange of words." Hermione could see the anger and frustration in Ivy's eyes as she continued, "It was like he already knew I wasn't Daphne even before we talked. Every sentence he spoke was a test to see if I was Daphne." Ivy told Hermione about their conversation before Ivy was trapped. "How did he know I wasn't Daphne with a single look? He then somehow deduced that Crabbe and Goyle were Ron and Harry. It made me think, what if heir of Slytherin could tell if a student was from Slytherin house or not?" Ivy put down her theory. "West saw us and immediately could tell we weren't Slytherin students and were just imposters. He blackmailed me into owing him a favor in exchange for not talking about the incident." Ivy heavily exhaled before saying, "I agreed." Hermione squeezed her friend's hand and said, "Ivy, I am sorry you had to go through that." She paused for a moment before continuing, "But, this is just a theory." Ivy shook her head and shifted in her spot. "I know, but let me tell you about Mrs. Norris' petrification." Ivy explained what she saw that day. The look of recognition in Quinn's eyes and the relief while he saw the scene. It was like he already knew this was about to happen. Who else but the heir of Slytherin, the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets, would know about the attack? Hermione was about to say that this was still not enough and just Ivy's dislike for Quinn West clouding her judgment, but Ivy raised her hand and continued. "Do you know West is famous for staying outside after curfew?" said Ivy, elaborating on her reasoning. "I asked around, and everybody in the Ravenclaw house knows that West stays outside after curfew. He only comes back late in the night." She grabbed Hermione's shoulders and continued. "He did it the entire last year, and from what I heard, he did it every day, and not once was he caught." Her voice raised as she continued, "What if West was looking for the Chamber of Secrets the entire last year and found it? He didn't get caught because no one knew the chamber's location, and he stayed inside. And this year, he released Slytherin's monster." Ivy licked her lips and looked Hermione in the eye, "And, I don't know how this adds up, but do you remember about West's ring?" Hermione frowned before nodding. "Yes, the gold ring, what about it?" "He didn't have it last year, and he started wearing it this year." Ivy thought about the gold ring, which caught her attention every time she looked at Quinn West. What if the ring controls the Slytherin's monster? Listening to Ivy listing off points against Quinn West did make her believe her friends, at least somewhat. "I don't know, Ivy," said Hermione, "there are too many what-ifs in there." "I know. That is why I think that we should go to West's AID office," said Ivy. "He spends a lot of time in there. Maybe there is something in there. We may find something there that connects him to the Chamber of Secrets." Hermione bit on her lower lip, thinking about the petrified students. She didn't want any more to get petrified, so if they could find a lead, that would stop this. All right, I will go with you, she stood up and said, come on, we should tell the boys. Ivy grabbed her arm and stopped Hermione. No. We can't do that. The boys would be reckless and maybe even jump west without thinking. We should do this alone. Hermione needed no more convincing, agreed. Let's do this alone. All right, when should we do this? We would need the third-year schedule for Ravenclaw, Hermione thought out loud. After that, we would need to find an hour when he has a class, and we don't, so we would have time to get in his office and exit without him knowing. Ivy felt relieved when Hermione started to build a plan. Hermione taking the lead to help her friends was normal, and currently, Ivy was craving normal. It was decided. Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger were going to break into the AID office owned and operated by Quinn West.